Friends, I'm Eric. This is Rachel. And today's video is titled Painting Ain't Tainting. Because it's true. Painting doesn't taint something with whatever. So I'm going to maybe drive over to the other house tonight and at least get set up for some painting. Maybe even slap a little bit of paint on the wall. Depending on how much energy I feel like I have. But I think what I might do when I go over there is take the laptop with me with an HDMI cable so I could have the chat up on the TV in there.
Do you need to take the TV over?
Or I think there is a TV
there.
Are
you sure?
Did we take it back?
Yeah, I think we did. I think it's in my room now, like the day room.
Okay, well, we can take the one out of the black room.
Yeah.
Hi, G. But all of this is just tentative still. No decisions have been made. Hello, Daniel Berry Sports Highlights. What is up, indeed? A lot of things are up. And a lot of things are down. And a lot of things are at the same height level as they've always been. Where's planning to go? I'm planning to go drive to the other little house.
Hi, G.
My little house, and at least take all the painting supplies over there that I put in the back of the wilderness car, take them inside, and, maybe additionally, like, it would be nice if I could tape down the drop cloths, right? So that even if I don't get any paint up on the walls tonight, when I go tomorrow, it'll be ready to paint.
Prepared.
Mia, hello.
Merry Christmas
Merry Christmas
to you, Mia.
to you. And may you receive only toys and no coal in your stocking this year. That's my wish for everyone this Christmas. I wish for you to receive no coal.
Yeah, no coal for everyone on the stream.
Now, there's one exception. If you are an executive for a coal power plant and would like to receive the coal, then we'll give you a pass. Like, it is conceivable if you work in the coal industry. Maybe you work on a coal burning locomotive.
Is coal looked down upon now since, environmental stuff?
Well, it produces a lot of air pollution. It's not necessarily worse in terms of carbon release or climate change stuff than natural gas or some other kind of petroleum based one. But the thing is, coal burns dirty. So when you burn coal, you end up with all this very black smoke, and then the soot gets on everything, and that's the bad part about coal.
Oh my gosh, when you're away, sometimes I get so nervous.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling. I didn't mean to make you nervous.
It's okay. I know you didn't mean to.
And
it's natural.
Yeah, sure. I was gone longer than you expected. That's why. When I got you, I'll tell you I was going to go into town. I was right then just about to go into town. I wanted to know if you wanted to go with me. But then, after you said no, I came back in here and I realized, I have the USC women's basketball game against number 4 UConn saved from yesterday. So I watched that. We won 72-70.
Wow,
we
72-70?
We were way up, but then UConn made charged back to try to. Anyway, we won by 2.
Well, does Yukon still have that blonde?
Paige Beckers?
Yeah.
Yeah, and she's really good. But Juju was looking so good today. I mean, the whole first half was like every other play practice I was saying, "Oh, Juju."
I love it when you say that.
Elvia Vargas, hello. How are you today? And how are the rest of the Vargas family? I hope they're all doing well. Today we're discussing painting, tainting, and ainting. Where are my teeth? It's hard to say, actually. I mean, I didn't keep track of them after losing them,
I mean, I believe it's Tooth Fairy.
Well, yeah, the Tooth Fairy probably took them. The thing is, people think the Tooth Fairy is innocuous. She just gives coins for teeth. But what if there's a shortage of teeth? Then she has to go make her own falling out teeth.
Yeah. She took all your baby teeth.
Well, good for you, Stuart Johnson. Good for you. When you say you've been grinding, do you mean like dancing provocatively up against the backside of a woman? Donald Hanna Jr., where are your teeth? I'm curious. Do you have them in a box in the cellar? Or did you let the Tooth Fairy take away your teeth like I did? Grinding on E. Tomcat is laughing till he's crying, laughing till he's crying. Now he's just crying. Dog fart. I will respond to crackhead, but it is an inaccurate name for me, as I'm not actually a crackhead. I do get that people who are crackheads probably over expect others to also be crackheads. Grinding, selling crack, and type she. Oh, you're selling crack? Well, do you have a lot of buyers? I mean, I understand why people would buy crack of all things. It's as they said in Bob Roberts, the movie. Don't do crack. It's a ghetto drug.
That's a good line.
Yeah, it was great because in that film, Bob Roberts is like a conservative, anti-drug. He's kind of a caricature of a Republican from the perspective of like a leftist kind of, just he's faking, just manipulating people's emotions and just wants power for whatever reasons. But he says he's all anti-drug. But the point is, what's revelatory about that? Don't do crack as a ghetto drug. It's revelatory about the fact that he's not really against drugs,
Yeah, he specifically said one is ghetto.
He's not against drugs. He's against black people. He's against urban stuff,
Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty Republican.
Yeah.
You know.
So, from Adderall to fentanyl to heroin. Well, if you got Adderall, you might have a customer right here. How far away do you live from here? Just don't put any fentanyl in my Adderall. Yeah, but all the kids are saying is you can't buy any kind of drugs anymore.
I know.
Because they're all cut with fentanyl.
So ridiculous. So dangerous.
Dog fart. Tomcat's mama does not sell her own crack. She's not. Obviously, if you have the crack, you're not out there on the corner selling it, right? She's not that high up in the organization. Oklahoma, that's too far away. Millions of years of evolution led to this. Well, that's not actually true. But it is the case that history has proceeded forward until this moment. Ed D, what do you think they call it? Dope. Why do you think they call it dope? Is probably what you mean. Um, because it's dope as shit. Because it's like
Ooh.
nothing could be doper than drugs, dog. Otherwise, it's like, what are you gonna do? Drink alcohol?
No.
Not everybody can do that. Some of us have to rely on drugs. Now, I'll admit, not fentanyl. No, don't want any of that.
No, no.
No downers like that. But, okay, well, Stuart Johnson, no. It the quickness of the effect of Adderall is links entirely to how quickly you get it melted across either a membrane like in your nose or you could just melt it in your mouth. It's just as good, you know. If you get it melted quickly in your mouth and let it soak in all the way, even though it tastes super gross, then that's as quick as you can get it to affect you. If you put fentanyl with it, it's not making the Adderall hit quicker. It's just the fentanyl's hitting, you know. That slang is used for just about any drug, including the good ones. No, I didn't, Winston's mom. Okay, I did not. All right, let's just not go into this whole thing. Wait, let's just go into it. Let's just go right into it. So today I did something very dumb. I took $500 out of my $2,500 and I went back to the casino. I lost $500.
Well, at least like $500 is a decent amount, but at least it was only $500 out of the winnings that you got. Like you could have taken the whole thing.
No, yeah, I wasn't gonna do that. Well, the thing is, last night I won $2,300, right? And I was just like, that seems so unreal. I already know if I go back with money today, I'll definitely lose it. But am I sure I know that?
That's the thing. That's how they get you.
All right. So I ended up, I had to go to the hardware store anyway. I figured I might as well just go to the hardware store in Oakhurst and then it's just half an hour or so to the casino. And I just go there for a little while and we just see. Rachel's sleeping. She knows I'm going to town, so maybe I'll even be able to get back before she even knows I was gone. I mean, the thing is, overall, Stuart Johnson and everybody else, I'm well ahead at the casino. I win more often than I lose. And normally I don't do dumb things like go in a time when my intuition is screaming, don't go.
No, but that's the thing. Okay, so all right. So I'm watching Love Is Blind. I'm going into it, and I'm watching the UK edition of Love Is Blind, and it seems that every time a female is told, "No, don't date this guy, don't fall for this guy because he's," are you right?
I'm fine.
Because whenever like the girls tell a girl, okay, whenever a group of girls tell one of the ladies, like, don't go for the guy because he's like a player, like he told me the same stuff that he's telling you, they always pick the guy that they're not supposed to pick. It's that like
they don't listen.
It's a mental thing.
Probably if they think, well, that's because they haven't done with me.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Like, who pays you to go to the casino? Nobody pays me to go to the casino. The casino pays me to go to the casino if I win. Like, I went to this is the third time I've gone to the casino in about a week and a half. I went to the Turlock poker room. I broke even. I went to Truchansky, I won $2,300. And I went back to Truchansky and I had lost $500.
Well, you know, 'tis the season.
It is. It is the season.
It really is.
Where do we get money from? Well, we get money from the estate, you know. My My family, my grandma, when she died, she left rather decent estate size for my parents as inheritance. And then they already had their own little bit of an estate. And, they worked hard to try to build it up. And then my parents died, and that leaves me. Shocking! But anyway, I'm not a gambler, like, in no way, shape, or form am I a degenerate gambler, compulsive gambler, or anything like that. It's just the Turlock Poker Room thing made me feel a little bit unsatisfied because I broke dead even after being there for hours. I
That's
started
true,
with 500 and I
that's
left with
fine.
exactly 500, and it's
But
just
that's
like,
good,
okay.
that's good.
It's,
still.
yeah, that's a successful gambling
Yeah.
trick to break even.
Yeah.
But it left me a little unsatisfied, so I went so I spent some of that 500 on paint stuff and et cetera for the other house, and then I took the other 220 some odd dollars out of my wallet yesterday down to Shansky, and I turned it into $2,500. I should have just left well enough alone. I should have just left well enough alone. No one questions a person who buys season tickets to a game, spends hundreds of dollars on merchandise. But they do when people go to casinos as their chosen form of entertainment. Well, yeah, I mean, because, gambling is inherently a bad bet, right? The casino has an advantage.
It's almost like they saw you come in. It's like, oh, this guy again? No,
Yeah.
no.
Not today, mister.
We're gonna give him 21, even if he gets a 20. Oh, that stinks.
The thing is, it's like the only thing about gambling that's fun is the money part of it, right? Like, nobody would gamble for play money.
No.
There's nothing fun inherently about gambling. The only thing that makes it fun is the real pain of losing and the legitimate, actual, like, well justified pleasure of winning.
Yeah.
But I frequently don't go to gamble for a couple months at a time, and then maybe I'll go again. It's not like I gamble regularly. This past week and a half is unusual because the first two things, yesterday was such a freaky experience because I kept winning at like every game. It was crazy. But it was such a freaky experience that I almost wanted to go back and just test to make sure that reality wasn't broken,
Forbidden fruit sort of thing. It's like, let's see if it'll happen.
It's kind of like, well, maybe that indicated last night that reality's broken and it's going to just be like that from now on.
Yeah, I know.
Reality's still not broken. Casinos still win.
Yeah.
Feel like the state is testing me? The state had nothing to do with Chuchansky Gold. That's the Indian tribe. But the thing is, I don't want the Indians to get money from it. I already don't approve of them having a monopoly on casinos. So accordingly, I want to take as much of their money as I can and give back none of it, ideally. I gave back $500. But it is a great casino, actually. I don't know what the whole Indian tribe thing is about. You don't ever like see any Indians around there, but whoever's running it, however they're running it, they're doing a fantastic job, to put it simply. The place is very clean, very inviting, very appealing, and you can smoke in there.
Oh my gosh, you can?
Yeah, you can smoke in the casino.
Wow.
The thing is, I can't think of any other place in California that I've ever been able to smoke in.
Wow.
You can't smoke at inside the Turlock Poker Room. I couldn't smoke in any of the casinos in Los Angeles. I've never been able to smoke in any casino or any place in California in decades. But you can smoke inside Chuchansky Gold.
Wow.
In the casino part. You can't smoke in the halls or the rooms and stuff.
Oh. Can you like in the slot machine?
Well,
Area, can you?
yes, you can, but there is a non-smoking slots area where you can't smoke there, and it's between the lobby and the casino, right? So it's in that
Okay.
hallway.
So you can't like
You can't-
smell it right away.
You can't smoke in the hallway between the lobby and the casino. They have casino stuff there. They got slot machines all along the walls, right? But you can't smoke there.
Okay.
I look like I smoke wiener. Well,
no.
Rachel does not have a wiener, unfortunately. So if she had a wiener, then we could test your hypothesis. We could ask her, do I smoke her wiener? But since she doesn't have one, that leaves your hypothesis impossible to test.
Transvestite things.
Aren't you a delight?
Yeah, delightful.
Where is my mouse? So, thing is, in general, I'd say Slava, Dava, Ding Dong. Try to be more interesting. You're not going to provoke anybody around here with that kind of idiocy. You got to be smarter than that. You got to be more clever. You got to have something to say of value. Even if it's shit, even if you're trying to shit on somebody, you got to shit on them in a creative way, in an interesting way. Like I spent, I'm not talking to you, Tomcat. I'm talking to Slava Dava Ding Dong. Like I'm absolutely planning on shitting on my. I wasn't talking to you. Not talking to you, Tomcat. I was talking to Slava Dava Ding Dong. Hey, Uncle Ninja. Unicorn Ninja, I mean. So the thing is, I plan on shitting on my doctor in no uncertain terms. And I guarantee you, I will be shitting on him with the utmost elegance and flair.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe, it's just stinky that it takes up so much of your mind. Because, I feel like it's the holidays.
It's a good thing. I mean, maybe not that it takes up so much of my mind right now, but that's kind of neutral. This is overall a good thing because it's forced to a head framework problems, which is to say, he's not operating under the right paradigm, and I needed to have a good reason to force him to try to justify this shit, to allow me to make all the arguments. So he already told me I'm not going to prescribe you any more albuterol. You need to go to a general practitioner for that. Well, now that is reopened up because the thing is, in this instance, he lied to me with the same argument that he used for albuterol.
Yeah.
Since he uses that argument when it's appropriate and when it's not, there's no reason to take it seriously even when it's appropriate. Because there's no reason to think that's the actual reason.
I mean, when you were saying that what you're going through right now has to do with mental health, you're absolutely right. So it's just strange to me because if it was me, what happened with me when I was just on Klonopin and we were I'm totally depressed. I need other drugs to help me out. My mental state was in flux. I needed the help, and he was like, "All right, let's add this to your list of medications." You're doing the same exact thing. You were saying, "Hey, I'm having this side effect from my medication. It's affecting my mental health." You would think that the same protocol would be used. Okay, let's try and fix this.
Well, I mean, my point would be, since in this instance, the actual reason for him denying the prescription was not linked to the jurisdiction of psychiatry, even though he said it was, right? It makes you go, well, what's the actual reason for the albuterol? Because he said it was the jurisdiction thing, but we already have an instance where he says it's the jurisdiction thing and it's actually not. So maybe the jurisdiction thing is just a cover for a reason that's consistent with both things. So maybe whatever reason he is not prescribing the albuterol is the same as whatever reason he has in this instance.
But that doesn't make sense. It seems to two different things.
I know, but the point is, we know that he uses the argument sometimes that, oh, this isn't specific to psychiatry,
right.
to um to deny me access to a drug, right?
Okay.
We know he uses this argument to deny me access to a drug. In this instance, he used this argument to deny me access to the drug. But I caught it. The argument doesn't actually work in this instance.
No.
But if we evaluate it simply an excuse he has to deny access to Mia, then pretend same thing over here, even though it worked better, right? It's actually just an excuse to deny me Mia. And we want to know, well, what's the real reason that he's saying no albuterol, no Viagra?
Yeah, because they're two different. I mean, in my mind, it's two different things.
They are, but he used the same reason for both.
I know.
And so that's why I'm saying since clearly the reason was just an excuse in this instance, it's probably just an excuse in the other instance. And what's the real reason?
What is the real reason? Yeah.
Gee, this is not about my ability to access Viagra, okay? I am quite confident that I could go online and get somebody to prescribe it to me relatively cheaply with as little difficulty as possible. This is not about that. This is about the fact that my doctor lied to me, didn't do his job, ignored my feedback, and is skeptical that it's accurate, even though I'm the only person who could possibly tell him that other than Rachel. So I don't want to do that. The point of this is not for me to get Viagra at this point, right? This conversation with my doctor is a come to Jesus moment for him. I will tell you how this conversation is going to go. Here you go. Hi, Dr. Ingram. So let's get started here. We've got a lot to cover, and there's only 25 minutes. So first of all, I messaged you that I was experiencing a side effect from the drug you had just prescribed, as is my job as the patient, right? You ignored it. You could have said to me, Eric, make an appointment, let's talk about it. You could have said to me, well, let's try a different antidepressant and confirm if it's in fact the Wellbutrin. You could have said, Wellbutrin doesn't normally do that. Let's make an appointment and talk about it. Or you could have done a perfectly sensible thing and just prescribed me Viagra like any sane person would have. But you did none of those things. You ignored me. So, after receiving no response, I did your job. And I said, here's a possible solution. Again, in this instance, you could have said to me, let's make an appointment and talk about it. You could have said the things I said in the first instance. Instead, you tried to pass me off to some nurse practitioner like I was in an HMO. So let's just start there, okay? And there's a litany of things. Hold on, I'm gonna have to articulate all the problems here before you can respond to them. Now, secondarily, then when you tried to pass me off to this nurse practitioner, you told me that it was because the drug I asked you to prescribe was not jurisdictionally appropriate to psychiatry. That I have now come to understand that is a lie, or most charitably characterized as willfully deceiving on your part. In fact, 62% of people prescribed antidepressants, presumably by psychiatrists, report sexual side effects. And in fact, in the journal Clinical Psychiatry, there are a number of scholarly articles about the efficacy of various Viagra-like medicines in conjunction with various antidepressants. So, in no uncertain terms, is this firmly within the purview of psychiatry. So when you told me it wasn't, you lied. Let me finish. Now, where would I go exactly from there? So when you previously said you weren't going to give me albuterol, I gave you no pushback at all. And the reason is because I didn't think I could win the argument. Not because you were right, but because the reason you were wrong required too much vague explanations. Like it's a humanity problem, not a problem that you're going to be able to check against your psychiatrist's handbook and find that you committed some violation accordingly. So I didn't bother pushing back at all. And I trusted at that point that that was your actual reason for denying me albuterol. Now I've come to understand that it's just a reason you use to arbitrarily deny me something that you should be prescribing me. So since you used it in this instance as a arbitrary justification to provide some kind of feedback as to why you had chosen not to do your job, there's no reason to think that it's your actual reason for not prescribing me albuterol. So my first question, now it's your turn to speak. Why? What's the actual reason that you don't want to prescribe me albuterol and Viagra? Keeping in mind that the things that we are arguing over here as possible prescriptions shouldn't even be prescription drugs. You might make an argument that all these psych drugs that you prescribe normally do, in fact, need some kind of gatekeeper. I don't agree with it, but, so it goes. You can't conceivably make the argument that I need any kind of gatekeeper to use albuterol when I'm wheezy and to take Viagra if I'm on Wellbutrin, especially, since it causes the problem that I'm asking the Viagra for as a solution. Additionally, in your message reply to me, you told me you were skeptical of the linkage. Here's the problem, Dr. Ingram. To be skeptical of the linkage, you must believe me to be either lying or delusional. I am accurately reporting on the clear, distinct correlation, causal relationship between taking the Wellbutrin and losing my sex drive. I noted it early on in my message to you. I have Rachel will tell you I've had conversation with her right away. Like, this is weird. It's totally killed my sex drive. And I even talked about it on my YouTube channel. This is before I knew it was going to be difficult getting anything from you like this, right? So in order to be skeptical of this, you have to believe I am lying or delusional. And additionally, I here have this scholarly article, which I will reference since it's obviously an article that you haven't read, even though you're supposed to be the expert on this. I mean, if you have read this article and you still did this, then I don't even know what to tell you. But this one's called, this is from the Journal of Neuropsychiatry and Clinical something. Can you read that? Bupropion related sexual dysfunction and possible management in a fresh patient with major depressive disorder. Now, I don't have major depressive disorder, but that's not the point. In this article, it says Mr. A is a patient who had symptoms of depressed mood. However, he did not complain of any sexual dysfunction. He started to receive Wellbutrin. After 2 weeks, after 6 weeks, his MDD symptoms showed significant improvement. However, sexual dysfunction was noted at the same time, with most significant impairment of erection item score 5. He started to receive Viagra 100 milligrams a day for erectile dysfunction. He felt more satisfied with sex life following the combined treatment of sildenafil and Wellbutrin for 2 weeks. No intolerable side effects were mentioned following the combined therapy. So, sexual dysfunction is a common side effect of SSRIs, right, including up to 73% of men who take them. That's Prozac. Keep in mind, Prozac makes me horny. This guy had no complaints of sexual dysfunction before taking the Wellbutrin, complained about it when he's on it, and this doctor at least thought, well, this is atypical, but I'm going to do the obvious thing one does when a man complains of sexual dysfunction. I'm going to prescribe him my Viagra because I'm sane, decent, and care. So this one here says, Rutkin et al. Criticized the evidence of Wellbutrin augmentation for depressant-related sexual dysfunction, seem inadequate and limited. A similar conclusion also appears in another review study. This patient might have dopamine, nitric oxide, and other neurotransmitter system alterations after Wellbutrin treatment. The alterations of the transmitters might be associated with erectile dysfunction in this patient. So what this is saying is Wellbutrin might have permanently changed this patient's brain in such a way that it caused erectile dysfunction. That's not the case with me because when I stopped taking it, everything was fine. But nevertheless, I'm going to point out to the doctor, don't you think this is something you should have alerted me to before prescribing it? Or were you not aware of this because, once again, I'm doing your job better than you? So, Viagra could be a possible solution for Wellbutrin-related sexual dysfunction. That's what it says in this last sentence here, okay? So, Chien-Han Lai, MD, writing in the Journal of Neuropsychiatry and Clinical Neurosciences, not in the Journal of General Practitioner, which, according to Dr. Ingram, is the person appropriate to prescribe Viagra to somebody with Wellbutrin-related sexual dysfunction. So here what I have is a specific article about a specific case study of a person like me who had no sexual dysfunction prior to the Wellbutrin and then experienced it upon taking it. And his doctor prescribed him Viagra. Note that Chien-Han Lai didn't refer his patient to a general practitioner. Given what it says here, that given that Wellbutrin causes dopamine, nitric oxide, and neurotransmitter system alterations after the treatment, and how the alteration of these transmitters might be associated with erectile dysfunction, seems like a good idea that the specialist kept that patient in-house, right? Because he's dealing with psychiatry stuff. So yeah, I'm going to tear him a fucking new one. I'm going to point out that now, look what we got. We got a situation where I don't trust you. So I don't want to tell you. Heretofore, I've been relentlessly honest with you about everything. Now I don't want to inform you about things specific to my experience and or treatment or anything because I don't know what you might use as an excuse to just be an impediment to me for no fucking reason. I also want to stress to you that while you said I was being disrespectful to you in my message, the truth is you have all of the burden for disrespect here. You're the one who ignored my message. You're the one who tried to pawn me off on some other doctor. And you're the one who says you're skeptical of the linkage, even though I'm the only one with access to the data, me and Rachel, which means you think I'm lying or deluded. Accordingly, I don't feel very respected. And apparently, you never read this article, or you would have known that, in fact, it's a normal, it happens, and Viagra works fine. Instead, you didn't like the fact that I was linking sexual dysfunction to Wellbutrin because that's not normally a side effect of it, I guess. Well, I mean, you got to do your job even when it's hard. It's like you do your job with me when it's super easy. Oh, I'm going to prescribe you Adderall. I'm going to prescribe you Wellbutrin because that's what I feel like doing. But when I tell you what I actually need to be prescribed, you want nothing to do with it.
So it's like he's okay with making the decisions.
Right. He has all the power in this relationship already, and he insists not only in having all the power, but in having all the power in a vacuum where he doesn't inform me about everything, and in lying to me in order to avoid helping me for reasons I still don't quite understand.
No, I don't understand it either. I don't understand y'all.
So, the purpose of this appointment is for me to help you, Dr. Ingram, help you be accountable and have your come to Jesus moment. You need to say to me that you were wrong. Explain to me if you have any explanation for why you lied to me or what your actual justification for it was. And get your haughty head out of your haughty ass before it's too late. You've gotten so caught up in being a doctor, you forgot to be a human being. Oh, and the other thing I want to make sure I say to him is, so look, you should know that I recently went to the dentist. And the dentist told me to fix my teeth up top before he's going to do that, before he's willing to do that operation. I need to get tested for diabetes. Obviously, I said to him, well, why? He said, oh, because, you won't heal well if you have diabetes. And then he wanted me to get started on the process right then. And I said, wait, what if I have diabetes though? And you won't be able to do it, right? He said, no, I'll still be able to do it.
What?
It's just like, okay. So anyway, I didn't start the process that day. He wanted me to spend $2,500 on the shaping thing, No, I didn't do that day because I knew I don't know when I'm going to get tested for diabetes. And I was feeling less certain that I wanted this guy to do the thing that he was saying. 25 grand's a lot of money, and I did expect to pay up to that, but I thought maybe I could get my whole mouth for that, So I'm looking for a succession of little steps, so I only have to pay. Yeah, now. So it's not a big. He also wanted me to bring him a $25,000 cashier's check, and he said this will cover all the work. It's comprehensive. Look, if you bought it all the card, it would cost $37,000. I don't know. He was a core school dentist. He deals with, people who live in this boutique bedroom community. Mariposa is more blue collar rural vibe,
Mm-hmm.
but coarse gold is like hoity toity a little bit.
It is, even though it has less stuff.
It's not as cool as Mariposa, but it's more hoity toity. So it's not surprising the coarse gold dentist was super expensive. Now I know it can affect the success rate of implants, but if in fact it's such a big deal, and I had diabetes, then why would he still say he would be able to do it? Why was he trying to get me to pay for the process to start before he confirmed that I didn't have diabetes? So anyway, I'm gonna tell Dr. Ingham. So I went to the dentist, tried to get to my teeth fixed. They said I need to get tested for diabetes first. So but what I hope to happen is this: is I go to get tested for diabetes, and they tell me that I need to see my psychiatrist about sexual side effects from Wellbutrin. Then my psychiatrist can tell me I need to go see a general practitioner to get Viagra, and the general practitioner can tell me before I can give you Viagra, you need to get your teeth fixed. Then the dentist can tell me I need to get tested for diabetes. The tester can tell me I need to get sexual dysfunction via Wellbutrin addressed by my doctor. And my doctor can tell me to go to a general practitioner, and the general practitioner can tell me to go to the dentist.
Mm-hmm.
An infinite loop of butt fuckery. The other point I want to make to him is, what possible reason do you or I have to believe that a general practitioner will in fact prescribe me Viagra? I mean, you won't. And you're the doctor that I handpicked because your text sounded really smart. You seemed like an NTP when I read your text.
Yeah, it's starting to look a little different though. Is it not?
My point, Acacia, is this. Well, I mean, we'll see how he responds to this and what's going on with it. He is smart. He at no point when we're having a conversation, no matter how dense the verbiage gets or how much mental acuity it requires, he's keeping up with me 100% of the time.
That is true.
So the thing is, we will find out exactly why this happened. We'll find out what he says anyway, But I handpicked you, right, because you're the most intelligent, reasonable, rational doctor I could find. Remember, almost every doctor is a complete retard, okay? We know this because Rachel spent 10 years in the inept and harmful hands of a bunch of medical professionals who just treated her like a cash cow. And that's what I feel like right now, Dr. Ingram, because you're taking my cash, but you're not doing your job. As soon as I was prescribed Wellbutrin, as soon as I took the first Wellbutrin, I was like, before any ability questions came up, I was just like, wow, this completely kills my sex drive. I'm just not interested in sex at all. And that's fine, Caroline. You're not getting my point. First of all, my point is, if I'm going to cut you a check for $25,000 to do this operation on me, I do not expect to be told to jump through some hoop first. Oh yeah, doctors are terrible. Across the board, terrible. All the doctors I encountered dealing with Rachel, terrible. All the doctors I encountered dealing with my dad or my mom, terrible. All of them. The doctor I talked to on the phone when the hospital lost my mom, who was an insurance doctor who was calling me to yell at me because I had okayed my mom being moved to Kaiser facility in Panorama City because the Methodist hospital in Arcadia called me and basically bullshitted me and told me that my mom needed to go to Kaiser because she was a Kaiser patient and they needed me to okay the transfer to Panorama City. So anyway, while my mom is being moved around Los Angeles County after and lost and stuff by these idiots, I get the call from a doctor who's an insurance doctor who's calling to yell at me because I've incurred Kaiser and Panorama City costs by sending them my dying mother.
Oh my God. That's so insulting.
The good news is I was tripping balls, so this doctor didn't know what was going on. I don't really remember the full conversation. I was just laughing at him just openly. Are you serious? That's why you're calling me? Obviously, I had no idea that it was like that I was choosing to move her. The way the Methodist Hospital said things, they positioned it as she had to go there because she was a Kaiser patient. They just basically lied to me, right? And now you're mad because I believe this other hospital's lies and you have to provide some care, some actual service to my mother who's one of your patients. Oh, heaven forbid. So my mom has Kaiser health insurance, but that's not the same as actually paying for your own medical care. So accordingly, Kaiser doesn't view her as a customer. They view her as an expense.
That's terrible.
Right now, I'm being viewed simply as a cash cow to Dr. Ingram. He's happy to take my money, prescribe me what he wants to prescribe me, when he wants to prescribe it to me, but he's not willing at all to see me as a customer. He has to have this kind of like priest-congregant relationship. Fuck you. Get off your high doctor horse, Well, Acacia, it's not enough for a doctor to be caring, okay? It's not enough for a doctor to be whatever other things. What I need a doctor to be is accountable to me. Unfortunately, the nature of the relationship is such that the doctor has all the power. In my instance, does not deserve it clearly, because who has done his job better than he has? Eric has. And it's the channel who helped me with these links and stuff. Well, I'm going to just take credit for it myself. Okay. D2, I'm not going to bother giving you credit because it's going to be too complicated to explain. I'm just going to say, I did your job. I found that scholarly article that you obviously hadn't read, or you had read. I should assume you had read it because you're the expert, and decided to shit on me anyway. So why? What do you have against me? I can guarantee you many of your patients are males who receive antidepressants. And since up to 73% of those report these kind of side effects, and the normal thing is for the psychiatrist to prescribe the solution, you are currently prescribing other patients besides me Viagra, and arbitrarily, for no fucking reason, decided to not prescribe it to me. The only thing I can come up with is you're so convinced that I should have a general practitioner that you're willing to sabotage my well-being and your job performance in order to force me to go get one. That's not going to happen, okay? I'm sane, so if I need to go to the doctor, I will. Let's say I break my arm. Well, I'm obviously not going to call you. Let's say I got a horrible pain in my stomach. I'm obviously not going to call you. Let's say I have actual problems that an actual physical doctor needs to deal with. I'm obviously not going to call you. These things don't qualify as such. You and the whole world has bought into this horrible, shitty paradigm where people need to have ongoing maintenance from a doctor. If it were up to me, I would go to you once, you'd give me the drugs I want, and you just keep prescribing them forever, and we never talk to each other again. I certainly don't need your guidance, obviously, since you give none, since I was the one who pointed out the problem, proposed the solution, and found the article that justified it. You know, the sort of thing that you're supposed to do, that I'm paying you for. You've got this incredibly cavalier attitude towards my feedback regarding the drug you prescribed, toward my actual mental health needs and well-being needs and stuff, the well-being of my marriage and so forth, and most importantly, my money. Because even if you can claim that you've done enough to justify the money I've paid you so far, which is fine, you certainly can't justify what you were asking of me, that I double, perhaps triple or quadruple my medical expenses for the year just to get Viagra. After all, if I go to a general practitioner, chances are they're going to be like you, right? They're going to have a big cost for an initial whole assessment. I don't want a whole assessment. I want a prescription for a Viagra. Then they're going to have other meetings and stuff like this. And then they're going to say, you know what? Before, I'm not going to prescribe you Viagra. Can you please go to a specialist? Because I'm not sure about the results on this one test that you didn't want that we forced you to take. So before you know it, I'm spending tens of thousands of dollars a year jumping through hoops because you don't want to do your job. I get it. You like to feel as though the world's just like you. That, you charge $250 for 25 minutes. Well, that's fantastic. That doesn't mean everybody else has infinite money to waste on pointless hoop jumping. You have, unfortunately, have a gatekeeper power over me. Obviously, I don't need you to help me because you're obviously not interested in helping me. What I need you to do is prescribe me drugs because I can't do that for myself. And here's the thing. You might have feared initially that, I hope Eric doesn't ask me for a bunch of fun drugs. You'll note that at no point during the entire duration of our time together have I asked you for any kind of scheduled drug stuff. I didn't ask you for ketamine, even though I want ketamine very badly. I'm not even going to bother asking you for it. Because in that area, I know you're just going to be too stuck in being a doctor and not enough stuck in being cool. But whatever. So I didn't even bother asking you. Should I be able to say I want ketamine, you prescribe it? Absolutely. I would love to have one of those celebrity doctors that prescribes you anything. But I never thought of you like that. I never attempted to be like that. You're treating me as though I'm asking for ketamine and meth instead of albuterol for asthma and Viagra for a side effect of a drug you prescribed. So I don't know where you got so off course in your thinking that you allowed yourself to make this horrible misstep that you made. And it's obvious at this point to you, having endured this litany of complaints, that indeed you fucked up. Now explain to me. Explain yourself. Maybe I'll also say, I get it. You're smarter than all of your patients, and so you can just bullshit them kind of willy nilly and not worry about getting caught. Did you forget you were dealing with me? Because not only are you not smarter than me, it increasingly becomes clear that I'm smarter than you and more capable than you of determining something like whether or not Wellbutrin has this side effect and what the proper response to it is. It's in clinical psychiatry journal. Don't you get a copy of that? Aren't you reading that actively? No? Did you think maybe to Google it when I reported a side effect you didn't expect? And it's like, I hope that when he's in his 50s and, you know, his pee-pee's not as robust as it once was. Because, I mean, that's true kind of a little bit in general. Like, it depends on the moment and occasion, but it's true as you get older. It's, you know, you're not going to punch a hole through sheet metal with your dick quite as effectively as maybe you once did, but certainly fully functional and everything. Um, I hope when Dr. Ingram is in his 50s and he wants to get Viagra, that I don't know if he can just prescribe it for himself, but you know he'll ask one of his doctor buddies, "Hey, can I get a script for Viagra?" If he can't prescribe it to himself, and I hope they say to him, "Ooh, I'm a neuroscientist. I'm a neurologist, so you're going to need to go see a general practitioner." That would never happen. He'll just get professional courtesy, or he just write the prescription to his wife and then get it for himself that way. There's no way in fucking hell he'd expect to, nor be happy with, tolerating the kind of bullshit he's asking me to go through in order to get something as simple as Viagra, which shouldn't even be a prescription drug. It should be over the counter. And if it's gonna be a prescription drug, the most any man should have to do is walk into any doctor and say, "Can I get Viagra?" Because after all, the doctor has no access to the actual data, right? So, in other words, the man, if he just wants Viagra because he thinks sex is better on Viagra, which is what my situation is, because I probably am not going to keep taking the Wellbutrin that much, and when I don't take the Wellbutrin, I don't need Viagra, but I still want it anyway because it makes our sex life better. You know, it's good for our marriage and good for my mental health. Makes me feel more like, hey, fuck yeah, I'm quite a badass. You know, your Cialis is better. Okay, well maybe I'll tell him that. You know, like for example, Dr. Ingram, when I'm done scolding you, maybe you'd say something like, well, let's examine different options. Maybe Cialis is better, right? Instead of whatever. Jeff Lingle, you have a lovely night too. You have a delightful night and a lovely night and a gorgeous night. Have a spectacular night. Have a night of wonder and magic. Jesse Daniel Lochoff. Eric's dong is malfunctioning. And then here's the word, maybe the worst part of it. If my doctor had just prescribed it to me, I wouldn't have to endure words like that from G. I wouldn't be here complaining about this shit every day on a live stream, having to talk about my personal business. It's embarrassing. I can't help it, of course, because when something's on my mind and like bugging me, the only way I have to deal with it is to talk it out.
So, like, what would happen if you, okay, so say you went along and you went to a general practitioner. Most likely, the general practitioner is going to want you to go through several tests.
Too late for your sorry, G. You keep your saucy words about my dick to yourself.
What's that?
I don't know. It's just being shitty.
Yeah, a general practitioner is most likely going to want to test for a lot of things, like a lot of things.
Right.
They're gonna want to test your prostate. They're gonna want to test your heart. They're gonna want to test a whole bunch of things, even though you know what the.
None of those tests are relevant to the fact that I want Viagra.
No, exactly.
Right. I want it regardless of what the tests show. Viagra doesn't treat low libido. I mean, it makes me more horny. Why are the moderators talking bad about me, making fun of me, teaming up on me? I don't know. Did you ask to participate in the gangbang? prostate checks are kind of kinky. The point is, I don't want, I don't want to go to the doctor to get tested for something. I don't want to go to the doctor to get checkup. I want the drug I already know I want. And I have ample justification for it. So let's say Dr. Ingram doesn't cooperate and I have to go to a general practitioner. Well, I'm just going to have to lie then. I'm going to say, I'm impotent because of psychological reasons. I'm scared. I'm puss scared. And I need Viagra. I say, well, let's test your man. I'm not paying for a test. I didn't come in here to purchase a test. No man should have to do anything more than tell the doctor they want Viagra to get it. After all, regardless of the state of your prostate or anything else, the only people who know the relevant data are the person and the woman, you know? And so the thing is, if the Viagra didn't work, then if I had a problem without the Wellbutrin and the Viagra didn't work, then I go see a doctor to see if there's something physical that needs to be addressed, right?
I think that he's assuming that. I think he's assuming that there's something physical and that a general practitioner is going to make you take the necessary tests to find out if it's physical. That's what I think.
Yeah, well, Jeff Lingle, I don't even know what's going on in the chat, but all I'm going to say about that is shut the fuck up. After being up all night after a 3-day bender, you made it to Delaware. Who stays up for 3 nights just to make it to Delaware? It's a strange one.
Mm-hmm.
So, and the thing is, I don't doubt that I could, if necessary and will if necessary, find some cheap and easy online doctor who works for like a Viagra selling company and just green lights everybody with that, just talking to him for a second. Yeah, I know he is a teledoc. The point here is not that there's not a solution to me. I know there's a solution and it's probably very easy and it wouldn't be a big deal. That's not my argument, okay? My argument is I already have a doctor I'm paying to prescribe me drugs. Why isn't he doing his job? Come make me. Make you what? Make you a hamburger? I'm not going to fire the doctor. And this is the same as a relationship with somebody who's behaving badly. I don't avoid the problem. I don't fire the doctor. I hammer until the problem, in this case, him, stops being a problem.
Now, what do you think there's a chance of him being like, this is out of my jurisdiction, or...
No, he's not going to be able to say that.
No, he's not going to be, but what if he says, you're too difficult of a patient, I'm sorry, I cannot treat you anymore?
All right, so one thing I should start the conversation with is, before I go any further, let me remind you that you have all the power in this relationship. You could fire me as a client because you think I'm too difficult or you don't like being held accountable or whatever. And nothing I can do about it. And that's going to fuck up my life for months as I scramble around trying to find another doctor to prescribe me Adderall. It's going to be a big pain in the ass. And I know this. And yet still, I have enough belief in you that I don't think you're going to punish me for justly, correctly holding you accountable for your bullshit here. If you do, well, then are you going to fire Rachel too? Because it's going to be hard for me not to stick my head in during those conversations and say, hey, you worthless sack of shit.
Well, you're gonna make sure that everything is like on point.
Right. So, I'm hopeful that you're going to, upon reflection, you'll realize you really don't have any good options other than to acknowledge you fucked up, etc. Right? So, but remember, Dr. Ingram, before I go any further, you have all the power in this relationship, and that's part of the problem. Since I'm the customer, I should have some power here.
Sure, it's my job, but when Wellbutrin is in the picture, there's no feelings of arousal at all.
Right. It's like I was not complaining about this prior to Wellbutrin. It's like it is the case that as I've gotten older, I'm not, sometimes it's like I want to, I mean, it depends, right? It's totally kind of random. But in general, there's not any problems without Wellbutrin. And even when there are, it's not like that kind of problem exactly. It's more like, um, maybe I'm on too much Adderall.
Do you get any sense that he thinks that you have a problem with drugs?
I mean, he knows all the drugs that I'm taking.
Yeah, and he's the one who prescribed you
Wellbutrin, yeah. The thing is, they prescribe Wellbutrin to people to help them quit smoking. Guess what I did on Wellbutrin? Started smoking. They actually prescribe Wellbutrin as a supplemental thing as sexual dysfunction treatment. But the article I was saying says that those conclusions are premature based on limited and questionable evidence.
Yes, and everyone reacts differently. Like I took the Viagra, right? And I had no effects from it. It did not affect me at all.
All right. I thought we'd try because I looked it up and see if
and for some
women it does have effects,
Yeah, for some women it does have an effect, but it didn't affect me.
Jeff Lingle, weed doesn't have any effect on my sex performance at all.
Mm-hmm.
It's ridiculous. I've been smoking weed for 40 years. So I can guarantee you that's not a problem. Alcohol is true. It's like Shakespeare says, it increases the desire but decreases the ability.
Yeah.
Yeah. I saw a great what was I about to say? I forgot. I lost my train of thought. I forgot what I was going to say. Anyway, again, everybody, I want to make clear this so that you ideally stop not listening to this. I'm not looking for a solution, right? I could easily get it, probably quick and cheap and easy enough with one of those kind of like online, just green light Viagra prescriptions doctors. I think they have those. I'm sure that will be the solution I use when it's time if I need to have a solution. This is not about a solution. We need to stop thinking that when there's a problem, you need to solve it necessarily. In this instance, there's a problem and someone needs to be held accountable. You could say that's a solution, but that's not really solvency, right? That's accountability. Accountability is much more important than solvency because it's the only way I can have an effective relationship with this individual is if I know he can be held accountable. If he has accountability avoidance disorder, then obviously I can't deal with him at all. I mean, I'll still try to get him to keep prescribing my Adderall, but I'm just trying to stay out of his way. But the point is, I'm also going to convey to him how disappointed I am. Like, I respected you. I trusted you. I thought that you were somebody who understood that we're both just regular human beings and that we should treat each other accordingly. You would not want to have to jump through a bunch of hoops for something related to your intimate sex life, right? Nor do I. But you're not thinking like, hey, if I were in his shoes, how would I feel? You're not using FI. My point is, I'm not going to mention that I can easily enough find it someplace else. I'm going to say, I'm going to position it as, well, I mean, I'm assuming the general practitioner is going to be like you, very expensive, have a big initial assessment thing, force me to buy a lot of products I don't want to buy, testing for this and that. So you're asking me to say double or even triple, because general practitioners, I mean, they have so many tests they could run. You might be tripling my healthcare costs for the year just because you don't want to do your job with this pill. So what's your actual justification? What's your actual reasoning? Thank you for moderating. I don't know what they said, but meow, meow, meow. I'm sure it was suck like they're sucking ass. I'm so impressed that whoever that was who knew what song that was last night, you know? I was trying to sing this. I was singing the horn part to this song, right? And I think I had heard it on a commercial or something, a little snippet of it. It's like, what is that song? Nobody could figure it out. Then this one guy came and was just like, it's this by this person. And it was, and it's so obscure person too, like Kim Wilson or something like that. We couldn't figure it out via Google figure out the song because I only knew this little horn section in the intro that was kind of repetitive, you know? So it wasn't enough for the AI to figure out what song it was. And in that instance, all you can do is, and that's an example of humans being better at that ultimately than computers are, right? If you know the song, you've heard it before, and you know what it is, then you'll recognize that little snippet of it, even though it's not enough of a melody to define the song for the AI. And he's like, it's that. And I'm like, it is that. Oh my God. I heard the horn thing a little bit in, and it was like, wow, miracle. I thought we'd never figure this out, and it was going to frustrate me forever, but it didn't. I can't read this right now. I have to go inside to read. Somebody punched me in the face because I went and wasted $500. Why did I do that? Why go give them back their money? Why go give them back $500? Tomorrow I'm going to go into town and I'm going to use the $2,000 that I have in the drawer to pay off the rest of the property taxes on the other house, which is not due till February, but it'll be good to know that it went to a productive purpose. I do believe in miracles. And you know, I think Viagra is a miracle, right? Like I never you don't think about it until you start getting older. And like I'm aware my prostate's enlarged. I can tell by the impact of how I pee. But heretofore, it hasn't really impacted my sexual performance at all. So, but nevertheless, you can feel that you don't have all the young man studliness perhaps in you that you once did. And, it starts to be, maybe starts to trouble you a little bit. Like you start to think, well, gosh, if this is just going to keep getting worse, maybe eventually I'll actually have sexual dysfunction. Um, so it's a worrisome issue anyway, right? And accordingly, Viagra is a miracle because it's like, even though we have an age gap relationship, my marriage isn't going to be dead and sexless because I can't perform, even when I'm 65, right? Right now, it wouldn't be a problem. It's not a problem if I just stop taking the Wellbutrin, right? But regardless of if it's a problem, it's it's helpful to take the Viagra and have better sex, and you know and that really only for mental health reasons. Because here's the deal: Viagra is only about mental health. It's not a health problem to not have sex. If you have somebody who abstains voluntarily from sex and has no sex, that doesn't mean they're unhealthy or they're going to die or something. So accordingly, the only reason anybody needs Viagra is because it's important to their mental health to have a healthy sexual relationship with their significant other. So I mean, I don't know what whomever thinks, but as far as I can tell, there's really no way for Dr. Ingram to respond to all of this except to say, "My bad, I fucked up. I'll write you the prescription for Viagra. Hopefully, I'll also write you the prescription for albuterol." I was like, you couldn't be talking about any two less controversial or scheduled drugs. Yeah, sometimes I get a little wheezy and I need albuterol. I don't need it, right? I'll survive without it. So it's like, if he won't prescribe it for me, I'll just deal with life without it. It's not going to kill me, but it's going to make my life more difficult and less pleasant when I run out of this albuterol. There'll be some nights when I can't go to sleep right away. I've got to take some extra measures. If he wanted to prioritize helping me, look, I get that it can't be his only priority. There are some doctor rules or something that on some level he's got to follow. Like, I'd say it would be helpful to me if he prescribed me ketamine. But he's not going to do that because he'd have to determine that I needed ketamine for some in order to give it to me because it's fun. So, fine. It's like, if he's going to be a normal dick and just not prescribe me fun drugs because I want them because they're fun, but think I have to actually need them to get them, well, fine. I understand that. There's nothing fun about albuterol, and there's nothing fun about Viagra either. It's the sex that's fun. As far as I can tell.
Social media, you are such a fucking old person. Like, whatever. Sex is only exciting when natural, when there's a chance you might impregnate your girl. Where do you live? Are you like from the 1950s? What the hell?
Well, maybe he just wants a lot of children. Um, so yeah, obviously he's going to have to he's going to have to deal with this. He's going to have to reply to all this stuff, right? And he doesn't have any good option. Yes, he can fire me as a patient, but that'll basically be a concession that I'm totally right and he's both wrong and a cowardly little bitch. Or he can agree with me, concede my points, provide me some actual explanation of justifications for things, which I think I've already pinned down. He thinks it would be better for me to have a general practitioner doctor. The thing is, I absolutely reject that paradigm. I will go to the doctor when I need to go to the doctor. Like if I have a pain somewhere, like something wrong with me, I'll go to the doctor. If I have a problem that gets worse, like let's say I start hearing these voices on this side of my head, and I'm trying to think maybe I'm getting a brain tumor. Okay, I'll go see a doctor. You know, if I break my arm, I'll go see a doctor. I am not going to go to a doctor so that they can find things wrong with me. That's not how I roll, okay? That's not how sane people deal with medical care. Sane people get medical care when they are sick or injured, have a problem. In this instance, the problem was caused by the drug you prescribed. But now that I've had the Viagra, I want it regardless of whether I'm on Wellbutrin. And I don't want any fucking pushback about it. I shouldn't be getting any pushback about it. Because regardless of what any tests show, I still want Viagra. It definitely works really well. Like, because it seems like it doesn't just improve my, like, you know, they should have like an erection firmness scale. Is it as firm as a banana without the peel on? A banana with the peel on? The thing is, it's not just a matter of making sure you're, you know, rock hard and straight up, not any half mastiness to you, but it also seems to make me want to have sex for longer, and I just enjoy it more. So that's why I want it. Should I have to go through some sort of gatekeeper to prescribe me this drug only in instances if I have a problem? I shouldn't be able to use it simply because it makes sex better and improves my sex life and therefore my marriage. It makes me happier and have a better self-concept. Are those not good enough reasons to take it? Like, who are the people who are trying to get between me and this solution? What are they thinking and why are they doing it? Are they completely just removed from the life of a normal person that they think they've got such superior wisdom on things that that the laity, the people who aren't in the know, need to be protected against themselves all the time, even from harmless drugs like Viagra and albuterol. I don't see you as a homophobe.
You are.
Oh, he is?
He said that gay sex is not natural. Like, that's homophobic.
It's natural. Of course it's natural.
Yeah, like gay people have...
What's not natural would be like putting a toaster in your butt, right? But a penis is organic. It's a part of a animal.
It is
so
media.
So two penises together, they're still all natural, all human meat.
Yeah.
Right? There's nothing unnatural about it. What you're saying is that gay sex doesn't produce children. And that's true and not relevant to anything. Almost no sex produces children, right? Like 99.9% of sex produces no children.
No, Sage, you're a homophobe too? I don't get that. I really don't understand.
I don't understand why people have what it's like. I can't conceive of being so concerned about someone else's sex or someone else's body, like with the transgender stuff. Like, are you worried that someone else getting transgender will make you inspired and all of a sudden you'll want to get
I don't
transgendered?
understand that.
Or are you worried that when men hump each other, that you might be not able to overcome the urge to jump in? Well, yeah, but I mean, it's also the case that sex after menopause cannot
Yeah.
get somebody pregnant. Does that
Yeah,
make
it
that
doesn't.
unnatural?
Right. Like what? Like it just makes me think like you don't understand people's emotions at all or sexual drives at all. Like you can't help like what you're attracted to, who you're attracted to.
It's exactly the same warrant,
Oh my
Ruben.
God.
It's exactly
Oh
the
my
same
God.
warrant. In
Oh
both
my
instances,
God.
in both instances, the warrant is it can't get you
Oh
pregnant.
my God. Oh
So
my
if anything
God.
is unnatural because it can't get you pregnant, then everything that can't get you pregnant is unnatural.
I mean,
Okay.
I'm like stunned right now.
Well, okay, so how about this then? What about a woman who's barren?
Yeah.
Is it unnatural to have sex with a woman who's barren? Her uterus is never able to bear children, 0%. So does that make it a butt? But it's unable to grow them. Like my second wife was unable to conceive children.
It's homophobic. That's absolutely 100% homophobic.
Designed by whom, Ruben? God?
Oh my God.
Okay. No, I mean you're right, Ruben R. That um you can't get pregnant in the butt, and that's different than instances where you can't get pregnant in the vagina because in the first instance it's structural, and the second is it's an exception.
But it also goes for females who are gay too. Two women could want to be together and have sexual intercourse, and both of them could want to get married, but they can't because it's.
Well, I'm not sure what Ruben's point is
I'm very
exactly.
confused
I want to know
too.
what Ruben's point is.
I'm like thrown by like, do you like think about people who've been in the chat who like.
No, Ruben, you said it matches the technical definition of natural, but no one's butt is getting preggers. So indeed, and then you later said, I'm not agreeing with the natural claim. I'm just saying it's not an equal comparison. But you were making the natural claim. You were defending the natural claim. And then you changed your mind, which is fine, but you got to sever formally. You got to be like, forget what I said before.
Like, honestly, I believe that there are certain people who have sex through anal sex who wish they could get pregnant through anal sex. There are definitely some people who want to. Like, but it's not possible. And it's not that it's not natural to have anal sex. It's just.
Okay, Ruben, we're just having a chat, but if you said, like, let's chat about us visiting this January, and I start talking about that, and later on you go, so anyway, yeah, visiting in March. I mean, I'm going to say, like, hey, hold on, you said January. Shouldn't you have corrected that before I carried on about January so much? Look, the definition of natural is not a meaningful term, really. I'm just saying that if you were going to change your opinion from being on the side of the natural thing, then you should have alerted me that you were not arguing that before I did all that arguing. It's fine. You did not claim?
I didn't mean to sidetrack the conversation. I just meant to say that, like, it's very outdated your thinking is backwards. Like, you don't understand other people, show media. You don't have empathy towards other people. And you thinking, like, I don't understand your thinking at all. And you offended me because I care about people's rights and whoever they want to be with and however they want to express themselves. Like, are you kidding me? You kidding me?
You said it matches the technical definition of natural, but no one's butt is getting preggers. And therefore it's not a valid comparison. But it is a valid comparison because the warrant being used was if you can't get it pregnant, it's not natural. So accordingly, that would mean sex with people after menopause is not natural, sex with barren women is not natural because you can't get those things pregnant.
Right.
Okay, you may not have claimed that gay sex is natural. You said it technically meets the definition of natural, but there's a big difference between regular sex and its more naturalness is what's implied here, and gay sex and its less naturalness because butts can't get pregnant.
Crazy. That is just crazy.
So, I mean, that's what one can infer from what you said. You don't need to correct anything. I just told you what claim you're dropping, so okay. I don't agree with that basis says. What's a warrant? It's a justification for things. So like my doctor warranted his instructions to go talk to a general practitioner with the justification, I'm not going to prescribe that because that's specific to general practitioners and not something psychiatrists prescribe. That's basically what he said. So that was his warrant, was not my jurisdiction. Jurisdictional conflict was his warrant. Eric, how do you feel about this conversation right now? About the gay sex stuff? It's fine. I'm trying to explain that, okay, but show me why are you thinking about it at all?
I know. I don't get it. I don't understand.
Okay, maybe so. No, you're wrong. I'm not dropping any claim. Okay, well, I mean, the thing is, what happened then is you made one claim, which was it meets that technical definition of natural, and then you segued to a different subject entirely, which was which can get pregnant, butts or vaginas. We already knew the answer to that, but that's fine. We just wanted to segue to that topic unrelated to the question of whether it's natural. That's fine. Wyke Mazowski. We are talking about, I'm a Christian. So accordingly, I worry about my own business. I'm not concerned about what Joe and Steve are doing next door.
Hell no. Who cares about what other people are doing?
And I guarantee you, your understanding of God and Jesus, if they include that God and Jesus are not accepting of homosexual sex, you're just wrong. I mean, no God or Jesus worth believing in would care about such insignificant matters.
Well, what if Jesus was asexual? What if Jesus didn't want to have sex at all? Is that natural?
Was Jesus sinning because he didn't slay any puss?
Yeah,
good question.
I mean,
well, look, the point is, I'm not going to deny that if I'm watching a show on TV and I see two guys kissing, it makes me squeamish. I look away. I don't want to see it. But that doesn't mean that I think they shouldn't put it on the screen. I don't think they should put any kissing on the screen, though. Any kissing tends to make me squeamish. It's not just men kissing each other. But if men kissing each other maybe make me a little more squeamish, regardless, I don't like it when I see pictures of men kissing women on screen either. I don't want a kissing scene, I'll say.
Yeah, if it lingers too long, especially.
So, it's also the case that I watched this episode of Naked and Afraid, or succession of episodes of Naked and Afraid, that included a transgender person. And at first, I didn't want to watch it because like it made me uncomfortable. But then the rest of this, there were a lot of other characters in the show, so I kept watching it, and then soon enough, I became totally comfortable with it. I didn't think about it much, and I even started to kind of like the guy. And then he revealed what a like, just kind of like a bitchy bitch guy he was. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, he was like,
And,
he was
and then I didn't like him, right?
right.
So the thing is, initially, he made me uncomfortable. Once I got used to it, it didn't bother me. I didn't think about it at all. And in the end, I didn't like him on its merits. It's like I didn't like him because he was a bitchy guy, not because he was transgender, right? So no sage. The thing is, I don't worship false idols like the Bible. I worship God and Jesus. I understand Jesus' story in terms of those elements that are core to actual Christianity. I don't make the mistake of worshiping false idols, worshiping a book, things like that. I have a better, more deep and true understanding of Christianity than that. Tell me this: if gay was okay, why is there such a thing as in the closet? Because of people like you, Jeff Tingle. So if you were in my family, I'd be afraid of coming out being gay because, after all, you think it's unnatural and wrong. No sage thinks God disapproves of it.
Oh my God.
So obviously, if you've got a population of people who think that by having sex with whom you're having sex with, you are offending God Himself, there's good reason to keep it secret. I don't have to worry about coming clean as, a guy who's interested in college football, because that's not going to produce a bunch of strong negative reactions.
Hate is a strong word, and like, who are you to know what God hates and likes? Like, God made us. I just don't get it.
Well, most importantly, No Sage, do you have any understanding of why God hates it?
But then it goes to what you said. Does God hate certain women because God made them barren?
David Hume's question there, Epicurus' question, is so dumb. It's so easy to answer. It's ridiculous. Okay, but my point is that's why people would stay in the closet, because there are plenty of people who strongly disapprove of that. Whereas about I like college football, I don't get much pushback about that. Some people might say sports are boring.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Like, seriously? I had no idea. And like, I understand why Lou doesn't join our live streams anymore because of shit like this. Because she has to somehow then defend herself against people who think that her lifestyle is not correct in God's eyes. Like, that is fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, so if it's not about God, then in what fashion was man purposed for women, purposed for children? Who's doing the purposing, If it's not about God, who's doing the purposing?
I totally didn't mean for it to go off track like this. I just I'm astonished.
We've already addressed the Bible question, red-blooded American. No good Christian should falsely worship the false idol of a book. The Bible was not written by Jesus. It was written by his dumbass friends, and based on the quality of it, we can conclude that we definitely should not listen to them. What we need to know about Christianity is that it opposes rights violations. In other words, it tells us that sin is that which trespasses upon another. Another important thing about Christianity that we know is that it upholds forgiveness as the highest virtue, justice is the highest value, and that Jesus was without sin, and his purpose in the Trinity is to forgive those of us who are sinners. So right now, it's definitely the case that no sage that God's disappointed in you. I, he does hate sin as he should. I'm not sure if you're sinning in your hatred, but it is the case that God's disappointed in you because you've allowed yourself to fixate on a couple of lines from a book that Jesus didn't write in order to justify your hatred that is sourced in something else. Maybe insecurity, maybe just discomfort with change, could be any number of things. Maybe closet homosexual, something like that. There's no other explanation for your hatred. It's not, you didn't have to cherry pick those couple of lines of the Bible to find a population to delegitimize. You chose to do that. So yeah, God's disappointed in you. He's proud of me for scolding you. But I don't get any special prizes, and you're not going to get struck down by lightning because God doesn't work that way. He doesn't hate sin so much as he is disappointed by the fact that humans unavoidably engage in sin. But he understands also that is the human condition, to struggle between joy and suffering, between sin and righteousness, between things that are clear, like negative obligations, prohibitions, thou shalt not commit adultery, and things that are positive prescriptions but not universalized, such as it's better to forgive, or let he who is without sin throw the first stone. If we really applied that rule, nobody would ever get punished for anything. So it's like that's one of those rules that is helpful for us to remember, that a couple of things like there, but for the grace of God go I, and to remember that we don't want to be hypocrites, and we don't want to be like, let's say I got away with robbing a liquor store, and then somebody comes around and says like, oh, I messed up. I robbed a liquor store last night. And I'm like, oh, that's horrible of you, you criminal. That's the Bible discouraging hypocrisy. But the takeaway from all of this is we don't need to be wrong. We can choose to be correct. But it requires that we let go of our passions and what we think we want to know and focus instead on what is real and what a disinterested calculus provides us as a conclusion. Well, no, Sage, I like the quotes of Jesus. So Jesus said, let he who is without sin throw the first stone. What I don't like in the Bible are the parts written by other people that aren't quoting him, right? That, like, a lot of these things, they're quoting some old Jewish scholars' perspective on or whatever. The New Testament has a few quotes of Jesus, and those quotes are worthwhile, right? Because in that instance, assuming we can trust the person quoting them correctly, those actually are Jesus's words. But the rest of the Bible is not. So it's like it's no different or better than if I wrote a book of the Bible. Eric's book of the Bible would be just as valid as Paul's or John's or whatever, because I'm not Jesus. Well, because obviously, if you are a believer, a man of faith, then you're going to root positive moral obligations or indications, positive moral indications, in the understanding that God is good and just, that goodness and justice are one thing, and evil and suffering are the alternative. It's nice, helpful to have a relationship with God when engaging questions of positive moral indications, especially. I can use reason to know how, that and why I shouldn't steal from somebody. I don't need God to justify those conclusions. I just need agreement on a certain axiom, right? And we can derive the rest from. If we can all agree that slavery is wicked, um, then from that axiom, we can build out the rest of negative rights. And God functions as an axiom in terms of moral reasoning as well. So if you want to provide God as the axiom that justifies the absoluteness of morality, then that's fine. That works too. No, no, Sage, no. I'm using a disinterested calculus and the absence of hubris to correctly explain things that God and Jesus are not, right? Things that God and Jesus are not. One thing that they're not is worrying about whether John is humping a boy or a girl. Okay. And the reason that he's not worried about that is because it's neither a negative moral issue nor a prescriptive positive moral issue. So it's non-moral. What when it becomes a moral issue is if two guys are in a committed relationship with each other, then one of them cheats on the other one, betrays their trust. That's a moral issue. That's adultery or whatever. So the important thing to remember is that we are limited in how much we can know about God. To the extent that we could define him completely, it wouldn't be God, because God is that which requires faith, right? What's critical to remember is that if you choose to be a person of faith, remember that you're engaged in a behavior of prayer, not any kinds of arguments. So whatever you think the Bible says, you should be praying to God for confirmation about whether that's important or not. You should not be telling other people, right? In that instance, you're misunderstanding the nature of the thing. Each individual has to have their own faith-based relationship with God. And in its ideal manifestation, it doesn't involve any bullshit. God doesn't want bullshit, obviously. No God worth worshiping enjoys bullshit. The Bible is full of complete bullshit. I didn't ignore Alex T's presence. I read his thing. I don't know if I read it out loud or not. I did read it. I guess I didn't respond to it because what's there to say. I'm not entirely sorry about the difficulties with the doctor, because what this has allowed is this upcoming meeting where his existing whole paradigm and understanding of things gets dramatically shaken up. And from this point forward, hopefully we can deal with each other like two human beings instead of like an ivory tower keeper of the secret wisdoms and his uneducated peasant that doesn't need any explanations for anything. Like, why didn't he tell me that Wellbutrin in that patient it caused permanent changes to his brain that caused erectile dysfunction? I don't know if the erectile dysfunction was permanent or not. It didn't say, but why wouldn't he have warned me of something like that? Why wouldn't he want me to be fully informed about the thing? Instead, he thinks he's the only one who needs to know anything because he's going to make all the decisions and I have no say in the matter. Sorry is just something we say when something sounds unpleasant or shouldn't be happening. No.
I apologize all the time for things that I probably shouldn't have apologized for.
Sorry is something I say when I did something wrong. I'd like to debate you on the issue of whether it is possible to derive morality from reason apart from the revelation of God. Well, like I said, it definitely is possible to derive morality from an axiom, right? So what I'm saying is, if we agree that it's wrong to enslave somebody because that's their body and life, it belongs to them, then we can, from that axiom, do argumentational work that's sound, rigorous, and justify every negative moral prohibition that universalizes. So, um, so it is true that we don't need God, provided we agree with an axiom. Agreeing with that axiom means we don't answer the question of why is slavery wrong, except like in other words, we don't answer the question of who made slavery wrong. We just point out that it's wrong because every person is born owning their own body, and all rights derive from ownership. So even if you wanted to say the reason rights matter and derive from ownership is because God said so, or thinks that, or feels that way, that's not that's not actually why we respect rights. So it is the case that if you want a society that upholds justice for the individual citizens, in other words, prevents some individuals from unjustly victimizing other individuals, then the only way to fairly and consistently and reasonably do that is via a rights framework. So liability is incurred when rights are violated. If they're violated intentionally, it's criminal liability. If they're violated unintentionally, it's civil liability. Yeah, people do use that expression, and that's different. They're not apologizing in that instance. When they say, I'm sorry to hear that, that's not an apology. That's just a different usage.
Well, that's still empathizing.
Yeah, it means basically like, oh, your story makes me feel so sorry for you. Like that. It means that. Basically, I'm sorry for you.
Sorry for the thing happening to a person, like I'm sorry for that. Like that I'm very sorry for. Because that sucks. But
Get this. Acacia is trying to deny being a little stinker. I don't think I've ever met anyone in my whole life who spends more time being a little stinker than you, Acacia.
Hubbub is a good word, Acacia. I don't like it when it's like, sorry, it's just the way that what I believe in. Like you're not really apologizing then.
Right. Well, in that case, they're saying like, I don't want to talk about this anymore. Sorry, not sorry. My opinions are my own, and you have no business arguing with me.
Yeah.
The thing is, that's all well and good. The thing you're talking about is like what brand of coffee you like. But the thing you're talking about is um, public policy, matters of public policy. Like, say you're advocating against gay marriage. Well, the only thing you're really advocating against is equal protection under the law, because until and unless the government gets entirely uninvolved with marriage, then you have to let everybody have equal access to those kind of benefits from being married, whether they are marrying, whether it's two men marrying or two women or a man and a woman.
Thanks, David. I am feeling better.
Right. I should be able to get what I want, and it shouldn't make it difficult for me.
Yeah, it's so true.
But the good part of this is, I'm glad he overstepped like this or messed up so badly, because as it was before, I was like trying to be on good behavior because I didn't want to piss the doctor off or whatever in general, and willing to let some things slide, like him not prescribing albuterol, even though there's absolutely no reason for him not to. So accordingly, I'm glad this is happening. I wish it were happening like this upcoming week rather than the 16th of January, but this should be good for my relationship with the psychiatrist. I think going forward, hopefully, if he's not a complete shitbag, hopefully going forward, he will he'll take me more seriously, because that's the bottom line is throughout this thing, he has not taken me seriously at all. He didn't reply to my message. When I sent a second message for posing a solution, he tried to pawn me off on a general practitioner. And when I sent a message back in reply, being like, "What the hell? This is blah 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 blah," he said it was disrespectful of me to dictate to him. So he's going to learn a lot from this meeting I'm going to have with him. He's going to learn a great deal. Well, yeah, doctors don't like that, right? They don't want you to tell them what to do, even though every healthcare thing should be patient driven. These are the things I'm going to use exactly. We'll find out when I start the conversation. But I know I'm going to begin with, hey, look, remember you have all the power in this relationship, but be prepared. I'm going to be holding you accountable now for your bullshit. And at the end of this meeting, because this appointment is for me to help you, not anything else. So really, if there were any justice in the world, you'd pay me for this appointment. But I will pay you anyway because I'm a nice guy. I want him to say, "You were right. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Here's why I lied to you. Here's the actual motivation behind this. And I've learned from this and won't do it again." I mean, no, Sage, if you want to debate some kind of atheist, I'd be happy to stand in that debate. And I'll do a much better job. Believe me. I don't think Matt Dillahunty would know what to do with what I'm saying at all. I think probably what he'd say is, okay, well, then we're both in agreement. How do you think you will successfully get the doctor to give you that desired response? I mean, I'm going to leave him a finite set of limited options. And we'll find out what he does. This is not outcome driven. This is correctness driven. So he may or may not be capable of handling being corrected by a patient. He may or may not, his ego may or may not be able to take this. I don't know. He seems like somebody who is by and large disinterested and will have a hard time ignoring the powerfully correct and determinate arguments that I'm making. And I expect him to kind of wilt before me and go, okay, yeah. If he doesn't, well, I don't know. We'll figure that out then. He's got to have to say something, right? He's going to have some kind of explanation for why he didn't reply to me in my message complaining about a side effect from the drug he just prescribed. He's going to have some kind of answer as to why he told me it would be normal for me to get it from a general practitioner when that was a bald-faced lie. He's going to have some kind of explanation. He's going to have some kind of explanation as to why I was the one who had to do his job. When I first sent him the message complaining about the side effect, he could have said at that point, let's make an appointment. He could have said, that's unusual. Let's try a different antidepressant. He could have said any number of things that would have been consistent with him doing his job. Instead, he ignored me. Okay, so then I had to do his job for him. I proposed a solution. And then he didn't like my solution, so he referred me to a general practitioner. I pointed out that the problem stemmed directly from the drug he had prescribed me. Shouldn't it be reasonable for me to expect him to solve the problem? His reply was he's skeptical that Wellbutrin caused the problem. However, the problem for him is He has no reason to be skeptical unless he thinks I'm lying or deluded. He can talk to Rachel if he likes. Confirm that, in fact, these things both coincide in time and that testing then henceforth on days when I don't take the Wellbutrin versus days when I do has proved in no uncertain terms that Wellbutrin is responsible. But of course, if he had done his job, he might have asked me some questions like, well, let's see. I'm pretty sure the Wellbutrin is not the cause of this, but I'll need to make an appointment with you because obviously it's my job to ask these kinds of questions, right? Like, if he really felt that strongly about not wanting to prescribe it, but his real motivation is the worst one imaginable. He thinks he knows best what I should do, like that I should get a general practitioner so I can get in line with the rest of the idiots to get checked up on by some moron, even though there's nothing wrong with me. No, thank you. So I get it. You, from all of your personal experiences with doctors, you're thinking, Eric, this is absolutely not going to work. Doctors are egotistical morons. If you push on them at all, they're going to shut down completely, rely on, appeal to authority. I'm the expert. I'm the doctor. That's how they normally are. Dr. Ingram, I do think he's an INTP. So I think he's going to have a hard time not hearing what I'm saying and realizing I'm correct.
Can I read or
Yeah, do what you're saying.
See what in socionics the relationship between INTP and ENTP is?
Yeah, it's what do they call that? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, look and see what it's called. I hate Sam Hyde. I'm not going to watch him at all. He's a bad artist who involuntarily involves others. Non-consensual art is not cool.
No.
It's aesthetic sexual assault.
I think most things that aren't consensual is
Yeah,
bueno.
Consensuality is important. Sam Hyde has a long history of involuntarily involving others in his purportedly absurdist art projects. Accordingly, I held him in contempt.
ENTP, INTJ, right?
Oh yeah, socionics. Little J.
Mirror relations.
Mirror,
yeah.
No, I think that's INTJ actually. Try INTJ.
No, I did do ENTP, INTJ.
No, I'm saying the INTJ sound is actually INTJ because we have mirrored functions.
No, the INTJ and ENTP in socionics is
I know, but
extinguish.
Wait, no, yes. So why would INTP and ENTP be mirrored?
Mirror, because it's INTP and ENTP. I don't know why they're mirror, but I can look it up. Because
the functions of INTJ are the mirror of the functions of ENTP.
Yeah, but
so like NI, TETI, FEFI, SESI.
I don't know, but it says ENTP, INTJ, big P is mirror.
Did I say a little J?
Yeah, little
J. Use a little J.
Little J.
Okay, mirror, fine. So what's a mirror relationship like?
It says heteroverted, symmetrical, and arithmetical. These are relations of mutual correction. Mirror partners have similar interests and ideas, but a slightly different understanding of the same problems. Each partner can only see half of one problem. Therefore, the partners always find what the other partner is thinking interesting. Usually, partners quickly realize that they are very like minded. The area of confidence of one partner is always the area of creativity for the other partner. What one partner considers solid and final appears incomplete and changeable for the other partner. This difference may often puzzle the partners, especially when they fulfill their mutual plans. It seems for them as if the other partner simply misunderstood the main concept. Therefore, partners attempt to correct each other's misunderstandings, but usually fail because each partner acts from their confident side. For the same reason, mirror partners can be involved in really hot disputes and can even come to blows in the name of their opinion. That's the first two.
All right, well, so my confidence area, TI, is his creativity area. Um, if he's an ISP, and he's gonna get walloped on this point because this is the fundamental problem: is he cannot possibly justify lying to me,
No, he can't.
and
He won't be able to.
he can't possibly justify ignoring my input regarding a side effect of the drug and not responding to a message. He can't possibly justify me having to suggest a solution. And he can't possibly justify then thereafter lying to me to continue to avoid giving me a drug he very much should give me.
So it ends with, however, mirror partners are often very good friends. When they work together on the same project, their mutual correction and adjustment becomes a constructive criticism that is usually accepted as useful. The main discomfort in these relations is caused by the difference in judgment and perception between the partners. Mirror partners generally agree about setting near future goals but disagree about the global aims. Mirror relations usually lack warm atmosphere between partners. This situation normally changes in the presence of a third person who is dual to one partner and an activity partner to the other.
So ESFJ or ISFJ. And if he and I were having the presence in SFJ, we'd behave differently.
Apparently.
Maybe.
That's a little sus.
But you'll notice it says mutual correction, right? So the problem heretofore is he wants to have the normal kind of doctor-patient relationship where he knows everything and is driving the boat, and the patient's just like, well, what do I do next? Ain't gonna happen with me. And like I said, somehow he forgot who he was dealing with. I'm sure most all of his patients, he's way smarter than them. And he can slide any kind of bullshit past them and they never think about it. He is dealing with me. And it's increasingly clear to me that I'm smarter than him, or at least better at his job than he is.
Also wiser. It is kind of crazy because doctors have all the power. They make like your medical decisions for you, or at least, some of them try to. Some of them. I've had bad experiences with I've had good and bad. But he handled this the wrong way, Dr. Ingram. No, I'm getting messages. I have the flash on for notifications, David. David is Eric's dad's name, and I'm using Eric's dad's laptop, and it still says David every time I go to use it. I'm like, oh man. It reminds me that it was his laptop. I like that emoji, the Statue of Liberty defrost. How is your energy and mood feeling today? Um, it's a lot better. I had a slow going of it today. I woke up at like 3 p.m., but I didn't go to sleep until like 10 in the morning. So I got my like amount of sleep, but just I was sleepy when I got up. I've been fighting an infection, so my body's all out of whack, but it's getting better. I'm up on the uptick right now, LT. Thanks for asking. How about you? Remember that years long thing that happened where doctors controlled us and we were wrong about everything? I mean, yeah, think about like the 50s or the 40s even. Well, all the way back to like the Civil War. I mean, Civil War, a lot of things right happened, but and they like introduced needles to the situation, so that is a good thing. Well, being sick like definitely does suck, but it's not the worst thing. I took care of myself, so they call me Rachel Strauss. What's your sleeping pattern like, Alec T? Do you get up with the sun, go to sleep with the at night, like when the moon is out, when the sun goes down? So do you get so Alec T, do you get up when the sun rises and fall asleep when the sun sets? Do you get up at 10 in the morning or 6:30 in the morning and go to sleep at 10 p.m.? Do you go to sleep at like 12 a.m. to 1 p.m. and get up at like 9 a.m.? Or does your sleeping schedule go up and down? Is it unpredictable? I am Rachel Rat. Rah rah. I could be Raw too. That could be my R2D2 name. Raw 2. I did it homeopath. Like I did it with cranberry juice and home drinking a lot of water. I still need to drink water. I'm up until 2 a.m., 2 or 3 a.m., and I wake up like 9 or 10 unless I have to get up earlier. But it can fluctuate. I don't go to bed before midnight, although I've been wondering if I really should. Then you're a wolf chronotype, and wolves are night owls. They say that wolves have had trouble in working 9 to 5 jobs and in like the traditional school because their natural like go at itness is from like 1 p.m. to like 4 p.m.
And David, it is the case that as we get older, we just kind of sleep a little less well gradually. I find with myself. I mean, not always. Like I was knocked out this morning when I went to sleep. I was live streaming and I was falling asleep playing the guitar.
Oh my gosh, you were so funny. Like you like rolled over and you went and you like touched my hair and you're like, oh, like she's here or something like that. But it was funny. I was like way up, you know. But yeah, you just like grabbed a little piece of my hair and was like, oh, she's
well, you know, I got home, I started live streaming. I took Hop Clump and 2 gabapentins, and when they started to kick in, I was unable to stay awake. I was tired, and all the pieces were in place, and I just fucking knocked out all night long.
Yeah, Acacia, you're the dolphin. Yeah, you were the same as Eric. Eric tested as a dolphin when we took the test like a while back.
Dolphin is the worst. I think part of my habit of staying up is trying to reclaim my time from my life because I don't get to necessarily spend the day the way I prefer. Many responsibilities. Yeah, something Rachel and I have been talking about is the way that having things you have to do uh, impacts your relationship with things you want to do and things that you should do but don't have to do. So one of the advantages of having a lot of responsibilities, working and stuff, is that you do kind of appreciate your free time more.
Yeah.
So there. There's my beautiful wife, Rachel.
Thanks. I feel naked without any makeup on.
You want me to take the camera?
What?
Or are you fine? You look gorgeous. I don't know what you're doing.
Oh, thank you.
My beautiful schmootiful.
Thanks, handsome. Thanks, show media.
Drop a beat, little Robin Hood, a big bad wolf. Think that you should eat me 'cause your teeth are so big, but that's not for eating, it's for smiling, Grandma.
That's really good rapping.
Thanks.
Well, it's not clear to me sometimes. I like wearing makeup. Like, oh, 15% charge. Gotta charge this.
Really, the no true Scotsman argument is just a form of begging the question. So here's an example of begging the question. Alcoholics can never drink alcohol in moderation ever again. Well, my dad was an alcoholic and he started drinking in moderation again. Well, then he must not have been a real alcoholic. That's begging the question. In other words, the question at hand is whether or not alcoholics can ever drink moderately once they're alcoholics. And if you're going to say no alcoholic ever can, then an alcoholic who has falsifies that. My dad would falsify that, really. He was, I don't know how you would not call him an alcoholic. When I was growing up, he got a lot of alcohol every single day. But then at some point he quit completely for a while. Then he started drinking again, and he drank totally only in moderation. It was weird. But anyway, the point is,
Isn't that a TE thing?
Maybe it's a TE thing, yeah. All the things I have to do, much of which are part of living, aren't the things that make me want to have this life. The things I want to do, which aren't necessary, feel more personal and necessity. They don't make me live, but if I didn't do them, why live? Well, there's always later, You could always do them later. You identify with my dad? I don't. My dad will forever be, to me, an example of all the ways that I fall short. But at least I understand that the reasons and all that stuff. Like, the reason I'm always going to fall short of my dad is because he's my benefactor type, which means he's always one step ahead of me. And he always was one step ahead of me. It also means I can never achieve anywhere close to the level he achieves on his metrics. And because he had no intuition, he couldn't understand the world through any metrics but his own, really. Let's see what's going on here. My dad was a functioning alcoholic, 12-hour shifts. Don't know how he did it old school. Yeah, well, it was really strange. Nobody would have guessed my dad was an alcoholic because he'd come home from work, he'd gulp a whole glass of wine, sit down at dinner, sip another glass of wine, have maybe a third glass of wine while reading his book in his chair, switch to a tumbler of whiskey, maybe another one, and then go to bed. It's like at my house in the evenings, my alcoholic father, It was just my mom and my dad sitting in their respective chairs reading their books. It was my house was so quiet, you know. It's like my parents didn't really believe in TV, so they didn't like it when the TV was on in the family room. I did have a TV in my room at some point eventually, but it was just super quiet in my house, and my parents did not like noisiness.
They did not what?
Noisiness.
Oh.
Like if I were running around making noise, they didn't like that. They'd push me outside. Get outside.
So they were literally silent.
I mean, they were reading their books. They weren't. It's just like they couples might normally watch TV in separate rooms. They were sitting in the same room, in the family room, or the TV room, in their respective chairs, reading their respective books. My house was full of music. He played the squeeze box and guitar. A fallacy is a wrong statement about a penis. That's a great question. We probably need obstacles or else desires don't function. But yeah, I hope that one day I have set up my life in such a way that my day is filled with what I want. Alec T, I believe wholeheartedly that you don't need obstacles, and that if you were in my situation, empowered to have no responsibilities and do what you want, you'd be in seventh heaven because you're an INTP, you've got no SE, and you just want to float along and do what you want when you feel like it without any constraints of like schedules and stuff. And you'd probably have shit tons of fun doing little projects and all kinds of stuff. I'd like to get back to that myself. Edit King TT. Hey brother, how are you doing? I'm doing quite well. Because the thing is, but prior to my parents' death, even though it was a difficult situation and everything, I was still being very much more active and doing the kind of little projects and stuff I like. So, you know, I feel like I'm kind of getting back on the flow of things, really. In fact, maybe after this phone charges back up, we will relocate to the other house for a little while so I can unload all the painting stuff and maybe take down a couple of drop cloths, you know, potentially even get a little paint on the wall. You will remove your dislike? Fair enough. That's better than nothing. It's because I accused you of thinking gay people weren't natural. You're like, I never said that, Eric. Dislike.
So, Blake Lively is suing her co-star from a movie.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. And she lied about an interview that a person put on YouTube, and the person who, like, she found out, the interviewer found out, and she was like, I had nothing to do with anything that Blake Lively's talking about. And she was saying how, like, honestly, like, if you lie once, I mean,
you lose your credibility.
Yeah.
And that's the deal. So now that I know that now I'm going to unavoidably interpret things as, well, it's certainly within the realm of possibility for him to use any excuse I could give him to not help me. In other words, to not give me a drug I need. Maybe he'll even do that with my Adderall. Who knows? Since the justification he provided for the albuterol was the same as for the Viagra and only correct in one instance, and we can assume that justification isn't correct in either instance, and that there's some actual other reason behind both of them, right? So now, going forward, if I'm talking to him, unless the meeting that we have fully resolves all this stuff, it's going to be like, oh, I don't want to really tell him anything because he might use my words against me. After all, it seems to be determined to be an impediment to me receiving medical care rather than really on my side, you know? I really have no idea, David. I do believe. I do believe that many reported sightings from that many different sources unrelated to one another proves that they saw something in the sky. As to what exactly it was, I do not know. But I think that if anybody's saying nothing was there, that's not correct. How was your experience as a waitress, Rachel?
It was really good and tough. I had TE stuff to do in the morning, and I was always very slow with it because, like, and my SE is fourth, so I wasn't as quick as my boss would have liked me to be. But one time I made, like, it was very crowded. It was around the holidays, and I, like, messed up someone's order, like, completely. But I always did good. I always made good tips. And actually, when people forgot to tip me, they would come in, like, the days that I was off, and, like, my manager would be like, "Hey, like, this group of party forgot to tip you. Here's your money." I was like, "Oh my god!" I was so, like, disappointed, but, like, I understood that, like, you know, like, some people just don't tip, like, or some people forget, like, it happens. But, like, they remembered, like, how nice of them to come back and give me a tip. Like, I really, like, appreciated it.
You'll need to install the health app first.
Another hoop to jump through.
My strengths were my FE 100% and writing everything down. Like, I wrote everything down. If there was, like, any specific things that, like, were, like, changed or whatever on the from the menu, like, I wrote everything down. Yeah, I had to write it down.
You can tell the difference between NI and SI people at a drive-through. You know, it's like if there's an SI person at the window, you can go, okay, can I get a double quarter pounder meal with a large Coke and a 6-piece chicken meal with a large Coke and sweet and sour? And that's it. That's all you have to do, and they'll just be like, they'll repeat it back to you. Okay, so that's a double quarter pounder meal with a large Coke and a 6-piece chicken nuggets with a large Coke. If they're an NI type, you'll start to do that, and they go, wait, hold on, one thing at a time, you know.
Yep.
So, or they might, or they'll let you say all that, but then they'll say, okay, so I got a double quarter pounder meal with a large Coke and what was the other thing? Because it's like, even though you said it, they were just focusing on entering the first one. They weren't listening to remember. You know, some people don't tip. I never looked at their tip amount though, so my interactions weren't affected.
You're a server too, Ruben? What was rewarding about the job? The atmosphere. It was really cool working at a small cafe in town.
My goals.
Hi, Shelly.
I've got Dunn Edwards paint, and the color, angel feather.
Ooh.
Now I brought it home and compared it to an actual angel feather, and it's close, but an actual angel feather has a little bit more pizzazz to it.
You want to see a crazy angel thing?
Sure. I think tipping is worth doing and important to do at the casino if you're winning, you know?
Yeah.
Because the dealers, they don't necessarily make a lot hourly. And they they hope to make a decent amount every day in tips. So like when that lady last night dealt 3 jacks, and was $1,000 on a $10 bet. I tipped her $50. You know.
Um, like that's great because um it just brings me back to the story about J Lo and Ben Affleck likes to gamble, and he would always tip like very well. And J Lo getting pissed and taking money back.
What an ESTJ.
That's terrible.
She's gotta be ESTJ, right?
Probably.
Because, like, for example, she clearly doesn't get that her PR efforts aren't going to work in this instance because further information is going to come out and she will be implicated in some capacity, either as a witness, in her dream world, a victim, but more likely as part of some shady shit that was going down to which she ought to be held accountable.
Yeah, I agree.
You know what, Mike? Do you know Mike's friend, Mr. Oxsmall? Do you know the other Mike? You know, have you ever met the is everywhere family? Mike, Hisk, Hursk, Oursk, Dixon A. Meat Grinder. No, Anita Dixon Me and Dixon A. Meat Grinder are getting married. So she will now be Anita Dixon Me / Meat Grinder. And I don't know if you know my friend Ike. Last name, and believe it's not butter. If you don't like your waiter, ask for a different one next time you're down there.
Look at these angel people.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That looks exactly like the color of the paint I bought. Have you met Anita Dixon Me? I met Anita Dixon Me. Oh, I need 2 Dixon Me. I see. Well, that's... I think what we need to remember also is our good friend... I'll put his name here in the chat, okay? So holding 2 dicks is obviously an important person in life. Holding 2 dicks is a joke from a Saturday Night Live skit, by the way. If it's in your control, why do you do it? If it's in someone else's control, then who are you blaming? What specifically are we talking about? Like, you know, in my doctor situation, he's in control, but I will be retaking control, or at least retaking some control in the next doctor's appointment. Unfortunately, we're all relegated to the role of peasant when dealing with doctors.
Oh my God.
They're gatekeepers to drugs that we possibly need to take, and they can set as many arbitrary conditions upon prescribing them as they want.
I had like bad experiences in like mental like floors of hospitals. It's so bad that it's like I didn't have a terrible one when I was at the one in California. I did though in New York. It was crazy. Shit to get away with. It's like
it's insane. It's
really
horrible.
is.
It's nightmarish.
Yeah,
you know?
it really is.
The thing is, in this instance, though, I have an appointment with them, and I'm going to basically say, why haven't you been doing your job, and why did you lie to me? Because I messaged you about a side effect from the drug you prescribed, you ignored it. So then I did your job and proposed a solution, and you told me to go see some other doctor. And you lied to me when you told me why.
Annie missed your message. That's a real big oops.
You work with many organizations for mental health professionals. Well, I mean, it's also the case that my sense of the validity and value of doctors has been much tainted by my interactions with them regarding Rachel and both my parents.
Yeah.
Prior to that stuff, I didn't have really any engagement with doctors. I had this primary care physician in Temple City who I went in, he prescribed me Adderall, and then I just basically never went back there and just called him my prescription every month. And he was fine. Why was he fine? He was an ISTP. I'm a supervisor type. He told me when I walked in the door, I don't prescribe Adderall. You need to go see a psychiatrist. I said, okay, well, let me just tell you my story. And then by the end of the thing, he written me a prescription. And he gave me less grief about re-prescribing my Adderall every month without me even going to see him than Dr. Ingram is giving me about prescribing me Viagra to treat a side effect of another drug he's prescribed me. It's insane.
Yeah, it is insane.
Hi, Bob Hacking.
What's up?
The answer is many things, including the glorious sight of a hot air balloon in the sky.
Do you remember when "What's Up" was this thing?
Yeah, it was from that commercial. Yeah, it was from a Budweiser commercial.
I thought so.
I never found myself saying that.
I did.
Okay.
At a Yankees game. The Yankees lost the game, so we were able to like move up into the seats, and we were right behind the dugout. And me and my brother were like, "What's up?" And they like laughed at us.
I see.
Yeah, it was fun.
I got a laugh at the blackjack table last night.
Did you?
When it was playing this game where if you get jacks, especially one-eyed jacks, like if you get 3 one-eyed jacks, 2 on you and 1 on the dealer, then it pays a shit ton. I had 2 one-eyed jacks and 1 two-eyed jack. It still paid a lot. Still paid 100 to 1. But anyway, so I was calling for jacks. Like, come on, give me a jack. And then one time I said, "Jack me, Amadeus."
And then people got it, right?
Yeah, well, I got a couple chuckles from the table. And people aren't normally receptive to jokes while gambling. You like blackjack, David? I didn't like it today. I went back to the casino and gave them back $500 of their money.
Sorry for laughing at that.
That's fine. No, I'm happy you're laughing at it. Because, I don't want you to be like, the alternative would be worse. You're like, Eric, that's very irresponsible of you or something.
I thought your delivery of it was very funny.
Thank you.
And you're welcome. That's why I laughed. I was like, it was nice.
Well, thank you for your observation, Bob Hacking. Just got off work scrolling through lives. This seems to be the only one that's not some viewer scam farm.
Oh,
this
you.
definitely is not a viewer scam farm.
No, it's not.
It is a live stream that's been going on for a long time. We mostly just live stream these days. And what do we do on the live stream? Just live our life. I'm going to maybe go over in the little wilderness car to the other house in a little while, take the stream with me, and put all the stuff for painting in the other house, which also has internet, so it's fine.
I'll finish watching Love is Blind UK.
Are you watching it on this?
Crazy.
You want to watch it on the big TV?
I
Or
You know, I did for a while, and then I got antsy, and I went upstairs and I watched it on the laptop.
Okay, then I'm gonna take my laptop with me.
Okay.
Because that way I can have the chat on the live stream on the TV over there. I'll bring the TV from the upstairs room. Yeah, so Bob, hacking, you have found your way to the world's only and therefore best YouTube channel, Talking with Famous People. My name's host Eric, and this is my lovely, beautiful wife and co-host Rachel.
Hi.
Depending on the moment, sometimes it may be just me live streaming. A lot of times, sometimes it might be just Rachel live streaming. Sometimes it's both of us, like right now. You know. Thanks, Bob. We're so much not a viewer scam farm that I never even say subscribe and like. I do not do that. I'm a little bit snobby like that, I guess. I'm like, I've said before, I'm like USC football and the Yankees. You know how USC football and the Yankees, they don't put the name on the back of the jerseys because they're too good for that. They expect their fans to know what the name of each number's person is.
Yeah.
Well, we're a little bit like that around here, a little snobby like that. It's not better for anyone to not have the names on the jerseys. Just like it's not better for anyone for me not to have calls to action, self-promotion, etc. Nevertheless, I'm just too snobby for that.
Yeah.
I like when we live stream together too. I like when I live stream and she's in the chat as well. I like when she live streams. I like watching her live stream. I kind of like lurking and seeing how much fucking sexual harassment she has to endure. If a woman live streams on YouTube, it's just nonstop. Hey, baby. Hey, beautiful.
Even Dave Porter made a comment. He was like, "Wow, this starts right away." I'm like, "Yeah."
How about you give those big milkers a shake? Things like that, you know. I listened to it. I listened to one on the way to Turlock Poker Room and on the way back, I guess. And that was the one I had made the night before that, I think. And then I listened to a little bit of one on the way down to the casino today because
No, it's not like that all the time. I mean, maybe when I'm alone.
yeah, well, I mean, that's what he's saying. If you're live streaming by yourself, and keep in mind, when she's live streaming by herself, I'm sometimes not paying any attention to the live stream at all. Sometimes I'm watching something else. But a lot of times I'll end up watching the stream that she's streaming, but not engage in the chat because I'm just kind of seeing what happens. I might hide people occasionally and say nasty shit.
Yeah.
But well, I do go to the bathroom while streaming, but it is the case that I point the camera down the hall.
Yep.
So, but otherwise I wouldn't be able to continue talking to you. The second person I've ever fired was because of sexual hate.
I do it too, Shelly, to keep in theme with the channel, but I face it towards the wall.
Right.
I don't like pee in front of the camera. Like, that would ruin the channel.
Calm your knee and take a breath. All right. You know what I'm going to do, Anthony? I'm just going to obey you.
Ew, that's disgusting, Shelly. I'm so sorry. Like, ew, I'm so sorry to hear that. Like, that. Oh, then said, oops. Like, do you think that she was genuine? People are like, they're motivated. I don't know what motivates them.
Anthony, my knee bouncing is not indicative of stress.
Ew.
I do it all the time. I do it all the time, whether it doesn't matter, you know. And my current fixation on this doctor thing, that's not exactly stress either, because I'm not worried about the way this appointment's going to go. I'm not worried at all. Like, he has to deal with facts and evidence. There's no way he can get around them, you know? He didn't reply to my message, and he could have said to that message, huh, that's unexpected. Let's make an appointment. Or, well, let me try you on a different antidepressant and see if the problem persists. Or, his job. He could have done what he was supposed to do. Instead, he ignored it. When I floated the solution, instead of at that point saying, oh, okay, well, let's make an appointment to talk about this, he did not do that. He tried to pawn me off to some nurse practitioner like I was in an HMO.
Oh, so bad.
What is the emotion you feel, and what is your state if there is no stress? Well, the emotion I feel about this is pre-battle buildup. So that I'm mostly not super caught up in my actual anger so much as I am caught up in going over again and again. And I do it out loud too. I'm driving in the car, I'm giving the little speech to him out loud. Going over the arguments again and again, coming up with new observations periodically. Like the other night, I had a new observation that that Viagra is really only about mental health, because it's not the case that you need to have sex to be healthy physically, right? The only reason why you need to have sex is because it's important for the health of your relationship, your self-concept, a bunch of other things.
Yes, Shelly, I agree with you too about Eric knowing how to advocate for himself.
Yeah, I do. But is it the Saturday Night Live clip? Yeah, as I said, that's where I got it from. I did credit it when I made the joke. You might not have heard it, but I did.
Yeah, and self-regulate, yes.
Oh. Show me. I don't like political stuff. No politics. Show me to you. No, I'm not looking at that political shit. But I mean, the thing is, there's a general advocacy here that's more important, which is, given the fact that Viagra does, as far as I can tell, nothing to you except its intended effect. Didn't do anything to Rachel at all.
Mm-mm.
And to me, I didn't feel like I was on anything. It's just, and it's not like it makes you involuntarily hard or something. Just as soon as I start getting my hands on Rachel, then I'm very quickly responsive, and feeling extra enthusiastic and stuff. Is the feeling state positive or negative? Positive or negative? Well, I guess it depends on what part of the speech I'm on, There's a certain amount of smug satisfaction. There's a certain amount of outrage against an unjust world, But there's a certain amount of pleasure also at realizing how much more clearly I'm seeing what the problem is than I have before. This is a problem systemic to doctors placing procedural concerns as a priority that displaces helping patients, That being a doctor, because of all the various responsibilities and liabilities that come with it, they forget to be human beings and to put themselves in the shoes of a patient. And additionally, and maybe most significantly, the biggest problem with doctors is that we try to operate medicine in a market-free paradigm, And nothing is ever helped when you remove market forces. So when you've got doctors who are getting paid not by patients, but by insurance companies, maybe by an HMO, then they're not accountable to patients, and they don't think of them as customers at all. The patients are paying out of pocket. They get health insurance with their company, maybe. But Dr. Ingram doesn't have that excuse. You see, he doesn't take insurance. He only accepts cash. And he's pretty expensive, so basically, he takes cash from rich patients. We may be not poor, but I can't afford to be frivolous with money. And obviously, he is operating from the paradigm of a psychiatrist who makes $250 every 25 minutes. So, or more or something. I don't know.
Want to hear something pretty funny?
Sure.
Baby No Money was at a hockey game, a Canadian hockey game, and they put him on the Jumbotron, and he's like looking for a wife.
That's funny.
Yeah, I was like clever.
So, it's like if Dr. Ingram were told to go to a general practitioner, I'm sure he'd just say, and it might even be $250 for 15 minutes. I'm not sure. But Baby No Money is an artist who sings Edamame and other tracks like that. He's a rapper mostly. He'd just go into his drawer and say, well, here's four $250 for 15 minutes, making $1,000 an hour. I'm going to work 40 hours this week and bring home 40 grand. He's not actually making that much, but you know what I'm saying. So you just go to his stacks of cash and say, here, I'll go just give this doctor $1,000 and $1,500 for these tests and another several grand for this. No problem. I'm Dr. Michael Ingram, a rich psychiatrist to the rich, in a boutique office in like West Hollywood or someplace. So no problem. I can afford all of these hoops. But good news, I'm a doctor. I don't have to jump through any of them. I just tell my doctor friend, hey, I got this. Can you prescribe me now? And they just do it as a professional courtesy. But you peons are different. You can't be trusted with choices. I just saw another stream. It was the best stream I ever saw. And now I'm here at the stream. And oh my God, it's super disappointing.
I do think that's interesting that Bjork said that her album covers are sort of meant to be like tarot card characters. That's interesting.
You know what? Now that you say tarot card characters, it makes me think about the fact that, like, you don't really talk about the specific people that appear on the cards. Like, we could give them all names and give them backstories and stuff.
Yeah.
Because we talk about the cards all the time. But, like, what's the name of that guy on Meow card, right? We don't know. What's his story? What's his backstory, Song request, Boys in the Hood by Dynamite Hack. Oh my God, there's so many boys in the hood. Not just any hood, I'm talking about this one right here. So, like, let's see. Let me get my glasses. What's this guy's name? He's kind of balding. He's got a bunch of swords in his back.
Doug came to my mind first.
Doug, huh?
Yeah.
All right, well, might as well call him Unlucky Doug because he has so many swords stabbed in him.
Yeah, so many swords stabbed in his back.
That's Doug.
Yep, it's Doug.
So let me give a little bit of the backstory of Doug. As you see, he's got a nice green tunic on. He's got kind of a short sleeve, long sleeve thing going on, right? You can't see his pants, but you will note that he has a blanket over him, so he's not entirely unprepared to lie down. And he seems to be lying down someplace flat. But I'm guessing he's in a lot of pain right now because he's got 9 of 10 swords. They're stabbing into him a little bit. Not enough to kill him, but just enough to hurt, right?
Well, actually, in the original one, there's blood flowing from him.
Okay, well, I mean, if
It doesn't mean he's dead, though.
Right, yeah, it doesn't mean they're fatal injuries.
Yeah, it's true. You don't know. It could just be like a little bit like you said.
So I'm going to guess that this guy is basically like a merchantman or like a craftsman or something. I'm going to go with this. He's a candle maker.
Oh, he's a candle maker.
And he's a reasonably successful candle maker. But here's the problem. Things have been going south in the candle making business because somebody just invented the lantern.
Oh.
So this is how he feels right now.
That's a really good interpretation.
Doug the candle maker comes face to face with new tech that deprecates his profession. Okay. Now, what is this lady's name?
Okay, the names that just like pop in my mind. Margaret.
Margaret. She prefers being called Maggie. But
Maggie.
A lot of people do call her or refer to her as Margaret because she's a queen and people don't want to get too informal with her name.
That's good. That's good.
She might not even tell people.
Oh, really?
She might not even tell people that she prefers to be called Maggie.
You're right, because like she looks a little broody.
She is deep, mystic. She's a seer. And right now she's looking at this little robot guy and saying, I wish I could just tell people to call me Maggie, but I have to be queen. And the Queen of England is not a brood sow. So that's Margaret, Queen of Cups. She's an INFP. This chair looks really uncomfortable, but actually, all this part back here looks like, this part's stone, but the inside part is actually really cushiony, stone-looking like material. She feels and sees more deeply the many conflicting things that are important. And ergo spends most of her time ruminating with her robot friend. I am a robot friend. I have these bubbles over my hand. There's bubbles over his head?
Yeah, there are bubbles. I never noticed the bubbles before.
I think like this guy's name is something like Dirk.
Yeah, Dirk is good for him.
This is Dirk.
Dirk and Penny. And is that a girl or a boy, you think?
I think it's a woman and a child.
Yeah, a woman and a child. What do you think the child is? We want to give the child a name too, right?
They just call him Boy.
Boy.
He's not their biological child.
Really?
They found him as an orphan in the streets, mute. So traumatized was he that he's mute that he couldn't even tell them what his name is.
Wow.
So instead of giving him a different name, they just call him Boy until he's able to tell them what his name is. The woman, that's Dirk's girlfriend, common law wife, you know.
Penny.
Penny? Oh, yeah, that's Penny, right. Dirk and Penny, well, things were going pretty well for them for a while. But then they realized we need to go someplace else. Unfortunately, they also needed to transport these swords. And even more unfortunately, Dirk had never transported swords before, and the way he chose to do it poked holes in the boat. Fortunately, Dirk is an experienced poleman. This is his job as well as what he's doing right now. So he should be able to make it across the water, even though he's got a bunch of swords poking into his boat. But we'll have to see. Dirk and Penny and Boy. What do you think this is?
Either Frederick or Philip.
Frederick. I agree, Frederick. But you know what? He has trouble living up to his name. Can't you tell? He knows he's a Frederick of the important Frederick family. His last name's also Frederick. But he's just not naturally an imperious, kind of tough, no nonsense leader like his dad, kind of baby faced. And he shouldn't be drinking right now because it's 7 in the morning. He's just on his way out into town to take care of some business. He should at least be sober when he takes care of that business. But it's a big cup of wine he's got. The horse is like, oh God. The horse is named Princess.
Oh.
The horse does not like its name.
No. Is the horse a female or a male?
She's a male, but she thinks, if I were really a princess, I wouldn't have to carry you around on my back.
Acacia would like to have a card pull.
Sure, I'll pull some cards for you, Acacia. Let's find out. In the world of
card pull, sorry.
In the world of the spirit, there are matters of word and matters of intuition. Regarding the spirit word, you have this card. Regarding the spirit intuition, you have this card. Spirit word, spirit intuition. Now the corporeal. In the corporeal, there is the body and the outside world. Twofer. Body. Regarding the corporeal, this is the card of the body. And this is the card of objects, not the body. All right, so regarding the word, looks like you've got the Ace of Pentacles.
She only wants one too after.
You've got an exciting new relationship with the magic of the words of the spirit world. It's as big as a big bowling ball in your hand. And even so, your hand feels as light as if it's being carried by clouds. Now, regarding the spirit world intuition, this card is the Hermit card. It's saying you cannot intuit properly in the hustle and bustle of a hectic modern day outing, right? You need to get your lantern, go down into the basement, and sit there. Regarding the corporeal, the self, the world that is the physicality of your own body. You're an entrepreneur, practical, reliable. In other words, you got a solid relationship. You can tell when your back's starting to feel crampy because you've been sitting in one spot for too long. You do a pretty good job of getting yourself water, stuff like that. Now, regarding the corporeal world of objects, not your own body, you get chariot. So, that's where movement occurs. Now, it is the case that for you, SE polar means that what this card is really telling you is movement won't occur until you deal with the physicalities of the external world. But when you do, you're like a raging chariot with a fiery light behind it, shooting out rocket flames. All right, so that's your reading. Okay,
Shelly's next.
Shelly's next. You're going to get spirit, word, and intuition, and corporeal, body, and other objects. In other words, you're going to get words, intuition, the self, and the world. Okay. First, words. Ooh, looks like you like to say some romantic words like, hey girl, and sup. Now, intuition. The 5 of rods. Conflict, strife. Your intuition may be a source of conflict and strife in your life because, if you're around a lot of non-intuitive people, they don't like your intuition necessarily. Like, my dad loved me, but he did not like my intuition. He did
Thanks, Acacia.
He did not want it. This is your own body. Oh, your own body is a bag of wealth. It's your inheritance. It's your property. You can rely on your body to do what you need it to do. Now, let's talk about the world. Ooh, you got the Queen of Cups. So with other things in the world, other corporeal realities, you are sometimes caught gazing at your robot with your deep mystic understanding of emotions. All right. So perhaps it is to say the boring, normal, everyday tasks of the world can sometimes be beneath your notice. So to recap, your word is Knight of Cups. That means you use language to be romantic, artistic, a lover. What does that one say? Oh, Cancer. That's the astrological sign. And then in terms of intuition, perhaps your intuition causes conflict with others in your group of people, or perhaps your intuition makes you feel conflict because you know things that you wish you didn't intuit because maybe you can't prove them. It could be in a number of ways that intuition links to conflict there. But you could really count on your body. It's your wealth, your inheritance, etc. So that's it. Do you like one, Rachel?
I would. Thank you. I have to go keep.
Okay.
Ooh.
I'll do Rachel's face down, and then when she gets back, we'll turn them over. How do you know it was a Cancer? I didn't. That's what it said on the card. These cards have words on them. See? All right. I'm going to do the full for Rachel face down, like I said. Because face down. That's words. This is intuition. This is her body. And this is the external world. Now, the thing is, we could just have her do it that way, or I could say one of these cards is your relationship with words. Would you like to pick which one is words? Or would you like to I need to tell you which one it was. So,
Right there.
no problem. I'm a wife, a mom, and a state advocate to many flies in my state. You advocate in favor of flies? And many families. Oh, that makes more sense than flies. All right, so two possibilities here. I can tell you what each card represents, like which one is words, which one is uh, intuition, which one is your body, which one is the external world. Or I could say, one of these is meow. Which one do you think it is?
You'll have to remind me of the
No,
topic.
what I'm saying, okay, so one of these cards is about your relationship with words.
Yeah.
Which one do you
Right.
intuit is the
Okay.
one that's your
About my
relationship with words?
Sure, let's do it like that. I was thinking that for words.
Okay, this one's for words. 7 of Swords. So, betrayal, exploit, guile. Yeah. Well, I mean, you're undercover, right?
Yeah.
You say things that make subtle changes that move things how you want them without being super. Like you wouldn't react to Dr. Engel like I am, Okay, so one of these.
I'd be thinking about it like you are though.
One of these is about your relationship with intuition.
That one.
Fool, innocent, venture, clear, open. What does that one say? Pure. I mean, I agree. Your intuition is pure, clear, open, faith. I mean, you have to have faith to believe in your intuition because it's kind of knowing that you can't reference specific experiences to justify. And one of these is about your body.
This one.
3 of Cups. You think your body is just for partying. This one, therefore, is about the external world. You're like, external world, what? I'm here in my house. Are you sure there's an external world out there? I'm kind of chilling here.
Yeah. Sometimes on the couch, sometimes in the bed.
Now, I have a question. Does anybody else want one of these 4 cards?
Well, do you want one? If no one...
Oh, yeah, I would like one. Here, give me one. Let me get myself... While you're doing this, you can do it face down like I did, too, if you want. I'm going to put some in the
show media
microwave.
One
Oh,
after.
then show media after.
Okay.
Burritos. Burritos tienen changas.
Mm-hmm. Boofing. I agree, Shelly. Eric is good at doing tarot readings. He was always good. We started with these cards because these cards have like words on them. They're not just pictures. Thank you. He said your horoscope? You're Cancer? Oh my gosh, she's a Cancer. You pointed out Cancer. Wow. That is like something special.
And indeed, I normally don't ever read the astrology words on the cards because I don't think that's a word that just means something specific, right? Like, I don't know what that means. So if I see the other words on the card, like, bold, blah, 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 I know what those words mean. But when it says cancer, I don't know what a cancer is supposed to be like. So it doesn't mean anything to me at all.
Okay. So Eric.
Imagine in your brain your husband and then pick cards. I'm going to say, come hit that cigarette, I'll be right back and we'll see what I got.
What if it comes out upside down?
I turn it right side up. I turn yours all in the same direction.
Okay. I'm a Capricorn, Shelly. You're my opposite sign. Oh, you knew? That's so funny. I had no idea that you knew. If upside down, bop it, flip it, but don't reverse it, I think. Bop it, flip it, and reverse it. We get it the same direction that it started in, I think. Yeah. No. Yeah. It was right side up. Yeah, the mamas of the zodiac, cancers.
Okay, so should I pick which one is about which?
Yeah, whatever way you want.
Okay. I think this one's about my body. Stalemate, defeat, obstinacy, 5 of swords, stuck. Well, in general, it's like I'm not as fit as I could have been. This one, therefore, is about the external world. Earth Mama, honorable, successful, sensual. Hey, everybody. Looks like I'm sensual. Because my external world mostly involves Rachel. This, I guess, is my intuition. Benefit, reward, gain, profit. And this is words. Inception, spark, growth, potential, germination, seed, ace of rods. So basically, words are an ongoing new beginning. And for me, my body is like, I get tired and I need to sleep, but I don't want to sleep, or I can't sleep, but I don't want to do more drugs. It's like, this is part of my body telling. The external world, well, it's been made comfortable for us by our circumstances.
Yes.
My intuition is, in fact, the thing that benefits me, blah, 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 as is the case here with this doctor thing. My intuition is serving me well because I will reinvent our relationship anew with my powerful words of scolding. Was somebody else next or something?
That's a good read.
Did anybody else ask for it? Oh, show media.
Show media.
That's who it was. Show media. Can you hand me those?
Sure.
Thanks.
No.
All right, show media. Let's find out. Okay, this is your body. Ooh, spirit child. Page of Cups. You think your body is just like a tee run around and play thing. So like, oh, I feel my arms. Hooray. Now, the outside world. Ace of Swords. Breakthrough, victory, pierce, opening, triumph. This may be saying that the external world is where you see statuses of victory, triumph, etc. as being awarded and or failed to attain, you know? Oops, sorry. Now, let's find out about your relationship with intuition. Ooh, stress, worry, fear, anxiety, 8 of Swords. So you feel that intuition ties you up. Either your own intuition or, the challenge of using intuition effectively or something ties you up. But don't worry, you can get out of that easily enough. You're just not fighting the good fight hard enough. Now, this one is words. Healing, dormant, pause, wait, delay. So, you maybe use words to put off doing other things, to rest, or you find using words restful, something like that. And that's what the tarot has to say about you. Congratulations. Astromatics, what's going on here is the most exciting and amazing internet party anywhere in all of the 2020s and beyond.
It is an internet party, isn't it?
It is. We're singing songs. We're having pizza. We're going to play Pin the Tail on the Donkey pretty soon. Are you a Pin the Tail on the Donkey fan?
Me?
No, this Astromatics.
Oh.
Although you could answer as well if you'd like.
Yeah, I'm for it. As long as you get kind of led to the general area.
Well, I'm opposed to it. I'll tell you why.
Why?
I don't want to be spun around.
That's true. It does involve that.
That's just gonna make me feel car sick.
Not good.
You like Pin the Tail on the Donkey.
Does it put holes in the wall? I wouldn't want that.
I mean, I guess you could do it outside on a tree or something.
Oh, true. During a nice day. I guess in the snow you can do it too. That's good.
Hey, Eric and Rachel, my kids don't get dizzy. Everybody gets dizzy. It bothers some people more than others. I really hate being jostled, spun around in circles, just feeling like my equilibrium's off. So it's not going to be my favorite activity. If I were going to play a birthday party game, I'd want to play Knock the Flan Out of the Piñata. Because I don't know if there's anybody else who agrees with me here, but in my opinion, there is no flan as good as piñata flan. Here we go. I've got autism, yeah. Autism, yeah. And also ADHD. And executive function disorder, 'cause neuroatypical me.
Oh, thanks, Winston's mom.
Ooh.
Yeah, Akeisha wanted some too. I remember her saying even before me.
But Sean, BPD is a real thing. I'm like, autism is a real thing too, but autism spectrum is just nonsense. If your kids have been diagnosed autism spectrum, it just means they've got 4th, 8th, 7th FE, somewhere like that. Burrito! It's a little too hot, so I'm going to just let it cool down a bit first.
Yeah, I get real impatient with those.
We're gonna go over to the other house here in a second. I'm just gonna pull these bong wraps while I'm waiting for my burritos to cool down. Then I'll eat my burritos.
Oh.
Then no, it means that people have completely destroyed the meaning of the word autism. Asperger's syndrome is not a thing. There is no such thing as spectrum, right? Yes, you can have worse or not so bad autism, but regardless, people who don't have mental retardation do not have autism. It's basically doctors, people in society, etc., saying autistic people are socially awkward. You're socially awkward, therefore you're autistic. It's like saying elephants are gray, this car is gray, therefore this car is an elephant. Did I sponsor as Mr. Clean? No, because number one, I'm not that enthusiastic about household cleaning products. Number two, they said I just didn't really have the look they were going for. This scraggly beard is not very clean, you know. Third of all, I just didn't feel like working, you know. So even if they had given me the part, I probably just wouldn't have shown up. And those are all the reasons why I did not work as a spokesman for Mr. Clean.
Mm.
Do you have any follow-up questions? Nay, nay, ha ha. Good question, Sean. No is the answer. Yeah, it's absolutely true that you can have two kids who have wildly different relationships with FE because, like, it doesn't seem like there's any linkage between cognitive function stack and family. Like, both my parents were sensors. My dad was ESTJ and my mom was ISFJ. I'm ENTP. So you could say I got all the same functions as my mom, just in a different order. But I mean, I've seen plenty of other people where, you know, I remember one time I typed this couple one at a time, and then they wanted me to type their kid or their kids, high school kid. I don't remember the specs of it, but like both the parents were SI types, and one of these kids was an ENFJ. And that was the occasion I thought, well, it can't be, you can't have some purely hereditary explanation because there's no NI conscious in either of those parents. And this kid is clearly SI polar NI tool.
Am I artistic?
Are you artistic?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
I think you're mostly artistic in your observations and knowledge, right?
Mm.
It's like we don't normally think of artistic as a consuming thing, but Rachel has great taste in stuff, and as she moves through the world, she's using her intuition all the time. Like that example of me telling her Deion Sanders' quote. So the thing is, because you're interested primarily in meaning-based things, you're going to spend less time, for example, um, watching those romance shows than you are watching all these terror videos, other things like that. But even when you do watch those romance shows, Love is Blind, I think, is interesting to you because it causes you to have observations, knowledge about the nature of human connection, love, etc. And you can read these people in various ways and understand what's going on underneath the surface in ways that probably engage you with the content more than I would engage with it because I'm I'm not really observing people like you are probably. So in that regard, you could say that you're artistic in your consumption.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. But sure, you like to draw and stuff too.
Yeah.
And you like to do this. This is a form of making as well. I think, and I think that when I involve you in music stuff, you like that ultimately. It's just you might not feel like it in the moment, you know? Yes, you have to be brave. I will try to be brave. What am I having to be brave about? Is it ghosts?
I ain't afraid no ghosts.
Hi, cool boy. You kind of look like the male version of Goals. What is up? I'm the same about Love is Blind. I love to watch the behavior and especially try and notice what forms of attention people are paying and Sudoku my way to their correct type. It's a good way to describe.
That really is. It's good on
Like
eye.
TIing your way to type. Sudokuing is perfect.
Well, yeah.
Some people are so obvious.
Yeah, some are.
I mean, it is the case that when I'm watching stuff, if a given person or character really like screams a given type, I might note it.
I find that like being sarcastic is like passive aggressive, and I try not to be passive aggressive. So I don't usually use it.
My day was fine. It was fine.
That's so cute.
Such a cutie. I am. People call me a cherub sometimes.
Yeah, that's true. I do.
And people call me an apple-cheeked little darling.
Mm.
And people call me a little button bug.
Aw.
Yeah. You're cherry. I don't think you have a cherry, Donnie, Big Mac, Drizzle. I don't think you have the fruit, a cherry. I don't think you have a cherry in any sense. Thanks, cool boy. I appreciate your subscription. Maybe one day in another 100 years, this channel, accordingly, me and Rachel, will finally become successful. And then everyone will say, oh my God, I can't believe that guy actually succeeded. It took him forever. I consider this a podcast goal. I don't know what you call it. I don't know what else you'd call this but a podcast, right? What makes this not a podcast?
You're like basically the original podcast.
I mean, I did do way back in the day, Vox Monitor, the podcast review podcast. Would I remember you? Maybe. I probably remember you at this point because Rachel knows what your actual name is. And now I do as well. It's Shelly, in case you didn't know, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I assumed you were talking to her. It wasn't 100%, but I'm pretty sure you're talking about her.
Thanks, Rubenar. I agree with you.
I call it a cooked cast. In other words, you speak into a fire? Or are you blowing on the fire? I'm not sure. Thanks, Evan Robe. I am.
He is.
In fact, the Nobel Committee gave me the Nobel Prize for handsome this year.
Oh, congratulations.
Thanks. I mean, it's getting a little boring. They've
Oh,
given
yeah?
it to me every year for the last like 15 years, but
I mean, it's understandable.
yeah. If they gave out awards that were meritocratic in the world, I would not get an award for being handsome, but I would get an award for being correct. If the award was entirely meritocratic, I would get an award for being correct.
I agree. Here, here.
And it's a big, wide world, and I really have yet to encounter anybody who gets it all right. Which, you don't have to get it, you don't have to get everything right. You just have to know exactly where you don't know enough to get it and where you do. So I don't know about everything. Okay, tell me, this is life hard. Is this life hard? I don't Is this life hard? Yes and no. I think the best way to describe life is wonderful, horrible, wonderful, horrible.
Mm.
Host Eric, I don't think you were a pretty boy, but you've grown into a handsomely rugged, good looking fellow of a dude, man. I do live in Mariposa. That's true. Yes. Mariposa. You're welcome, Double A. You are welcome. Rachel and I are a happily married, monogamous, heterosexual couple, but we each make a point of going out and having gay sex to prove that we're not homophobic. But don't stop by, Evan, just to be clear. Eric and Rachel, when the ice from up north truly melts away, will there be things we will see beyond our understanding? I don't know, Link 1111. I don't think they'll be beyond our understanding. In other words, whatever we see, if we can have access to examining it in full, then we will figure out, we will understand it to some extent and over time increasingly more. Thanks, cool boy. According to your name, you are also cool. And so far you seem that way to me too, but you could shock me and all of a sudden be like that spewing obscenities at me. Who knows?
I feel like there would be like iced, like these iced crustaceans
You mean
in
frozen
the north.
frozen crabs?
Yeah, like not maybe like crab like, but it's so far up north it would have to like look and like be a certain way to exist. And you got frozen in the ice, but it's like a fossil of ice with ice.
David Freeman
Like,
says,
ice, baby.
David Freeman says, huh? To which I reply, what? And Ollie Clem says, good morning from Amsterdam. Nice beard. Thank you, Ollie Clem. And may I welcome Amsterdam enthusiastically here to Mariposa, California, United States of America. In response to goals saying that cats and dogs are talking, evolution is still happening. Evolution never did happen and is not happening. All the evolutionary pressures are back toward the genomic mean, not away from it. When do you guys go live?
We're live right now. We go live usually when Eric has his Adderall. More than we do when he doesn't, because like there's an off time, But we live stream a lot.
It's like we'll go pretty much every day for about 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Sometimes a lot of hours each day, and then we'll like go not at all for a couple of days, and then it'll be build back up until the new bottle of Adderall, and then we'll go again, repeat. Cats and dogs are shy. That's the only reason they don't talk. I like that explanation.
Hmm. I do too.
Then you just need to get your dogs to open up. You need to make them feel like they are safe. You're so sweet to be here, Gold. The channel precedes Rachel. You know, it's like I've been doing this for a long time because it's driven by my need to actualize externally. My need to deal with shit by speaking it out loud to people. It's kind of implicit in who I am. And so accordingly, like all the various things in my life get talked about on here. You know? If it's bothering me, my way of dealing with that is to live stream and talk about it. I love having a partner who's a partner in the channel, you know. Rachel doesn't necessarily want to be in front of the camera all the time, but she's 100% in on this shared operation. When I'm live streaming, if she's awake, there's a better than average chance that she's listening to the stream and in the chat talking. And not because she feels obligated to do so. See you later, cool boy. You had a panic attack when Rachel was singing? And I remember she said, did she cause the panic attack? What was the answer? Donnie Big Mac Drizzle says, I am such a cutie. Are you? Okay, I'll take your word for it.
It's good self-concept.
If you feel like a cool boy, I don't do those kind of call to action things. I don't tell people what to do. I recognize the fact that when I watch other YouTube channels, I often am in fact motivated by their call to action to do the thing that they ask me to do if they ask it in the right way. And I actually like the thing a lot, yeah. But it's usually not being prompted to subscribe that will cause me to subscribe. It's usually, or at least in the most recent instance of it, was I got sick of seeing the autoplay video for non-subscribers on this channel that I kept going back to. So I I subscribed to make it go away. Oh, show media. I don't think KE is thinking, ooh, that's so flirty in response to that or something. I think she's probably feeling condescended towards.
I agree.
You know what I like? I like this neato little measuring tape. So compact.
That is so compact. That's so rad.
Yeah, if I were to go play poker again, this would be a good card protector. In regular poker, when you look at your hand and you're not folded it yet, it's good to put a card protector on top of your cards.
Ooh, that's perfect.
And if you're right next to the dealer, they'll be annoyed with you if you don't, because they don't want to accidentally take your cards when you have them folded, you know? Oh my girl. Oh my girl.
What do people use as card protectors?
Well, if you don't have a card protector specifically devoted towards that, people will just use chips.
Okay.
But a lot of people have some kind of circle, some kind of heavy circle or something like this that they'll use as a card protector, because this is about the size of a poker chip, you know, and it's heavy and it feels like you set it down on something. I was thinking if I were gonna get a card protector, I would want to get one of those like ounce of silver things that I used to get at the Coin Depot in Laverne. So it's just an ounce of silver, but it's got some kind of like thing stamped on it, like 1776 to 1976, bicentennial, something like that. Some of them are cool though. Like some of them will have like picture of a sexy lady on it, just carved into it. I I guess there was this, maybe it still exists, trends of certain kinds of businesses and other enterprises getting ounces of silver with their branding on them. Maybe they gave it away as company gifts, or I don't know. But that store had a bunch of these things.
What store was that?
Coin Depot in Laverne, and it's about like this big, and it's rectangular like this. You know,
Oh.
I think it's flat at the bottom and at the top, and or slightly around the corner. It's a big rectangle. Usually has a ridge around it, and then it goes in, and then on top of that end part is carved in relief thing.
That's cool.
I used to have them. I don't know that.
Why is corned beef called corned beef when there's no corn?
I think it's peppercorns. The corns refers to peppercorns.
Yeah, it does. There are peppercorn in those bags of corned beef.
Yeah. No, I don't think so. I don't think the INFJs are more likely to stay single. I think they're probably like ISTJs can have a difficult go of it. But I don't know. I'm not sure that's type specific. I think it has to do with a lot of different things. Your relationship with relationships. Whether you are single and want to be, are single and don't want to be, aren't single and want to be, or aren't single and don't want to be. Those are complicated questions that do involve, to some extent, cognitive functions, but also involve things like what kind of relationships you had modeled around you as a kid, maybe Enneagram type, might have something to do with that. And it's certainly going to have something to do with what kind of experiences you expect in a relationship. So if you expect bad experiences in a relationship, then you're going to be more gun shy of that. And that probably means if you expect that you haven't had good experiences. But I don't know. I had a bunch of bad relationships, and it never like soured me on love. I just thought, these people suck. It's just what I thought. Like these people that I've dated, they suck.
That's what I think too.
Well, that's fine, Donnie, Big Mac, Drizzle. I am also push shy. I've always been push shy. I mean, that's the struggle that intuitives have, right? They're in a world where they see these like sensor guys with a lot of trigger pulling ability, slinging the puss, while not actually caring about the people, whereas the intuitives who might actually genuinely care about someone and not just want a meaningless sexual relationship. The males tend to feel like incels, you know? But even though I felt like that, I didn't act like an incel ever. I wasn't like, I hate women. I was like, well, I better not make any woman feel uncomfortable by like coming on to them or anything, because I want to have women around. And if I creep them out, then they're not going to want to be around.
Facts.
Of course, in that moment, I assumed that there was no possible way that any woman would ever want to get with me. So I just had to operate an assumption that The best I could do is avoid sausage parties. I mean, I do think that it worked in my favor. I didn't creep chicks out, and chicks liked talking to me, and I enjoyed hanging out and stuff like that. But it's also the case that even when like the chick was giving me all the signs like, "Hey, I'm down, I'm interested," I I gave no serious consideration at all to the possible fact that that was what was happening. I would just be like, yeah, I wouldn't. I'd just be like, "Oh, she's really nice. I like her. She's cool. She's chatting with me." Or if they made it like obvious enough to drive my attention, I'd be like, "Oh, that's weird. I wonder if she like feels sorry for me or something." Yeah, I had no self esteem when it came to my identity as a sexually viable person. Goals? That is a question. I have a question, Eric. I have an answer, goals. I'm very respectful everywhere I go. For example, when you visit the Queen, you always curtsy.
That's good advice. Do you have to curtsy to the king? Yeah, right?
And I think you got to do a backflip for the king.
Oh my god.
Yeah, or the best you can. If you fall flat on your face, they just laugh at you.
Ow.
I'm very respectful everywhere I go. For example, then they always flirt with me. Who's they? Those filthy men with their lascivious looks and undressing you with their eyes. Even if you're with or you don't have a husband. Do you have a husband? Or are you husband free? Do you have a ring on? Rachel has a ring.
You could wear a ring and then people would be less likely to. I don't know. I would think that a ring would be like a sign that like you're not interested.
You could wear a shirt that says, "Only my husband can fuck me."
That would be loud and clear. Why do you get help from everyone?
Who gives shit to people in a traditional marriage, really? Like, what do they say? "Oh my God, I can't believe you're a housewife." That's so like bad because you shouldn't be supporting the patriarchy. My wife started wearing a ring everywhere to stop the excessive male attention.
We have nothing like that.
Well, I'm always with you every time we go places. You never go
That's
anywhere
true.
alone, you know? If you did, I'm sure there'd be a whole crowd of men around you, all saying like, "Hey girl, sup, sup, you know you my world, girl.
You're like, I'm sorry, I'm married.
You want to check out my dance moves?"
Top that.
Because your sisters are all independent. You're independent too, Goals. What makes you less independent?
Yeah.
Because you're in a relationship in which your role is like that doesn't mean you're not independent. It just means you're married.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome. As a man, I hate infatuation. Well, I'd never really been super infatuated with somebody before Rachel. When I started chatting with Rachel, I got into a state of limerence.
Same.
Which means I like couldn't stop thinking about her and stuff.
Yeah.
And eventually we met and we've been together ever since,
Yeah.
more or less. So we had to live apart for a little while, but yeah, we've been together more or less ever since. And now we're married.
Yeah.
So I've locked her down into a lifetime contract called marriage.
Mm-hmm.
Marriage begins with WAV, true WAV. Social media for the male, the pursuit offers dopamine anticipation. For the female, the brain chemical they I can't see that word. Desire is oxytocin, the love hormone. You know, my favorite video is on your anniversary brunch. You remember an anniversary brunch? I remember an anniversary brunch.
I mean, I remember anniversary dinner.
We did have a very fancy. No, that was your birthday.
But we went to the Jatansky Gold 16.
Oh yeah, that place. We went to that
for
for
our
anniversary.
anniversary.
Yeah, that was nice.
Yeah, that was
It was
nice.
overly expensive, but it was nice.
Yeah. You know,
Unlike the other place, which was more expensive, didn't feel
Oh my God, it
overly
was so
expensive, though,
good.
right? It felt like it was an appropriate price for that place. But
Yeah,
whereas
yeah.
the steakhouse, it's like, okay, you know, I know steakhouses are going to be expensive, but you're really trying to squeeze every last dime out of your fancy steakhouse customers in this place. So it was fine because we won the money for dinner on roulette.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Like when I focus on women, I seem to notice their difference in action, like from good to bad at shifting. Like I think every single woman will do the same. Every single woman is an individual person, just like every single man. For me, infatuation or interest builds over time. That's why anyone who comes on to me right away is sure not to gain my interest. So that's the best strategy in dealing with you is like I'm handsome, young, K worthy dating prospect, right? And K, you are the camera where you are. Oh, hey K. That's all you want. Now you're interested, right? Maybe a quick observation. I thought that work you did on Matt was pretty rad. And just walks away. And Kay's like, oh, my heart's a flutter. My heart's all a flutter. Maybe you want him to go like this. You know what, kid? You're all right. And walk away. What do you think about that one? Kirsten tells you, Eric and Rachel, can you tell us the moment when you and Eric knew you found your soulmate? Inspired new love is the reason for this question. The moment, I mean, the thing is, the beginning of our relationship was rocky. Not for really good reason, but there were plenty of occasions when, at the beginning, when, you know, I would dramatically bring down Rachel's luggage from the garage so she could pack her stuff and I could take her off to transportation hub someplace. But we never actually followed through with it. And I think at some point, I don't remember exactly whether it was after you came back or I think it was still before you went crazy, like before December or something. We had kind of come to an agreement about at some point we seemed to be on the same page about the importance of not wavering on commitment in terms of the boat. We came to terms about the boat at some point. So we both came into the relationship with having been with damaged, toxic people before. We each had one previous partner who was BPD. And we both came from previous relationships that were inadequate in a variety of ways, but weren't technically toxic too, you know? So accordingly, you know, we came in with a proactively defensive mindset. In other words, we came in with lists of red flags a mile long that would disqualify somebody.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there were plenty of instances when the behavior of our current partner was mistaken for the behavior of our previous partner. Like Rachel would say something that Kimberly had said, and but she didn't. It didn't mean the same thing when Rachel said it as it did when Kimberly said it, because things Kimberly said were said from a frame of reference of being toxic to me.
Mm-hmm.
So just because Rachel used the same turn of phrase doesn't mean if the same thing was going on, right? And
Same.
and I would be triggered by it because I think, there's that red flag again. She doesn't want to listen to me and respond to what I'm saying. But actually, Rachel's very good at that about that. But I was so ready to, so scared of encountering that again, where I have somebody who refuses to listen to me and or doesn't respond on point and or
Yeah. And I was all like bent out of shape because I had been lied to.
yeah.
And coming from a BPD relationship.
Yeah.
So I was very like well, I like wasn't healthy.
Yeah, well, I mean, I, intentionally or otherwise, I misrepresented something, so it was understandable for you to. But it wasn't just that, right? It's like you'd periodically say things that suggested um, that you wanted to maybe be preventative about something that it wasn't ever going to happen.
I
But
know, but that's like I feel like that's my SP when it comes out.
I just think it's both of our reactions to trauma.
Yeah,
It was kind of overactive defense mechanisms that were overactive because we had both endured trauma.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, you didn't just have trauma from your previous relationships; you had trauma from your life situation and last 10 years and all that.
Yeah. Big time.
You weren't accustomed to a world in which you could ever be anything but ultra careful and untrusting of everybody around you.
Yeah.
If I could do things over again, I would. After we finally met in person, I would wait a while before we had sex because I would want everything to be sweet and perfect rather than rushed, But I don't regret that the way things went down that much because obviously, I didn't. I didn't. I mean, I've been as sweet and perfect as I could have been, but we were both down. We were both DTF. Is it PTSD? I think that for Rachel and I coming into this relationship, Rachel probably had some PTSD because she had to put up with a lot more crazy shit than I did from her family situation. I'm sure in some sense she had to deal with less crazy shit with the BPD person because they were done in fairly short order. Whereas I ridiculously was in that relationship for 2.5 years, getting just continually abused. Because for me, if you are actively, willfully impeding my ability to communicate as a way of reaching agreement / resolving difficulties, that you are abusing me. Well, I want you to know, show media, that I'm infatuated with your infatuation with Kay. I'm infatuated about infatuation. And I think we are about to go on an exciting outing. Are you ready to go? Are you ready for fun? Are you ready to see what you ever want? Do you know who's there? Do you know why? It's because we're going to the other house. Where are my keys? That is the question. Here are some keys. That is the answer. Here we go. I've got my keys. I've got the little wilderness car gassed up. I wonder if I want to actually take that TV with me right now. That seems like a lot of hassle. I think I'm just going to go over there, do a little bit just to get prepped, and then come back.
Okay.
All right? So,
I'll be upstairs after everything's done, if you can.
okay. I want you to know that I love you with all of my heart,
Oh,
including the most emotional areas of it.
oh.
I love you.
I love you too.
Eric and Rachel, what's your dream vacation if you could leave tomorrow? We could leave tomorrow on our dream vacation. I don't want to either. I don't like traveling. Yeah, we don't like traveling.
I don't like to be jostled either.
Wherever we would go and stay is not going to be as comfortable as our house, which is got excellent feng shui slash egotronic. What is that called? When you make ergonomics, and it's just really well designed and all that kind of stuff, you know. So I don't like traveling because hotel rooms suck compared to my house, and because you end up getting jostled a lot in the process of getting wherever it is you're going. And because once you get there, it's like, okay, now I'm in a different place. So what? What am I going to do here? Look at things, point at things, get jostled more, taking some kind of tour bus or something. Generally feel sick because you probably got some virus on the plane, and then you eat some weird food that you don't like. No. I don't like to travel. Traveling's for people who throw javelins. Have you ever heard that expression before? I need to get the twanger. That's what I'm doing. I'm looking for the twanger. I mean, I don't really need the twanger. I could just use this. That's fine. I just use that. KE, I never rejected because I cared about their feelings. No, that's some deep-seated self-hate. Who's hating themselves? Plus, you don't know the policy on all your recur. I said, you need therapy to deal with that. Rejections are hard. That's ridiculous. The thing is, it's really hard to get actually rejected in a short-term capacity, right? Like, so if you're moving through the world and there's some chick out in the world and you're trying to make a connection with them in a brief encounter, that's asking too much, you know? Wait. It's asking too much of anybody because, and if you can do that, then you're just going to be a puss slayer, and it's not going to be You're not really making a real connection with people. You're just saying, let's carnally pleasure one another like a filthy animal. Stop being such a filthy animal. Your debauchery sickens me. It's kind of chilly, but I'll turn the heater on when I get over there. So we're just going to carry these things up and maybe put down these drop cloths. And then call it a night. Now listen everybody, I want to remind you, because otherwise you might get very frightened. There will be a brief interruption in our live stream. And there's a bit of road here where I'll be between this internet and that internet. It'll be about a minute and a half or so. We're not very far away. But when I am disconnected apparently for a minute, don't panic. Don't call 911. Don't run around your house screaming. Relax. I'll be right back, okay? And remember, just because I'm not with you doesn't mean the world has become more scary. And away we go. Well, we're back. Now I'm gonna leave this little bug. Okay, I think I'll leave it running while I carry this stuff up. So I have the lights on the stairs. But then I'll have to come back and turn it off before the last step, which is going to involve bringing the keys up to the house to unlock the door. I got 2 gallons of paint with me right now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to set you down here on these steps to watch. Ow. Paint cans hurt so much to carry because these little wire handles are so hard on your hands. Okay. Oh. Okay, now we got our flashlight. I did leave this porch light on, which is nice, but it doesn't reach to the bottom of the stairs. That's one thing we really are going to have to do here is light that as well. All right. I have to pee. I had no idea it was so late. Okay, come on. I'm gonna turn on the heater, go pee, and then I'll bring the stuff in. Currently, the thermometer on here is at the very bottom, so it's less than 50 degrees in here. Heat. Turn the thermostat up. There we go. Now the heater's on. Now let's go to the baño. El baño de urino. In other words, the urine bathroom. Why is the water so low? There's like no water in the bottom of the toilet. That's weird. But the flush is fine. That's strange. Is that how it always been? I wonder. Seems to work fine, but normally there's some water in the bottom of the toilet, you know? Not this one. Until you flush, there's no water in the toilet. Or at least there wasn't when I sat down. Before I flushed it. Yo, scoundrel guy. We hired someone to paint this fucking room, and he, instead of pulling off this dumbass wallpaper sticker shit up there, he painted over it. Well, so it goes. What a dumbass thing to do. He didn't even like try to pull off as much of it as he could. In some spaces I had pulled some of it off. And I figured, well, I'm getting somebody to paint it and I might as well let him do that. That's why you want something done right, you gotta do it yourself. Except for coming. That rule does not apply to that. Ejaculation is not subject to that rule. If I want something done right in that capacity, I need Rachel to do it. Oh, this bathroom's fine, I guess. I just need the floors are fine. The bathtub looks a little bit dated. Maybe I could paint that. I don't know. Not the inside of it, but like the outside part, I could just paint it white. That'd be fine. Or make it look a little fresher, probably. Well, there was water in the toilet this time after I flushed. It stayed there and it needed to. It must gradually go down. I don't know. I don't know what to make out of that, about that. Maybe Sasquatch is coming in and stealing the water in the bottom of our toilet. That's possible. It's likely even. Okay. So the carpet in here looks fine. These are the big stains on the carpet we have over here. I'm not quite sure what to do about it. I could try to clean them up more. They probably don't clean up because they were there when the house was for sale and the people had obviously done as best they could to make it look clean and stuff, so. But worth a shot. Okay, what am I doing? Right, bring me in the paint stuff. Let me pause for a second to read the chat. Oh, noble chat. Oh, wonderful viewer. Your words are important to me. As important to me as the book Don Quixote. You have to get in a plane in 22 hours, huh? See what's going on here. No, there's not a dump there. Okay. It just probably very slowly drains away. Slushy. Hashtag facts. Come on, man. Sleeps with a hoodie, no drawers, no socks. Hashtag facts. Is it indeed true that your observation, if you could choose any hashtag, that hashtag facts is the best hashtag for that? I'm going to say maybe hashtag like manly or hashtag snap. Hashtag oh no you didn't. I bring you a plate of painting supplies. Let me put this on the table for now because nothing's been opened yet. There's no wet paint on anything. And here are these. And lastly, we have the star of the show, 2 gallons of angel feather. This house is going to go from nondescript grayish blue to angel feather. When you're in here, you're going to feel like you're flying on the back of an angel, all awash in the feathers of its wings. This is a drop cloth. I kind of want to start in the living room, even though that might not make the most sense. I think I'm going to put down drop cloths in here first. So, if I am going to start in the living room, I'm going to need to move this couch out to the middle, I guess. Along with this table. I'm going to move this table as well. I'm going to put more things up on this table over here. I hate myself all of the time. I hate myself because I am lime. I hate myself all of the time. And the message is I hate myself. Why you hate yourself, yeah? Well, old timer. I'm not sure I really do. It's just I have a really bad habit of saying that all the time. Well, gosh, yeah. Sounds like you need to give yourself a hug. You know what? Shut up, old timer. That's not helpful advice. Just let it go. Nobody wants to hear your dumbass opinion. All right, we're moving this couch to the middle. And then let me just move this out of the way for the moment. Pull this over here. Now let's look and see what we got in terms of this drop cloth. How big is it? How long is it? Yeah, you know. Let's find out. Like if it takes up the whole room, well then I might have to put it under the couch, I guess. So I might cut it into pieces. You see what I'm saying? I think you do. Okay, well, we're making some progress here. We're going to tuck that down there in the corner. We're going to have to go along here and tape this tarp to the baseboard because I don't want to be dealing with a tarp that's moving around all day. So, alright, let's move this couch a bit. It doesn't appear to go all the way across the room. So that's fine. We'll just meow the meow and meow the meow. As always, the old saying, no matter what happens, keep on meowing. Okay. Now we'll stretch this bit out a bit more, like meow. Stretch this bit out a bit more, like meow. Then we're gonna go along here. Line this up to the wall. So this needs to be pulled that way a little bit. All right. Okay. Now, just pull it this way a little bit. All right. That's pretty good for that side. So now we'll go over here to this side. We'll tape it against the baseboard. In order to have some better light over here, we're going to bring horrible lamp and lampshade over here for the moment. Let's see. Don't look at my butt crack. That's perverted. Put that off of that and stretch this out again. And come over here. Right, like this, okay? And then we're gonna put this right there. Okay. Now, we should be able to tape this. If I can find the start of the tape. That's always a challenge. How can you be a roll of tape with no beginning and no end? Like one of those snakes that eats its own tail. Or like my imagined healthcare loop of infinite butt fuckery. Did I just bring one roll of tape? Because I did, because it's like, why do you need 2 rolls of tape? Because this one, of course, doesn't have a spot to begin it. For God knows what reason. Is it here? Ah, I did find it. There we go. Perfect. Don't worry, everyone can stop panicking. The day is saved. All right, I need to bring a trash can over here tomorrow. I need to remember that. All right, wish me luck. We're going to try to tape it against the wall here without causing a nuclear meltdown. Alright, let's try to get this part now. Cow. We get a very sloppy job of taping it, but that's fine because just need it to cover the carpet, you know. Back here it doesn't work, but now it does. Stop it, such a party on. You tell him, Tim. Okay. This side is done enough. I'm gonna do a little bit more here. Make sure we're not going anywhere. Do a little bit here in the corner. I won't do it there yet until after. Well, I could go out the other door, but that's not a good way to go. So, and we're going to tape it against this wall over here, like now. And I realize now, the best way to tape this to the wall is just with little strips, probably vertical most of the time. Vertical strips from the tarp to the baseboard. Shoot me in the head, then I will be dead. Because I am full of thoughts of how I'm fool. What a dumbass Eric is, going back again and says, what was I thinking then? Oh no, oh no. This is upside down. What? Why are these plugs upside down? Like, you're supposed to be like that one. That's crazy. You crazy upside down plug. Where do you get off? Where do you get off? Boy, you sure are full of yourself. Filthy outlet. Can't believe how late it is. Well, whatever. Hate yourself later, Eric. You don't have time for self-hatred. You're painting. Okay. Okay, we're almost done with this part. I'll have to put down more tarps, but I don't. You know what? I might put down another one here while I'm here. But I might need to cut it to my size for over there. All right. So this one's done. I can tape it down here too to help it, stay in place. Tape it onto this fireplace. These fireplace tiles. All right, there. Now that one is all done. I don't know if you can see it very well, but the floor here all the way to over there. See where the blue tapes are? Yeah, you can see. So we now need a strip for right there. All right. We need a strip of tarp for right there. I would say that strip looks like not quite as wide as this table, so we want to cut a strip off of it long ways. All right, so what we want to do is cut it like this direction. Because we cut it this direction here, that represents that end over there. And it'll be the same height as that piece. Will we need more drop cloth? The answer is yes. There's little disputing that. All right. Let's pull up the old pantaroos. Let's get some kind of knife or scissors then. Where are the knives? I know we have knives in this place. Where did they go? What the hell? Where are the knives? I have no idea where the knives are. Well, here's a knife. I found one. Okay. Good enough. Doesn't have to be perfect. So, let's go over here and we're going to get out my trusty measuring tape and we're going to measure the distance here between the wall and the tarp. That's about 21 inches, about 2 feet, call it, you know. We want a little overlap. So now we are going to measure off 2 feet here. Measure off 2 feet top here. Okay, that's about right here. A little tear there to represent the starting point. And now, from this end, I also measure 2 feet. 2 feet into this. So that's 2 feet. Okay. Rip that one. Now, when I lift these up, this should be, it should be lined up to each other. Okay, close enough. We'll make this one go tandem to this one. Okay, do it a little bit more straight so it doesn't last. All right, now, what we need to do is something like this. We're going to put this over this table as per now. Alright, so we've got these ones lined up like that. And then we're going to bring this across here like this. And you need to be nice and sitting down flat. Okay, pull this over here like that. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to turn it so that these marks line up on a line. There's our one. So now what we're going to do come right through here like that, and then this should be the perfect strip size for that thing now. If I pull this off, it's excellent TE on Eric's part. Oh yeah, baby. O to the Y, to the E, to the A, to the H. Oh yeah. Come on, you scoundrel. Go here. And stay there. Fine. You like that, that's fine. And now, let me pull you. Dumbass Eric. What ifs for gives, just relax. Alright, here we go. Now, that's about right. So we're gonna go over there now, and we're gonna tape our little hearts out. All right, we're gonna find the tape first. Where could it be? Nobody knows, not even me. Well, where did I put the tape? Here it is. Good news, everybody, I found it. Let's go look over here at what we're dealing with. But additionally, I want to do both. I want to bring this other lamp from over here over to here so you can see better over here. Now look at that shit. Look at this. Why are these upside down? Like the bottom thing is the top, you know? And it's supposed to be like this one. Anyway, whatever. Not that big of a deal. Just kind of weird. And now I've lost the beginning of the tape again. Come on, tape. What? How are you hiding so successfully your beginning? Is this it? Okay, good. There. Now, we get this. It's like, yeah. We're gonna get a couple of initial pieces of tape here just to begin to pin things down right along here on the side. Then we'll get this end over here. Okay. Yeah. 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 Get this bit in the corner here. As per me, huh? And we got this part like so. There we go. We got that. There. We're going to take this piece to this other side here, but what we need to do now, more pressingly, is get this one against this side. So we'll start with this here, as per, yeah. One little tape in between here. Come on. There. Now we'll go a long ways. That one. And that one. Get off of there. You went up too far. Come here. You get away. Come here. You dirty rat. There. All right. Now then, let's scootle down here. Let me turn you guys. You can see what I'm doing. Pretty exciting. We're gonna run this tape right along here, like now. Right? I'm gonna do a meow as well. Pull that, pull this, pull that, pull this, pull this. We'll get this part now, right here. Pyow! That one wasn't that great, so we'll add a pit. We'll do a little piece right here. Right, like, yeah. Right, like, yeah. And then just like yeah. Like meow. Like me. Okay. Now, this ends here. Let's go, hurry up, Earth. You're taking such a long time to go. It takes time, Tiffany. Give me a break. Let's do one of these doodads as well. All right. Good job, Eric. Way to tarp that shit. Let's have a high five and a cigarette, shall we? I think we both deserve it. You, me, everyone. Uh-oh. No. I'm not trying to... No. God damn it. Who did I just do? Oh, God damn it. Rachel. If I accidentally did something else at the same time I was trying to do that, let me know, okay? I accidentally made unmoderated Rachel, but I was trying to scroll down and I kept pushing some other thing. I don't have my glasses on right now. All right, so pretty impressive stuff, Eric. You just tarped up a lot of that. You have more to tarp up, though, before you can claim to be done tarping the living room. Now, we have to do the tarping, of course, because we haven't made a decision yet on the carpets. This is classic intuitive shit, right? I don't know whether I'm gonna replace the carpets or not, because I might be able to clean those stains out, and even if I can't, we might go with area rugs because it's gonna be a lot of a cheaper solution, you know? So since I don't know what we're gonna do with the carpets, I am tarping in case we keep them, right? Good TE decides what you're gonna do with the carpets before you paint. I just can't operate like that though. Did I not bring any cigarettes? If I didn't bring any cigarettes, then our trip has come to an end. Which I think it has, yeah. Doesn't feel like I've run any cigarettes. Well, I got a good amount of stuff done. But you know, I'm not gonna hang around here in absence of cigarettes. So, we'll be heading back home now. Before we do, and turn off all the lights, the heater, etc. Alright, we'll turn this to off. I'll turn that all the way down. We'll close these. We'll turn off that light. We'll turn off this light. We'll celebrate the moments of our life. Hopefully, one of these days. Turn up that light. We are going to turn off this kitchen light. We'll turn off this light. I've got my measuring tape. Let me look at what kind of screws these things. Yeah, it's a flathead. Okay, let me see if the screwdriver I brought fits those. Find out if I'll need to get a different screwdriver. Let's try it out. Yeah, this seems to work fine. I'll still tape the plug holes over. Put that right there for now. Oh, come on. Just get out of there. I don't need your shenanigans, your pushback, your wiggly waws. Just get out of there. You dirty rat. I said just get out of that hole. Come on. All the way. Let's go. For fuck's sake. You're not listening at all. I told you to get out of there. Good. So that was very difficult. Unfortunately. But we know this screwdriver works fine. It's perfect size for that. Good job, Eric. Now, I'll turn this off. Oh, this has brighter settings. Look, it actually gets brighter. Well, that's good to know. Because I would prefer to have it brighter when I'm painting. There'll be natural light in here tomorrow too, of course. All right. So, first thing I'll do tomorrow, I'm going to have to move the couch probably into the kitchen, maybe move the kitchen table chairs out onto the deck and put down tarp for the rest of the living room. And I'll start in here, get this painted first, you know. Well, I feel pretty good about myself here. I've gotten a decent I'm not done. I might not even be done. I might go home, get cigarettes, get a bug up my ass to come back here too. Do some more. Well, strike while the iron's hot, you know. All right, we'll just lock this with the keys. Not those keys, Eric. You don't even need those keys. Why do you even have those keys with you? There. Okay. The deadbolt's locked. That's fine. I'm just coming back tomorrow anyway. Got my little tape measure. Here's my flashlight. Now let's go. Let's go down. Oh, this is almost out of batteries. We need more AA batteries. Rachel, if you have a list, can you add AA batteries? AA batteries are sometimes called God's battery because they're favored in so many different kinds of things. Yeah, I find it very inconvenient that they have all these different sizes of batteries. Can we just have one size of battery, please? Then you don't even need any number of A's. It's just, can I get a battery? Can I get 10 batteries? And it's all you got to say. And it'll always fit because there's only one kind of battery. I think that the Battery Efficiency Council should hire me as a consultant, since obviously they do not know what they are doing. Alright, let's continue on homeward now. Again, you are going to experience that. Oh, that's the parking brakes on. You are going to experience a brief disconnection, but while I won't be with you for a moment or two, remember, you're not all alone, okay? I'll be right back, and you and I are not the only two people in the world. Alright, let's go. And away we go. We're going to drive down the hill, through the woods, and eventually arrive at grandmother's house. So why did you call me?
Just because I was gonna tell you just come home and you did a good job. It looks really good. I was late in the stream.
I accidentally removed you as a moderator at one point.
Yeah, I know.
But then, because I was trying to, you know that sometimes there's a little arrow at the bottom of the phone that like go to the bottom of the messages. I was trying to push that and it kept pushing like, you know, that list of things you can do to people. All right, let's get the TV on so I can see you better.
It's not. You didn't put the table outside, did you?
No, I'm not put
Okay.
anything outside.
Okay.
I'm not going to put anything outside except the chairs tomorrow, so that while I'm painting the living room, I can put the couch in there. Then once I'm done painting the living room, I can put it back in the middle of the living room, you know.
It's supposed to rain tomorrow.
Okay. Well, then I can move the chairs into a bedroom temporarily while I'm waiting for, before I get over there so I can clear up the space.
I can help with that.
Okay, it's fine.
Yeah.
I might end up going back over there this evening after I have cigarettes and beverage and stuff and chill for a bit, if I still feel motivated, because it'd be nice if I could get all the tarping done.
Yeah.
For the living room only.
Yeah.
Before, as ASAP. And if I still have enthusiasm after that, once the living room's tarped off, then I can actually just start putting paint on the wall. So that's kind of cool.
That is cool.
You know, it's not very long from beginning of motivation to having a lot of work done if I apply myself and etc. I can get a lot of stuff done if I concentrate a set number of hours towards something with my full attention. I need some beverage. I do want more coffee, but I need a non-coffee beverage. I need water. Dr. Herbert Water, the inventor of water.
Wow. How long has water been around?
It was 16,000 BC, actually.
16,000 BC, and Dr. Water is the one who invented water?
Yeah. Back in 16,000 BC, Dr. Herbert Water, along with everybody else, was very, very thirsty. And one day, he said, I don't know, I'm desperate at this point. I'm just going to try cramming 2 hydrogen atoms with 1 oxygen atom. Et voila! Your first water droplet.
Wow. Impressive.
And water is still named after him to this day.
Good for him.
He lives down in the annals of humanity's greatest men alongside Washington Fire, who invented fire. Thomas Wheel, he invented the wheel. You know.
Those are modern things.
Yeah. And Michael Air Jordan, who invented air.
Oh. That's where the name of the sneaker comes from.
No, that's where the name of the air comes from.
Oh.
That's why they named air. Because Michael Jordan invented it.
Oh, Michael Jordan invented it?
Air.
The same Michael Jordan from the Chicago Bulls?
Yeah, Michael Air Jordan. That's why it's called Air. They named it after his middle name, Air.
I pulled for trouble.
Hi, Rahul viewer. She was born in the USA. Please don't dox the regulars in the chat. Who's doxing whom about what? How many beers is enough for one night? I'd top out at 3 if I were sensible. How do you define arrogant? I define arrogant as not affording another person not affording another person's ideas an equal and fair evaluation. So, if I say blah, 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 and someone says, you just want to be right, they're not affording what I said an equal and fair evaluation. In other words, they need to afford everybody the same kind of disinterested fair evaluation. When they're saying that what I'm saying can be dismissed because of some irrelevancy, then that's being, bad, wrong, evil. No, I meant to say that's called being arrogant. That's me. That's what I meant. I didn't mean to say it. I should have said it. I forgot what we were talking about for a second. Won't someone please come and shoot me in the face? That sounds like a song from a musical. This is why I take Wellbutrin. When I take it, I didn't take it today, but I was just standing here and had the sudden urge to say, shoot me in the face. Even though I don't actually want anyone to shoot me in the face. Or anyplace else, actually. See what's being said. Yeah, it's a new Disney song. Leave the matter, Acacia. You are a nice person. Even that Ruben R. You think that Ruben R is a nice person? Oh. You don't know that Ruben R. Like I know that Ruben R. He's a stone cold killer. I was angry at that time. We all do get angry sometimes. You know, even Jesus got angry sometimes. Just because he didn't sin doesn't mean he didn't get angry. Like after he died and ascended to heaven, he was furious that friends of friends and or his actual friends took it upon themselves to write a whole Bible. It's like, and they got so much shit wrong. He was furious, but he didn't smite them. Like, when people come around here arguing that the only way to know about God and Jesus is through the Bible, Jesus and God are angry. So is the Holy Spirit. They don't want people misled by that dumbass book. But, people gonna people. It's like these dumbasses down the street, right? They put up their own personal little street lights in front of their house. There are no street lights anywhere in this neighborhood except in front of their house. Nobody wants those streets to be lit up. We like it dark around here. But these dumbasses, they're like, well, you gotta have street lights. I started thinking about the doctor again. It's like, I remember when he told Rachel and me to go to a doctor about her neuropathy. They were completely useless. The nurse practitioner just wanted to run an endless series of tests aiming at nothing in particular, just eliminating things that might possibly explain something. It's an incredibly stupid way to do things. The doctor in the emergency room was apparently quite interested in her case when he had an intuitive notion about what might have caused it. And as soon as he falsified that that his interesting observation, then he was no longer interested in her at all. I took my father to Kaiser Doctor to get him some kind of antidepressant. I told her that he needed a really good night's sleep, most of all, and she needed to give him Klonopin. But the book says don't give elderly people Klonopin because it might make them fall over. She gave him Remeron instead. Now, I'm not blaming her for the outcome, but literally like a few days later, bam. She could have listened to me. I know him and I know Klonopin. I know our reality way better than that bitch ever could. But she didn't want to hear a word about it. As soon as I mentioned it, she said, "Oh, no, 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 no. That's not how I practice medicine." Okay, you cunt. Sammy. You need to worry less about how you practice medicine and more about what the patient wants and needs. We have got to return market forces in full to medicine. Get rid of this idea that it's fine for doctors to do a bunch of so-called preventative stuff, random tests, etc. You got to get rid of that idea. If people have to pay for everything out of pocket, each specific procedure, then all of a sudden we start having a medical system that only provides services that are actually needed. But additionally, it's like we're in an era now when anybody can research on the internet various treatments for various things. If a drug has no potential for abuse, there really isn't any reason for these drugs to be prescription drugs at all, most of them. Some of them, maybe if they've got a lot of serious drug interactions or side effects or something like that. But like, if a drug's not fun, why do I have to jump through a bunch of hoops to get it?
For real.
It's like there's no possible harm to me being able to buy albuterol over the counter that I can figure out. Zero possible harm.
Yeah.
So people who are wheezy or get asthma or something can just buy the solution to their problem themselves without getting permission from their, from their priest. Doctors think of themselves as in this kind of priest-congregate relationship. He needs to get the fact that I'm not ordinary laity. Hey, Acacia, you play DJ. You want Acacia to scratch or you want her to beatbox? Here, I'll beatbox. And Acacia, you drop the raps, okay? I'm going to beatbox and you type in the raps over my beatbox. A boom, boom, pow. Pa pow, 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 pow. Ba boom, boom, pow. Pa pow, 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 pow. Ba boom, boom, pow. Pa pow, 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 pow. Ba boom, 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 boom. Not a very. I didn't say I was good at beatboxing, Guinness Book of World Records has me listed as the world's worst beatboxer. But I think I'll play a little guitar. You lay them over a sewing needle so the needle is sticking at the center of the record's hole. And you take another needle and spin the record as fast as possible. And it plays a recording of Eric's beatboxing. Is that the rap? That's great. I think you did a great job, Acacia. Is DJ in My Car a game where you pretend there's a DJ riding with you in your car? And you talk to him about what it's like to spin records at raves and stuff?
Meow. It's like I was in the kitchen for several minutes, Trouble.
Rachel was in the kitchen with Dinah.
Hmm.
Rachel was in the kitchen with Dinah. Rachel was in the kitchen with Dinah, playing on the old banjo. Where do you dance? Wherever the moment takes me. Sometimes I'm in the supermarket and they're playing a song and I just can't help it. I just, woo! It's not dancing. And then you rap it slow. Well, look, I never said I was a good rapper. All right. I was raised steeped in the strong tea of America's classics, of Camptown races, old Susanna, hot cross buns, row, row, row your boat, Mary had a little lamb. The list goes on and on. But who stole the cookie from that jookie car? I don't know. Doodah, doodah. Camptown races, 3 miles long, 5 miles long. Oh, the doodah day.
I think it's 5 miles long.
Seems like a long racetrack, right? 5 miles?
Mm-hmm.
That's a very long race. I can't think of any horse race that's 5 miles nowadays.
Like, whose idea was that?
Somebody who didn't care about horses very much, I guess.
Somebody had to sing about it, because, like...
Well, maybe the
Maybe
Camptown races
sports
were a
songs.
big deal back in the day. Maybe it'd be like me singing about the Super Bowl. 2 teams meet in the Super Bowl, doo-dah. You know. Maybe the Camptown races are part of America's forgotten history.
I think so.
Begun in 1834 as a bet between 2 friends as to how many of their respective Negro slaves could. The Camptown races grew in popularity over the next 40 years, peaking just before the Civil War, as hundreds of thousands of Southerners gathered to watch horses be whipped continually for 5 miles. A wonderful time was had by all. Afterwards, there were several lynchings.
Several, huh?
Yeah. Well, you know, back in the old days, when the Southerners got excited, they just couldn't help themselves. Ain't no party complete without a good lynching. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I read that. I remember really liking it. Even though I wasn't a girl, and girls normally like ponies, I read the Black Stallion books, and I awarded myself a Tony Award. Hey there, Black Stallion, run, run, run. You want a metaphor for under the gun? You are the blackest stallion I ever saw, but you were white in your answer call, and you would know how to run and run. Tell us now, you running son, oh yeah. Camptown races 5 miles long, doo-dah, doo-dah. Camptown races sing this song, oh, the doo-dah day. 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 I bet my money on the bobtail nag. Somebody bet on the bay. Camptown races. Pretty great stuff. Everybody was humming at Camptown races. Everybody was coming around the mountain tonight. She wore 6 white horses inside of her extremely large Bodis inside of her. 6 white horses, you riding in on 6 white horses. Row, 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 row your boat gently down the stream. You're rowing it much too hard, yeah, your rowing is much too extreme. And I see 3 blind mice and they're looking at me. Wonder makes me wonder, I wonder if maybe they can actually see. Yeah. Anyway, these are the greatest songs of all time. Camptown races, doo-dah, doo-dah.
Nice.
That's my ode to America's classic.
That's really good.
Thanks, darling. You're very generous in your assessment of things.
Oh, shucks. I think you're great.
Thanks, darling. So that was that song I played for you there. I'm not sure why I did that, but I did. I just felt like writing another classic Americana song. Like, there's a party at my parents' house. Classic Americana. No, no, no. You need to stop being fussy. Come on now. Let's go, lamp. You turn on and you stay on.
You tell it.
Thanks, I will. Yeah, well, when the itsy bitsy spider comes around the mountain, there'll be blood rushing down, blood rushing down. Why is Rahul asleep? I don't think he is. If he's still typing in the chat, I think he's probably awake.
Cranberry juice is so tart.
Yeah, that's no sugar cranberry juice like you requested. So
Yeah. Oh, it's good that it's not sugar because like I've been drinking water because I can tell already.
that you're alive with pleasure.
Yeah. How'd you know?
Just a guess. Do you know what Mama loves, Rachel?
That shortening.
Yes. Mama loves shortening bread. Do you know why Mama loves shortening bread so much?
Mm-mm.
Because she grew up in the Great Depression and they didn't have regular bread. For her, shortening bread was like a plate of caviar.
Oh wow.
You young people are so entitled, you wouldn't understand.
Is that what you say?
That's what she would say, yeah.
Wow. I had no idea.
She used to say that even when she was 12 years old. She'd say it to people older than she. So she really had something against the youths.
Did she?
Yeah, she was the antithesis of Bob Marley. She wrote a song saying, "You can always blame the youths."
Mama.
Wasn't nearly as good as Bob Marley's song, though. Mama's little baby loves shortening. You're right, Sean. It's not Mama who loves it. It's Mom's little baby loves shortening. Mom's little baby
So
loves
maybe
shortening.
Mama's
bread.
little baby. So Mama's little baby's the one who likes shortening.
Yeah, but it could be Mom's referring to herself in the third person and saying, you know,
It could be she.
Mama's little baby ain't gonna put up with that.
Yeah.
Who's Mama's little baby? Me. I'm Mama's little baby. I can't breastfeed myself. Now give me them biscuits. See, it reminds me of the lyric in that Superorganism song. Mama needs food, how's about a barbecue? In which I believe she's referencing herself when she says that. But Rachel didn't interpret it that way. We discussed it the other day. I don't know what's correct, but
No, I think you are correct. I'm wrong. I didn't even really notice that lyric.
I always liked that lyric. Mama needs food. How's about a barbecue? And now, something for your mind, mind, mind. Something for your mind, mind, mind.
Something for your M-I-M-I-M-I-N-D.
If you ever have a plate of escargot, sacre blows. Mama.
Blows.
Mama's little spider loves to wash out the shortening bread. You can't wash shortening bread, okay?
You can't.
No, you have to dry clean it. So, so not a super long time ago, I had this disgusting pair of bone huggers that was like all grossly stained all over and everything. So I decided I was going to bleach it.
Did it work?
I put it in a little pan of bleach in the laundry room sink, and I kind of forgot about it. Then when I went back and dealt with it, it was full of big holes because I guess the bleach just ate right through it.
God, whoa.
I had to throw it away. We are from Mariposa, California. Tabernacle. You're talking about the Tabernacle Choir? Tabernacle or tabernacle? You be the judge. Knuckle sandwiches. You know, they call it a knuckle sandwich, but in reality, it's not a sandwich at all. That's a misleading name for it. I don't need to hold it in. My lungs have enough work to do already. And in that instance, it's like I was on the verge of coughing a lot, so I just had to blow it out as a kind of a bong rip saving measure, really. I'm not sure how to respond to that, though. You're not sure how to respond to what? Sandwiches? I would suggest you just eat them, Keisha. You're overthinking it. Do you want a room? We have excellent views of the mountains. So do we. Where are you from? Americanish. We live right near Yosemite. You know, the place with the rock climbing? We already have a room. We're sitting in it right here. This is our room. This is one of our rooms.
Yeah, it is one of our rooms.
Alsberg of the Bavarian Alps near Berchtesgaden, Bavaria, Germany. Rough dog whistle, the Berghof SS. You're red, white, black, red, and yellow? Congratulations. Well, ancestrally, I am German, but, Germany isn't America. Obviously, I'm American first and foremost, and appropriately and accordingly, I don't want to go to some other dumb country. I don't want to reserve you on Google. You certainly are full of instructions coming into the chat. Oh, take out the trash. Go get me some cheese.
Where do you think you are?
I mean, the thing is, places that in Germany existed when Hitler was there, they exist still today. So just because something had a given purpose in Hitler's Germany doesn't mean it still has that purpose today. For example, nowadays, Auschwitz is no longer used as a concentration camp.
Accurate.
Yeah. Things have changed a little bit. It'd be great if you went to visit Auschwitz and realized, wait, they never let all these Jews out? Oh my God. Did you guys not know the war was over? Well, we kind of kept them here because it gives a good, authentic tourist experience,
Wow, they did it all for
Yeah, they did it all for
the tourism.
just, they wanted to make sure people didn't forget the Holocaust. So
Absolutely.
the only ones still left were just infants at the time. Even they are pretty old, but they're still there being kept in the concentration camp.
No.
Yeah. And, they don't actually hurt them or anything, but they go through the motions. They threaten them like, we're taking you into the showers and it's going to be poison gas.
Now, when that happens, is it like for real or just for show for tourists?
It's a show for tourists, right? There's a one-way glass and there's grandstands behind it, and tourists can sit there and watch.
Wow.
And so, the actors playing Nazis, they want to make it as realistic as possible. So they try to convincingly scare their prisoners into believing they're all going to die.
So it's like the reenactments of the Civil War.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a war reenactment, except some of the reenactors aren't aware they're reenactors.
Oh shit.
Yeah, they just think they're still Jews caught in the concentration camp.
Oh my God. That's what it lasted for decades.
They've been told that Germany won the war and all that stuff,
They were told that Germany won the war?
They were told that, yeah.
Wait, where are these people from? All over?
No, they were from Germany themselves, right? They were German Jews, but they ended up in a concentration camp. And at the end of the war,
though?
Well, yeah, people from around the world,
Around the world.
At the end of World War II, the Allied powers all met together at the Tottenham Conference and agreed that on a number of things. One of which was, yes, let's keep at least this chunk of the Jews in the concentration camp indefinitely, so that we can.
Indefinitely.
Well, so that we can draw attention to this important issue by having a realistic, real life, historical living museum for people of the world to come and see just how horrible it was.
That's authentic right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All the major powers were signees of this.
All the major powers? Wow.
No, it's a very serious and solemn exhibit. Cosmic Pentastar. Obviously, it's horrible. And, the guards do everything they can to make it horrible for the prisoners so it's authentic. And the audience can really feel like, wow, it would have sucked. It sure would suck to be them, basically, That's the message. And in fact, it's on a big sign on your way out. Remember, sure would suck to be them. And people often say, really makes you think. Guys, chill. I am just at my private holiday residence near Stuttgart. We are not bad people. We just want things efficient. We want land for our people. What's so horrible about that? Authentic German style horribleness, right? Yeah. There's another big sign that says, "Did you get out of line?" Question mark, exclamation point. Because they apply that rule both to the prisoners and the visitors, They're not going to put up with any sloppy lines.
That's good to know. Did you get out of line? It's like that in Japan.
Yeah. So they don't need any signs. Everybody's just,
yeah,
compulsively neurotic about adhering to social norms.
Yeah. I told you before, I don't mean to say it again, but like when my sister was there, she loved it. She said like when you wait for the bus, everyone reads like one behind the other. Like there's no like you and me shoulder to shoulder. Like I would be behind you or you would be behind me, and that's
Everyone's standing there silent.
Yeah, yeah.
An old notebook full of drawings and indecipherable notes. Someone's donated to the Goodwill. Is this the beginning of your feature film?
That would do really good in the box office. I'll fund that.
It starts with like, one man obsessed with old books. One notebook filled with answers. And he looks at this guy, but look at this. And somebody's saying, I'm sorry, Charles, I just don't get it. I think you're going crazy. But he's not going crazy. He's found some sort of like super hardcore secret code to the universe thing, you know? I like it.
I like it too. That'd do good in the box office, I think.
You've already asked me that. You don't need to ask people if you can say something. Asking them is already saying something. And you can tell people things, and you don't need their permission. And accordingly, also, you need to be fully culpable for whatever it is you say, so don't ask me permission. 404 not found says, squig, squag, squig, squag, squig, 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 squag, squag, squig. Squig, squag, squig, squig, squig. Well, 404 not found, I want to say in reply to you, squiggle, squiggle, squag, squig, squig, squig. All right. Learning not to ask questions like, can I ask you a question, which is already a question, or can I tell you something, or a secret? I mean, I don't know, does your voice work? And you're always able to say whatever to anybody. Of course, you have to incur the consequences of what you say, depending on what it is. In other words, you have to be a grown-up or agent who's responsible for his own actions and understands that. There's no way to get exempted from that in advance. I tried to widen up the urethra of one of these bowls earlier. Crack, broke it right in half.
Oh, really?
Broke it right in half. Well, surprise. Surprise, I can speak English too. I speak 4 languages.
No.
Well, one of them will be understood here, and that one is English. I also speak 4 languages. I speak English, American, Spanglish, and Californian. Y'all. I can speak with a German accent. Did you know that in Germany, instead of eating sausages, they eat bratwursts? It's true. That's true, the Berghoff. Americans only speak 1 language.
And Tiffany, I heard Tiffany there too.
Yeah. Tiffany snuck in. Is your IQ lower than 85? I don't know. I haven't really have it tested. I mean, I tested it I tested it once online with a test that was heavily skewed in one specific direction. And I tested 107 as an IQ. If it were actually lower than 85, I would qualify as clinically retarded. And presumably I would have received some kind of special services heretofore.
Oh, I would hope so.
My name is Eric, and I'm the host of Talking with Famous People. This here is my lovely and much beloved wife, Rachel,
Hi, everybody.
also known as the Queen of Mariposa.
Aw, thanks, Bae. You're the king of Mariposa.
Thank you. I actually prefer not to get involved in local aristocracy politics just
Okay.
because I don't want to get murdered, you know?
Can I talk to you about what's happening in the
Sure.
county?
Sure. But as the much loved queen of the people, you aren't subject to assassination like I am. So that's why I abdicated the throne of king of Mariposa. I'm still king by marriage to you, you know.
Right.
But I don't want any of the majestic responsibilities. Everybody's freaking in Deutsch. Nobody's understanding it, but I can tell that you are sprechen in Deutsch. This is not my crown. This is actually my natural hair. I'm the Grundler of Mariposa.
It's officially Johnny's birthday.
Is it?
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Johnny. The Berghoff, are you saying that you were one of the singers on We Are the World? Are you Bruce Springsteen by any chance? Stop capping. I ain't capping. A Merry Christmas. You be capping. A Merry Christmas. Don't tell me I'm capping, absolutely. You want me to tell Rachel, hold my bag, I'm about to get ratchet.
Oh!
Guten Morgen. Do you want a booster? Do you want a bratwurst? You love his part on the song? Well, you know, in the anime Odd Taxi, there's some, which is fantastically written in terms of snappy exchanges and dialogue and stuff. The taxi driver says something like, your voice surprised me, like when Bruce Springsteen comes in on We Are the World.
It really is like that, though. Wait, what?
wait, what? Who?
Yeah,
What's that?
Yeah.
Voila, it is Pooty. Hey, Pooty Cat, what's your duty? No, there's not going to be any lead paint involved. There's not going to be any paint chips to eat or anything like that. I did an excellent job of putting down the tarp, the first tarping. I may end up going back there in a little while and not take my cigarettes with me this time and finish the tarping. That'd be
It was
nice.
seriously entertaining. Is that okay to admit?
Oh, of course. Thank you for saying so. I'm glad it wasn't too dull anymore.
No, it wasn't at all. It ran with like 15, 16 people.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah.
But, I figure if I'm not actually engaging with the chat, then there's a decent chance that it's kind of boring. But I figure if I kind of carry on some commentary the whole time, maybe it'll be pleasant even if it is boring. I don't know what. No, Berghoff. I do not know what. Do you know what?
No, I don't.
Neither of us know what.
Yeah. Takes me a lot to say that I don't know, but if I don't know, I don't know. What?
You're down 0-2, but the third time's the charm. I don't understand what that means, down 0-2. Oh, you mean in terms of world wars? I really don't think Germany is going to be at the center of World War III.
I mean, what would their reasoning be?
I mean,
do they even have that?
They're currently kings of the EU. They're the
why the heck?
They're the most robust economic power in Europe. They've got all of the lesser economic powers in a stranglehold with their nuts and twist tie or something.
Oh, that sucks.
So Germany's Germany's
They're
living
just
high on the
fine.
hog. They're doing great. They don't want war because that's too disruptive. They're not going to profit that much from war because they don't produce a lot of weapons. I mean, they do like personal arms, like Glocks and stuff, but not like full blast military stuff like Northrop Grumman and shit like that too.
I don't really have anything to fight over. Or that they're like, lacking.
Well, I mean, they might still feel like they want more land. They could always invade Russia again. I don't think it would work to any better this time, but
No.
they could try.
We could try.
And they'd have a lot more land if they just took over all of Russia.
They would have a lot more land. Germany would be.
Yeah, they'd be living land with a land glut. Of course, the Germans would kick out all the Russians and make them go live in China. And China would be like, we don't want all these Russians. And the Germans would say, all right, then, into the concentration camps you go. Chill out. Do I seem agitated? I don't think I'm agitated. What about you? Are you adequately chilled out? Are you calm as a mother goose on Christmas Sunday? Hello, Thugnificent. Or is it pronounced Thugnificent? Acacia posted a link. Let's see what it is. What is this? Some kind of so-called YouTube video? Well, it's not intended to help timeline. When somebody tells you to chill out, they're trying to agitate you. Usually.
Oh my god, I haven't heard this in so long.
I don't hear
It's
anything.
in German.
Oh, I see. This is turned off. That's pretty okay, I guess. What do you think of it, Rachel?
It just gives me SI memories because, like, my brother was obsessed with that song when it came out. I think I think Du hast means you hate me.
I don't know. It doesn't impress me very much. I would call it mid plus.
Mid plus is good.
Mid plus, yeah.
It's definitely German. Right?
It is. But it's not nearly.
Wait, or I saw like it looked like Russian. I could be wrong. I thought it was German, but I could be wrong. I am lively cuts. Thank you for asking.
Winston's mom, you don't need to worry. I'm well aware of what the Berghoff's deal is, right? But the thing is, he's trying to provoke. So I generally like to not be responsive to provocations of that sort. You do you, of course, but I'm just noting that.
Are we going to the store? Maybe.
Right now?
No, like tomorrow, like today, like later on.
Sure. You want to go to the store?
I think we should maybe. We have like cup of noodles. We have rice. Um, we have the steak stuff. We have chicken.
You know, I was thinking of giving our house a name, and I saw the other day
Mm.
an eagle up in a tree in the nest. I thought, hey, why don't we name our house Eagle's Nest? But I don't know. Somebody suggested that maybe it wasn't the best name. I'm not sure
Really?
why. Because it's the name of one of Hitler's houses.
Oh,
Another one of Hitler's houses.
Oh.
See, just like the Berghoff is the name of Hitler's
Oh.
house. Yeah.
I had no idea. Wow. Well, there's that.
Yeah. So that's why I didn't name my house Eagle's Nest.
Good. I'm glad. I'm happy to know that because I feel like I'm associated with Hitler a lot. So it's good that we're not Eagle's Nest.
Yeah. You know, if we were going to name it like a lot of houses around here, some of them, houses around here are more likely to have a name than houses in most places.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But they're likely to be named something like Whispering Winds. Or, you know, Song of Nature.
Song of Nature. What song would be like, they stole her name?
And perhaps, oh my God, it's already there. The House with the Shed. That's a good name for our house. Pretty good. I like that one. The House with the Shed. Yeah. House with Shed at Mariposa. Or they say at Yosemite, you know.
At Yosemite?
Because, you know, like when they want to make it sound like, you know, Marriott Reserve at Yosemite.
I like that.
So, you know, we could call, to make it sound fancy, we could call it House with a Shed at Yosemite. Berghoff, go away with your treating me anything. We're not going to the Berghoff. I don't want to go anywhere. I don't care how nice your house is. Shut up about it already. If you want to talk more about the Berghoff, why don't you be a little more specific and descriptive? Like, for example, we have so many parking spaces. Even if you arrive at a crowded time, you'll still be able to find a parking space. Give me a good specific brag like that. Strauss Shed House, right, with Haus.
Yes.
This is one of the ways in which Germany is invited to the fanciness party.
Yeah.
If you want to have a like American regular boring hot dog stand, you'll call it Hot Dog House, House, right? But if you want to be boutique, you call it Dog House, Haus. And you get a lot of customers.
Yep, it worked.
Amazing views. That's okay for you. I already have amazing views. I don't need to go to your fucking house. Will you shut up about it?
I was thinking something with the HVAC also for the other house.
Doge House is also a good name for a hot dog place, but I don't think
That is.
it should be like Doge House. So hot dog, mini delicious. Fancy Lemon Squeeze Romance Room. Acacia's Fancy Lemon Squeeze Romance Room is open from 3 to 5 p.m. every Tuesday and Thursday.
How consistent in such a short way.
When available. Well, then you go ahead and do it, the Berghoff. You want to visit America? Go ahead and do it. Nobody's stopping you. I'm not stopping you. If you want to come by Mariposa, you can spend money in our quaint town's shops and motels, and you can contribute to our local economy. Pepe's Pipin' Hot Pinata Palace was the short-lived restaurant slash live action theater thing that Pepe's Pipin' Hot Pinatas tried to put together. The concept was, you know, hey, instead of just selling pinatas full of piping hot flan to families having birthday parties at home, why don't we do like a Chuck E. Cheese kind of place where people go to have birthday parties, except instead of having like video games and skee ball pits, we'll just have a, a succession of flan filled pinatas. Kids love hitting pinatas. They'll never get sick of hitting pinatas, and then until they start pouring out their delicious piping hot flan. Well, good for you, the Berghoff. What do you think is my opinion about meeting you? If I imagine that if you and I were to meet, I'd be incredibly bored by your endless commentary about your house. We have a mission for yours. Yeah, I know, the Berghoff. And you'll be treated so well. We have a full stop for you. Okay, stop talking about your house, the Berghoff. That's how I imagine the encounter going. Diamond loves hitting pinatas.
but it has to have piping hot flan, though,
Yeah.
right?
Pepe's Piping Hot Pinata Palace is Ruth's Chris inspired, and it was pitched as a cross between Ruth's Chris and Chuck E. Cheese.
Oh, good. One of my first corporate jobs was working at Chuck E. Cheese.
Did you like it?
It was bananas.
Why can't we be friends? I didn't say we can't be friends, but friendship takes a while, and not each two people in the world are suited well to be friends with one another. Additionally, I keep most people at arm's length that don't have a very big inner circle, but there are people here I consider friends.
Yeah.
You are not yet one of them. Maybe you never will be. Maybe someday you will. I don't know. I don't normally make friends with people who identify as a house, but there's always a first time, I suppose.
Yeah.
I mean, I had a few occasions. This guy named Scott identified as a bungalow. There was this lady, Mary. She claimed she was a craftsman home.
You're going to watch it eat. You don't want to play. Watch it eat.
Sean's a Madagascarian. Mashambom Lacabal Occasionana. Mashambom Lacabal Occasionana. What is that? What sounds like that? I don't know. So yeah, Sean's Madagascarian. Jack says I'm mumbling like some Alzheimer patient. I'm not mumbling. And actually, Alzheimer's patients don't necessarily mumble, right? My mother's had Alzheimer's disease and died of it eventually. So I got to see the whole decline. It doesn't particularly lend itself to mumbling so much as silence and outbursts of varying degrees of lucidity. You just checked out my blog? You mean some blog posts? I think that's what it's called. Hi, Oplisend. How are you? Half of your flag is green, half of it is white. and it apparently has an E in the middle. I can mumble like the best of them if you want me to, but I wasn't when you commented. It means that the person's a provocateur slash hater who wants to come around and provoke response. YNW King, I will give you 10,000 pounds. All right, go ahead. You can super chat it. Super chat's down there someplace. I don't know. I don't know that word. Mumbling. It means really passionate about eating bananas and other kinds of tropical fruit, sometimes including mangoes or guavas. Eric, will you and Rachel leave out cookies and carrots for Santa and his reindeer? No. We won't, because I've sent ahead instructions to Santa. Please do not bring us either gifts or coal this year. I don't like your continual year after year forcing upon me of your dumb physical objects. I am not your dumping ground, Santa. So get out of here, Baldy.
You didn't love Santa?
Yeah. I could be your English teacher. You seem to speak English just fine. And I could be an English teacher, but I don't want to. Just a bit of info. The Berghoff has been here before. Very good for him.
Can I have a kiss on New Year's?
You can have a kiss anytime you want, darling.
Thanks.
Even on old years. The sugar butts. Are you still misspelling sugar butt, Acacia? There is no space between sugar and butt. God, it was bothering me yesterday, too. Acacia just ignored me and was like, I'm just going to spell it my own free personal INFP way. Spell it as one word and capitalize it. It's a last name.
I was like Timothy Chalamet. It's Sugar Butt Chalet.
So, it's people whose first name, Acacia, you are trying my patience, young lady. Sorry, Santa, but we can't let him live. Talking about me? Wait, don't kill me. Oh yeah, the Rice Astros blog, is that what it's called? Yeah, I forgot the name. It's changed names a couple of times. I guess it's called Rice Astros now. Acacia, you really are a whole stinker. You like thumbs? Cool. I don't have any ill feelings towards thumbs. Unless you're saying you like hitchhiking, in which case I would say that might be dangerous depending on where you live and if you're a young woman. Really, or any woman. You know?
Yeah, any woman. Can I have the copper ball?
Of course.
Thank you. Oh, it's cold.
Feel its coppery ways. So I will show everybody else what Bailey's talking about here, just for if anybody's curious. If I can find it.
You want to play Trouble?
Hello there.
Trouble.
Okay, so this is my blog. If you don't know what a blog is like kind of like a website, but just of some random person's random shit. And this is this guy's random shit. He's chosen, hasn't he? Let's judge. Let's judge and critique. Let's judge, critique, and shame. He's chosen this format, which has a series of squares, each of which has a different picture and links to a different thing. So, as you can see, he's got a lot of things here. There's a picture of Delilah. There's a picture of Delilah. I've settled on a holiday greeting. Let's see what this is. Bitching about someone else's metaphysics. Well, this guy was just boringly musing about his ex-wife and politics and stuff. Sounds like a real complainer, this fuckhead. Now, let's see. There's me hanging out with Liz.
Thanks, Bubbles.
Something funny Corey once said. You don't need to feel bad for the tyrants, Liz.
It's funny.
Yeah. She doesn't feel bad for Corey, but she feels like if Corey talks shit about like Kim Jong-un or something, she'll be like, he's a person too. He's a person too. What are you doing?
Oh my god. Oh, Lacey, no.
The weather. Except for the fact that it's not rainy. It's very cold and rainy today. What? Favorite books. I edited my blogger profile this morning, and one thing I changed was my favorite books. I put down Winesburg, Ohio by Sherwood Anderson and Miss Lonely Hearts by Nathaniel West. 195 other people have Winesburg down among their favorites. Only one other person agrees with me about Miss Lonely Hearts, on the other hand. I think that's interesting because I consider those two books to be equally well known, and Wikipedia tells me that Miss Lonely Hearts is widely regarded as West's masterpiece. The public at large, alas, apparently disagrees. Well, isn't that bland? I'm glad. It makes me happy that it's bland. It's pleasantly bland, you know. Ye old power plant metaphor. I have no patience to read. TLDR. Mr. Self-Indulgent. Too many words. About Martin Amis. I'm not much of a reader. At least I'm not much of a fiction reader anymore. I don't buy and read books, which is a shame because I tried. I used to read shit tons of fiction, and I really enjoyed it. A lot of dorky science fiction and fantasy mostly, but occasionally bits of literature as well. It all shaped me substantially. But now I do all my reading online, and that's really not at all the same thing. I mean, the real issue is length. Novels do something, short stuff does something else. And I miss novels. I want to read them again. So how about a little while? So how about a little while ago? That's even better than now? What? I don't know. This is very disjointed. It's full of mistakes too, doesn't it? It's very atypical for me. The verb to be is a lie. I wish I had written this. It's a quote of something else. Says, faith is a stasis fetish. Well, Eric, that's nice, but let's not be all muggity. Me and my hand. Well, I've gotten over feeling sorry for myself, I think. It's only taken 3 weeks, and I'm now able to apply myself to small tasks like this, even though they're absurdly difficult and slow. Man, let me tell you, it's a two-handed world. Can opener, corkscrew, forget about it. This is after I broke my hand, I think.
Ooh. How'd you do that?
I was riding my bicycle onto the patio, and one of my brakes didn't work, and I had my hand on the wrong handlebar brake, and it didn't break, and so I reached out to grab onto this plumeria tree. But instead of grabbing onto it with my whole hand, I went like this, and it caught just this one finger, and it bent it all the way back, broke my hand here.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that.
It's okay.
Ooh.
It's okay. Everything's going to be fine. Most stressed out I've ever been. I mean, the most stressed out I've ever been by far. I've got less than a week left to go to get the critical thinking book done. And it's hard. It's hard because I don't really know where I'm going with it. In contrast, I knew exactly where I was going with the grammar books. I knew the steps in order. With the critical thinking material, it's so much harder. I'm basically just drowning a bunch of stuff. I'm just throwing a bunch of stuff against the wall, seeing what sticks, and trying to figure out how to thread it all together into a cohesive whole. I know there's a whole lot of missing backstory here, but I promise that my regular readers have long since drifted away. So, college football season's coming up, though. I'll probably resume writing about college football then. I'm sure I'm looking forward to this. I sure am looking forward to the season. How bland.
It's less bland than a lot of blogs I know.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Kim Davis, blameless idiot. Kim Davis is neither morally nor legally culpable for any wrongdoing. She should be released from jail immediately. If she's already been released, then she should never have been there in the first place. I have no idea who this is talking about. But this is obviously a rights-based case. Right?
Yeah.
I obviously made a case in her favor here for some reason.
You felt the need.
I felt passionate about it, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
It's Mitch. A picture from a debate tournament.
Oh, that's cool. I like all the different pictures.
Yeah, he was a debater of mine,
Yeah.
Big town, blog town homecoming. Oh, yeah, my blog. Basically what it says. INFP 6 slot plus aspects. It's all function stuff. Nobody cares about that. Get out of here, function stuff. School is oppressing you. Very true. School is oppressing you. Ah, the play. Act 1. Suggesting things. What does this say? I can't wait. That's awesome. Wow. School is more than a clumsy algorithm. It's vital to society. Are you suggesting that school should be optional? Who decides? The kid? No, not the kid, obviously. The parents. Kids need to be told what to do. And what to do should be engage with people who both understand your incompleteness and also respect your wholeness. Engage with them in something real. Another rant about education on Eric's part. This picture says Lil B can have that many of my bitches. And the answer is 0. Okay? Lil B can't have any of my bitches. He needs to get over himself already.
Good.
There's a poem. I was into making GIFs, I guess, for a while. Collapsed down to purpose. 7 mysterious images. Ooh, mysterious image. And then this mysterious image.
Ooh.
And then this mysterious image.
Ooh.
This mysterious image. And then this mysterious image. This one. And this one. One of them is a cat. The other one is something different. That's right. It's a guinea pig.
Oh.
Only the one on the right is a cat. The one on the left is a guinea pig.
I was wondering, I'm like, it doesn't exactly look like a cat.
Yeah. So pretty good pictures.
Yeah.
All these ones and zeros are true. Just like her father. She was just like me recently in Mammoth. She was just like me when we were together at Rebay, and she was just like me a long time ago, even in Mexico.
That
That's nice.
is nice.
I sure do love my daughter.
Oh, yes, you do.
It's a pretty good picture. No doubt about that. Let's see what
Yeah.
it says.
It's a dragon. A daughter shall.
Issue. She brings the dragon's hands. And I don't know what it says down there. Let me see if I can read it. Oh, I just as zoomed in as it gets. I'll have to walk over there and see. It says dragon, god, quality, and objects.
What is so random? Like.
Well, Acutron is the dragon god of quality and objects in the book Gospel of Pantheon.
Oh.
He wasn't originally a dragon, but he is turned into a dragon as part of the action of the book.
Cool.
So anyway, that I found that dragon, and the reason it's called Acutron in the first place is because I found this old watch box that said Acutron on it.
Oh, you edited it in?
No, that's what the watch box says on it is Acutron, but I made it look clearer.
Oh, I see.
And then I put the dragon in the watch box
Cool.
because that matched the fact that Acutron in the book was turned into a dragon. And it was named after the watch.
Cool.
I just thought it was a cool name for a character.
It is.
I didn't really realize it was a famous watch company, just a box I had gotten out of a yard sale or something. I thought the name was cool and the box was cool. All right, let's go outside for a cigarette, shall we? We've looked at my wonderful blog enough. It's not really that wonderful, but it's not terrible, I guess. Has some useful things. So,
Cool.
thanks, darling. All Americans are born with 3 genders, but only have 5 when they die. My gender basically likes to surprise people. So, as soon as they're assuming I'm male, all of a sudden it'll switch and I'm full blast woman. like trad wife, super demure, big titted. But then as soon as they start thinking I'm a woman, like, hey, I'm a man, as tough and rugged as can be. That way I keep them guessing. Mm-hmm. That's an excellent observation, Bailey. Because the thing about my gender is it's only really observed at the quantum level. At the macro level, I'm just air. I'm all genders and none at the same time. Contrast that with my race, which is fluidly changing all the time. So, right now I'm Argentinian, but I'm transitioning right now into a New Zealander. Good. I'm glad I ate a little bit more burrito. I don't think Eric meant to reference the demure lady. I'm saying I was the demure lady. Oh, please don't ask me. I'm just a very demure lady. Tee. Demure ladies like to say tee hee hee hee. You want to be Germany's president one day? Well, you have a clear goal then, don't you? Is this one a dirty Nazi general? I don't even know if the Berghorst actually knows. I think he's mostly a provocateur, pretends to be German and so forth, you know. You're from New Zealand. Well, do you feel inside your heart a yearning to be Argentinian? Tee hee hee is what Michael Jackson would say. You're ignorant. He'd say you were ignorant. I'm a political science graduate already. Congratulations. You're 26 years old. Good for you. That's 2 baker's dozens. I'm 53 years old. The 2 numbers of my name add up to 8. As president of Germany, will you reinstate the Berlin Wall? Put the wall back up and keep all those East Germans over there. No, I'm Maori from New Zealand. Maori? Is that some kind of like native people or something? Most people have outgrown their infantile phase. I don't even think he's glamorizing the bad boys. I don't even think he's German. I think he's playing a character as an effort to be a provocateur. And part of the reason why he's persisting in it is because you're giving him the response that he wants, you know. Not that I'm blaming you, I'm just saying that's what he's trying to do. In general, don't let him do what he's trying to do if you can. If you can avoid it, you know. Not that I'm trying, I'm not, I regret telling you what to do. You do whatever you want. So, just to be clear, the Berghoff or whatever, yeah, we get it. The Nazis were bad, and you're pretending to be an advocate of their ways, hoping that people will be outraged and yell at you and stuff. But if you're hoping for that kind of response from me, you're, I'm not an idiot, and you know. You'll find more fertile ground for your efforts elsewhere, I'm sure. You're at a structural disadvantage, only being able to talk in the chat. And it's really difficult to ruffle my feathers, like intentionally, in this setting. Not in other settings necessarily, but in this setting. I've done this too much for too many hours. I've heard everything that anybody can possibly throw at you. So, you know. But just because something's doomed to failure doesn't mean people won't do it. Look, for example, at the Nazis invading Russia at a time when they really needed to work on something else, you know, like preserving their defensive line, rebuilding their defensive line, using their armies to somehow enable additional aircraft production, etc. Yeah, the problem is the Axis powers were in a losing race because at the start of the war, they were already at maximum production capacity and they had to import a lot of resources. The US, by the end of the war, was, you know, outproducing the Axis powers at their peak by like, you know, tenfold, 20-fold, I don't know the exact number, but by a large margin. What really killed Germany in World War II was wasting their air resources. In general, they need to know when to stop advancing and when to start securing, you know? Once they had their air force essentially decimated, the war was over. It was just a matter of time, no matter how many ground troops they had, you know? Unless they were going to somehow find a way to manufacture airplanes again.
I think you're so attractive.
Thanks, darling.
You're welcome.
I love you so much, and you actually are so attractive.
Thank you, but I really mean it.
Thanks, darling. I believe you mean it because you know why?
Why?
You love me.
I do.
I believe you love me.
Oh, I love that.
Of course, I also believe in crystal light, but that's because I believe in me.
You,
Yeah.
yeah.
Peace for me, not for thee. Berg. Who's Berg? Berghoff? Is that what he said? Peace for me, not for thee. Look, we can all have peace as much as we like until some aggressor invades some country with a lesser military force. At which point, we have a choice to look away or defend the principle of national sovereignty in a free and civil society by coming to the defense of a well-deserving nation like Ukraine, for example. When it comes to use of military force, we can either allow North Korea to consider sending its spies places, assassinating people, counterfeiting US dollars, etc., or we could put an end to this whole farce once and for all. Technically, we're still at war with North Korea, so our president wouldn't even need any authorization of use of force to end that regime. The only thing is, everyone's like, oh no, but what if he sets off nuclear weapons or something? Assuredly, without any conceivable doubt, if the full might and force of the U.S. military was directed at North Korea in a shit ton of simultaneous strikes, surely we could disable the North Korean ability to actually fire its nuclear weapons, if it even has any rockets it can put them on, you know? I don't doubt that North Korea has some kind of nuclear explosive device, but is it of a size that they can put it on a plane or a rocket that they have? Do they have any delivery mechanism at all? Is very much unclear. And given that it's North Korea who did it, even if they push a button, it's more likely to just detonate in its place because they fucking, you know, you can't accomplish good science with a death threat corporate culture. A little rocket man. So I don't know. It's like, I'm definitely not a pacifist, and I'm not an isolationist either. I don't think we should go get involved in every little thing, but I think there are a couple of core sort of choke points of democracy that need to be preserved with the full might and force of the U.S. military, you know, like Taiwan and Ukraine. We should free the North Korean people, allow them to rejoin their South Korean families and, you know, country mates. You know, that's the best place you could possibly liberate, because there's a ready and waiting caretaker for the matter once you've gotten rid of the bad government, right? Get rid of the bad government, knock down the wall, send in South Korea to deal with shit. Just like East Germany was easy to deal with because West Germany was waiting there to incorporate them back into Germany. What do you want, the Berghoff? Jesus, you don't need to get my attention first before you say something. What are you, like 9 years old? Apparently. What do you want, show media? Okay, good for you, Berghoff. Yes, Sean. Yes, G, I see you. Icky White says, was willst du, lost die Deutschen raus, what we Germans do. You Germans, you go to Oktoberfest, you watch Kraftwerk play in Stuttgart, you have business in Bonn on Thursday, all these things and more. You're tired of Berlin, even though you think it's the most beautiful city in the world. You're thinking of moving to Innsbruck in Austria and just getting away from it all. Do glacial skiing every winter. And you remember this day when you talked with me. Okay, what's your actual name if you're going to be president of Germany? I'm sure your Christian name isn't the Berghoff. What are you, like The Rock?
Guess what's been working?
Well, what's been working?
The puss garlic.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful names. Well, it could be that. It could be a combination of many things.
Yeah.
Right? Could be a combination of many things.
Well, it is. But like, not to be too graphic, but like I was like burning, like what? Like I couldn't sit like still. Like I was so uncomfortable, and I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna take some puss garlic. It always helps me, like not with the burning, and like it's been great.
Did you check first to make sure it wasn't magma?
I did, I did.
I'm
and
glad.
I thought of you saying that, like, as I recalled doing that.
Good, good. Well, I might still go back to the other house and finish that little bit of tarping. I have a little bit of energy left. I don't feel like I can go to sleep right now. I am getting tired. If I go over there and hammer out a little bit more tarping at least, then I won't be wasting a little bit of energy that I have right now. Listen, Germany, Austria doesn't want to be united with you.
It doesn't.
They want to be their own country, okay?
Yeah.
So just accept that. You know who else doesn't want to be united with you? Poland.
Yeah.
They're a little upset about the forced unification that you liberated them with. Good stuff. I think Germany's fine. I don't have any problem with Germany. You know, I wouldn't want to be in the EU and a country other than Germany because why? They are bossy pants, we're in charge because we have all the money. You know, that's just how they are. You Greeks are so irresponsible. You are going to be kicked out of the EU. Your father is German? I'm your father and I'm German. Your mom is from Austria. Together we are Austria-German. You know what? Why don't you just reinstate the Austria-Hungary Empire?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about that, Berghoff? Perhaps you should move to Constantinople and change its name to Istanbul. Then you'd be truly German. All right, I've got my glasses. I'm going to bring a pair of scissors for cutting the tarp with if I need to cut more tarp. I don't need these keys. I do need the wilderness car keys, but these ones. Here we go. I'm going to bring my cigarettes with me this time. I did. They're in my pocket. I got a lighter, yes. What else do I need? I need this. I'll bring this charger with me so I can charge the phone while I'm over there.
Good thinking.
Thanks. It's called Good TE, thinking ahead. But I do think it's interesting how, like, it's basically impossible for Rachel and I to make a decision about the carpet before we paint. So accordingly, we have to put down a tarp. I have to put down a tarp, right? And it's kind of because I haven't really tried to get those stains out. I haven't considered all the options about the carpets, etc. We haven't tried looking at area rugs, etc. But if I had good TE, I would do that stuff first. Instead, I like to keep potentialities open. It's kind of dumb, but that's just how I am. What? You want to come with me?
Yeah.
Oh, of course I want to come with you.
Yay!
I'm bored. I heard this halls. Sorry, Tiffany. I'm coming too. You leave me behind too often.
Oh,
All right, Mindy. All right, that's fair. That's fair. Okay, now you're coming with me in my pocket. And I think I'm ready to go. I don't need a bunch of other stuff. I'll bring this with me, but I'm not going to put this in here in the car because it's too tall and I don't want to. I just opened the legs and I want to close them again. Once my legs are open, I never want to close them again. Here we go. Back to the buggy. So back to the buggy now, right? There is gravity. Whoops, there goes gravity. I'll set this down here in the back. You know what? I'll just put this back here. In fact, I'll put this in the backpack. All right. Now I'll carry you up here. Like, yeah. Okay, you scurvy sea dogs. Let's go. How many of my fellow sea dogs here suffer from scurvy? Go ahead. Admit it. There's no shame. We've all been there. That's right. For those who don't know, nearly 75% of sea dogs report suffering from scurvy at least one time in their life. Well, good news, friends. We now have a solution to scurvy, and it's called fruit. Oh, I almost crashed into that one. Be careful, Eric. Pay attention to what you're doing, dumbass. All right, now we're going to go to the other house. So, as always, there's going to be a brief time where I'm not visible to you. I'm not connected, right? Do I not have my flashlight? Well, I got this lighter. This flashlight's out of electricity anyway. So, good. All right, here we go. You can't, it doesn't leave the lights on when you turn it off. So, we're going to go up these stairs here, but it's going to get very dark in a second. Here are the stairs right now. Oh, and I'll look at them. You can't say either. We need to put a light down here. This is definitely a safety hazard. Jesus. So that's a must deal with thing. We can hang one on that tree right there, maybe run an electrical cord or something, but I just stubbed my toe, and if we're going to have this as a vacation rental, we obviously need to have the steps lit at all times. All right, back inside here we go. Okay, let's turn on this light, and then we'll turn on this light. Okay. I'll put you guys here inside of this thing. Here we go. So we need to tarp out the rest of this. Before I do that, I want to turn the heater because it is kind of chilly in here. All right, so we've got that started up. The dirt on my toes. Oh, you troublesome stairs. Okay, so I'm going to need to move this couch out of the way for a bit. Before I can move the couch out of the way, I'm going to need to move these chairs out of the way and this table over a bit. So let me put it over here. Let me show you what's going on. I'm going to set you down right here. I'm going to turn on the lights over here. Okay. Good enough. Now, put this on top of the table. I'll move these chairs over here a bit. One chair, moving two chairs. Three chairs. We're going to move chair number 4. Then we have only 2 chairs remaining. Chair number, we're going to go out of order. Chair number 6, and then chair number 5. You might say, wow, that's a lot of chairs for the table. And isn't this table kind of big for this space? Well, yeah, but as a vacation rental, this might be having as many as 6 people in theory. It's like, it's septic tanked for up to 6. All right, now that we've got those chairs moved out of the way, let's move this table this way. Like, now, there, that's good. So we want a little bit more this way. I want to be able to get, well, I guess the wall to here, you know, at least. Then we can worry about that. So anyway, there we go. We've gotten that part done. Now, we need to move this little table out of the way for right now. We're going to use this little table a lot in the process we're working on. Put like gallon of paint on it, stuff like that. I'm going to put this little table over here. Okay. Now that we put that little table, this couch needs to be moved into there. Oh. So now we have this part of the carpet from here to there to cover with tarp for now. Then later we'll worry about the hallway and the other rooms. So let's put this here and we'll see what's going on. All right. Okay. That's pretty good. That lines up just about right. It's a little bit longer than these two, that's fine. I'm just gonna have to fold over the top on this end. And this part is good because I can get into the floor here. All right, let's take a gander. So now we've got this tarp here. I'm going to tape it against the wall over there. It's the wall right there. And the floor here. But this part, I need another piece of tarp to fill in there, and then I'll tape that way, you know. So, let's get started. Let's get started. Let's get retarded in here. Where is my tape? Tape so blue, so sticky and true. Where have you gone? Here you are. Alright, so we're going to start down here on this end, on this side. We'll make sure that we get this side all the way up against the wall here. That's fine. Then you don't want it right at the top. You're going to press it down a little bit because you need room at the top of the tarp where there's still baseboard to tape to, you know? Okay. Get that one. Good. All right. So far we're doing quite well. Everything's going smooth. There, that, there, good. Now, we're going to come over here, push this against this, and we're going to tape this up right along here. This will be fun. Just get this, like so, and tape it all along here. Because unlike over here, I don't have to worry about the tape going where the paint's going to go. Because I'm not going to be painting this thing. Alright, now we're going to move. Now we're going to do the bottom. Now we're going to do the bottom. Or actually, I think we'll start at the tiles here. We'll start at these tiles, and then we'll go do the bottom. This should give you where in the tiles, view of the tiles in the bottom. Tiles first, because like the thing over the vent, this is comparatively easy because there's not going to be any paint on the tiles, so I don't have to worry about the tape going too high. Alright, and just to make it extra secure, do a little bit of these, a little bit of this. There. Alright, now it's time to get to the bottom. So, this isn't so super important to get perfect or anything because, of course, there's another layer of plastic underneath this. So if paint gets under this, it still isn't going to get on the carpet. However, I don't want this part to be all loose and moving around and stuff, so I'm going to do the best I can to give it a good taping. Because this overlaps onto plastic, I can just tape along the whole edge here, no problem. Like that. And it's going to be a pretty quick job accordingly. There. Now what I see here though is problem. Tape over here has come out from the side of the wall. Why? Well, possibly because going in and out of that door. So let's do the following thing. Yeah, that's the problem. So we're going to put this here and tape it out here. All right. Okay, so what I want to do here is basically cut here so that it's not so connected together like that. But this is a mess. Just an absolute mess. All right, well, let's move this over here. Let's pull these tapes up and try this again on this side. Hopefully, I don't have too many problems getting it back in working order. Alright, I need to bring a trash can over here. Alright. Now, get off of me, tape. Now let's see what we can do to fix this issue. So, I want to start over here. With a couple pieces of horizontal tape. And I'm gonna structurally support that with some vertical pieces as well. Okay, and we'll go vertical, vertical, and now we're over here. So, yeah, just like this. We're gonna take this long horizontal, get this with a horizontal. We'll get a couple verticals for support. There we go. Now we're down to here, making some progress. Come on, your dog tape. Work. There. Okay. Here we go. Tape. Undo that part of the tape, so that's no good. Throwing this over here onto the table. Yeah. Now, plastic. Plastic goes here. Tape goes here. You felt this plastic? Why is a jobber called? Okay, a little bit more over here to go. Oh, stupid, 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 stupid Eric. You're a stupid, 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 stupid guy. Always full of terrible and bad ideas. Always saying how you wish you died. Okay. You're too much tape. Get down from there. Oh, horrible tape. Good. Like that. There. That's better. Now you're behaving more like the tape I thought I knew. And less like some kind of rapscallion. pretty good. Now, in order to ensure that we don't have the same problem again with the door, I'm going to do the following thing. I'm going to cut here. There. Cut that. And cut this, put this down here like this, and then cut along here. Okay. And then cut here so that we don't this needs more tape now. God damn it. There. Alright, that's fine. I will have to come back here and tape it. It's fine. Be that way. Fine. Now I have to come back over here and tape again a little bit. But not that much. Okay, that's the start. Now, okay, 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 making good progress here. Good. There. All right. Good work. And then get a couple other spots here to make sure that we don't have any problem with fall away tape jobs. I see, you know, obviously the kind of half-ass job over here. That all probably a tape. This is not. That is fine. Okay. Get this corner here. As per yeah. Get along here as well. As per yeah. Then I'm gonna get all of this like so. All right. I'm gonna get this part. Since I didn't do it right the first time, I want to cut corners or something. I don't know. Maybe because I was born an idiot. I'm doomed to be one for all of my days. Alright, well that's some progress. Let's make sure it does not happen again with some cross beams. As per yeah. Alright, going pretty good. Let's scoot on down here. Get the next strip of previous half-assery that needs repair. That's better. Okay. Now we'll get down here. Like so. All right. Pretty good. Now we need to get over here. That wall. But first, actually, we'll get the floor here. And what I want to do is cut where the scissors bit right. There we go. Scissors. Let's cut here. There. That's good. That helps. Make sure you guys have an excellent view of this exciting activity. We'll position you there for now. And watch us see how the taping goes. Where did I leave you, tape? There you are. All right, so we'll start off, as I said, over here on the floor. On this instance, that's really fine. Okay, now we'll get the end here like so, and like so, and like that's not good, and like so, and yes, like that. And then, at long last, like so. Okay. Now we need to get this part here along the baseboards. As you see, we've got a little bit more plastic than we need here, so we'll just kind of bunch it up. Okay. Start from this end. All right. Here we go. Oh, there. Let's do a couple cross beams. Too much. There. All right, that seems pretty good. So we currently have almost this whole living room floor tarped off. I do need have some things I need to tape off too, like this. Good. That's fine. All right. Last bit of tarping for today is going to involve this little spot right here. We're going to move this over here for now. And this can go up there. And these cords might be a bit of it in the way, but we'll figure it out. All right, let's look here at what we got. We got our third and final tarp. I will need to be buying more tarps, but for right now, it's enough to do the living room. But obviously, one tarp is much larger and have a little bit of space there. So we're going to have to cut this tarp to match that size. All right. All right. And then we've got some tarp to deal with here. And we're gonna unfold it all the way because it'll make it a little easier to deal with. All right. For now, that's fine. We just leave that like that for the time being. Because what we're going to do now is do a little bit of measuring. Oh no, this isn't long enough. Okay, well, didn't expect that. I just have to do the following. 36 inches right here. That's 3 feet. Another 18 inches. 1 foot and a half. 4.5 feet. Call it, 4.7, 4.8 to be safe. All right, now, how about this length? My glasses. There you go. Here's 36, that's 3 feet. And $32 to get all the way down to there. So 3 feet plus 2 feet 8 inches. Basically 6 foot. 6 by 4. Is that what I said this was? No, 4.5. 6 by 4.5. Alright, so I guess the 6 will be long way on this. Now let's measure it on this. And what I'd like to do, I just put a cut in with the scissors. 6, 36, that's 3 feet. Mainly located here. Alright. So now I'm going to make a cut right here. Okay. Now I'm going to do 4.5 feet this way. So 36, 3 feet, and then I want 18 more inches. Right to there. Okay. All right. Now, how are we going to do it? So, I guess I'm going to need to use those table lines again to do this. That's fine. All right. Well, so we'll pull this up over here. Let's look over here at what we're doing. All right, so to help us cut straight lines, we can use the little rigid jet canyon derivative, or the gaps between the things. Alright, so here's one of the cuts that we need to make, right? We also need to know how far to cut it in. We'll start by cutting some of this and make sure by trying to line this up with this. Yes, 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 yes. God damn it. Come on, you difficult thing. Stop being difficult. Nobody likes a difficult Daniel. Boy, that doctor is in for such a scolding. Every time it crosses my mind, I just go, oh, you're done for a real scolding, that doctor. Alright, so let's go ahead and pull this a little bit this way. There. That's pretty good, but not quite. Pull this, like so. Alright, that's pretty good. Now, I'm going to get these scissors. This is a little bit off kilter like that a little bit, but fix that a little bit. Alright, let's try it. We're going to take, we'll just use the knife. Now, where's the other cut? Right there. So, we need to go only as far No. You dirty rat. Okay, let's pull this up this way now. Seems to be working okay fine still, so we just have to pull it up to here until we get to that cut over there. Where's the cut? There it is. Okay, so that's a little too far. Still a little too far. That's about right there. Okay, so in other words, we don't have very much more to cut. Just right here. All right, now we need to turn it. You know what I think I might? No, let's do it right. We need to turn it. So let's turn it. Don't get caught on that. Come on. So where's the cut? Where's the other cut? Oh wait, the other cut's gonna be on this side of the other side, right? Okay, it's not on this side, so it's on should be on this side then. Where is it? Tainting. Horrible bag. God damn it. Come on. There it is. Okay, good. So I found the cut. And what we want to do is line that up right here with this. Okay. Now, I see. Goes all the way through to the end here. That's fine. There, I did it. That was a lot of engineering, but I managed to do it. Now we'll see if it actually fits. Looks like it's about the right size. Let's find out. Come on, everybody. It's time for an adventure. No, it doesn't fit. Can't be that way, can it? Well, maybe it's that way. Well, I guess it goes that way. Alright, good, it does fit. I just had it pointing in the wrong direction. Yeah, it seems to fit pretty much perfectly. I'm not maybe going to have a lot of lee room on that side for taping because it's other plastic, but should be fine. I'm going to go under this wire. Get out of here, wire. You tell your dumb wire. You tell him, Tiff. Okay, good. We've got this plastic pushed up against this side. Now it's time to get the tape and begin the process of putting things. Do you enjoy pudding? No, not pudding, putting things. As opposed to say, you know, getting things or setting them down. Putting. It's the hot new trend in placing of objects. Oh, you dirty rat. Oh. Alright. That's good. We got that part done. Now I'm going to tape this end over here to this end so that we don't have any gap between them. Okay. That's coming along nicely. I'm just gonna do this here to cover just one little spot. Just gonna get it with tape rather than cut a teeny little piece of tarp. All right, now we can do a couple of cross beams here to be safe. Make sure this maybe battened down like the hatches of renown. Put it up here. And piece right there. Get all of me tape. All right, and we'll do a piece like this. Piece like this. And then like this. Then we'll go here. Get this. God damn it. All right, one last spot to get over here on the tiles. Okay, now we're going to do this, this, maybe this, maybe one of these, and we're good to go. We have just completed Let's be real here. Right now I want to be as real as the streets. You filthy yeah. Stop being a bitch. All right, fucking yeah. I've had enough of you and your wicked, wicked ways. Oh. Whew. That's a spicy meatball. All right. Let's plug this in for a second. I'm gonna get my glasses, gonna look at some chats. Whew. Get my glasses. Get my glasses, gonna look at some chats, okay? The real question is, where are my glasses? And the answer is over here. Hi, Becca Reams. Hi, Show Media. No, I'm painting. Becca. When I serial kill, I don't bother cleaning up. It's just too hard. It's like, I don't know how many people you've killed before, but boy, is it a mess. I'm going to tape off this edge of the tiles here. Oops, I don't want to get paint on the tiles either. Although that would be easier to clean up, obviously. Let me give the old double tape actually. Make sure we get far enough away from the edge. Go, 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 go. Good. Is anything wrong with OnlyFans, single or married? Well, I mean, provide your spouse is okay with it. But I would definitely have a problem with Rachel going on OnlyFans. And I know she'd have a problem with me going on OnlyFans. Especially if I didn't consult her about it, you know. I think that's totally appropriate for monogamous couples to set those kind of boundaries. It's also fine if they don't, but you know, you'll have your relationship. Oh my! I want a monopoly on seeing my wife's naked goodies. Maybe that's irrational of me. I don't know, but she's mine. She's my possession, my object. None may gaze upon her beauty but me. Alright, so now we have this remaining strips here. Yeah. This part here, I could cut this across right here so that it's no longer in a razor shape. So we're going to cut this right about here. Where's the phone? Oh, right there. Right. hate myself all the time. When I think about me, I hate myself. Okay, where's the cutting spot? Right here? Yeah, I guess so. Okay. So, we're just going to cut from here to here. Just from there to there with our scissors. So let's hold this for a second. Right here, get the scissors. And then we're going to cut right across here. Good. Now you got that part cut off. Let's see how big this piece is, and then cut it fit for this hallway. Yeah, I think it's gonna fit fine. Obviously, it's not gonna be long enough for this whole hallway or anything, but I think it conveniently is about just the right size for this little hallway here. A little too big, but I'll just fold it over. So let's start here by getting this end. You know what? But that'll be too wide on this side rather than this side. You dirty rat. Okay. We will need to cut this side, but first, let's get this side taped down where it should be. Okay. So we'll start here. Okay, we'll put these things here, fold it over a little bit. It's a little tall still. And we'll just tape that sumbitch down. Just like Captain Tape was in town. The master of tape, the master of things. Captain Tape can always sing. The Legend of Captain Tape. Captain Tape is a superhero who has all the powers of tape. How many different tape powers are there? Well, there's adhere, there's stick to things, there's stick things together, which is a bit of a variant on that. A lot of people say stick things together is the real elite skill of super tape. Tape Man Super Tape, Lord of Tape. All right. We're making progress, but we forgot to finish this end, didn't we? Yes, we did. And now you see the problem when you do things the wrong way. Hi, I'm host Eric, and I'm here to talk to you today about the right way and the wrong way to do things. Sometimes we feel tempted to do things the wrong way. Take Tommy, for example. Tommy wanted a new toy at the store, but he couldn't afford it, and he didn't want to wait until his allowance happened. So he took his dad's gun and robbed the toy store. That's doing it the wrong way. Don't do things that way. Make wise choices. All right, another fall. Go. Come on, you scoundrel. There. All right. Now, we're going to see if these really are the world's best biscuits and gravy. Let me get off of this for a second. Oh, the difficulties. Oh, the horrors. Whatever shall we do? You know what? I want to put this under the door here. Because this actually has some painting materials in this closet. So I'm just going to tuck it under the door. There. All right. So now over here also, we need to cut there. All right, now we get the tape and we'll be good to go. So we'll tape along this edge some more right here to finish that. Including over here. All right. We're just gonna fold this up a little bit so that it's not too high on the baseboard. We'll start down here, I guess, and tape it like so. I'm almost out of tape. Wow. Good thing this is the last bit of tarping I wanted to do tonight. This morning at this point. You dirty rats. Get on there, you dirty rat. Ah, there. And you fold down. Okay. All right. Now we're going to need some cross beams to ensure structural stability. Hey, stop saying that, Eric. Once again, I'm going to say, I hate myself. Yes, I say it all the time. If you were to listen to me, you might conclude that I hate myself. I don't think I actually hate myself, but I'm no expert. All right, now let's get this last bit over here on the floor, and we are going to be done diddly on. Oh, 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 sweet Jesus. Oh, sweet, merciful Jesus. Turn my loaves into fishes and turn my fishes into bitches. Because I am done here. For now. And that was kind of exhausting. But good too, you know. Feels good to get a little purposeful work done. And frankly, I think I did a fantastic job of tarping. I think even the world's strictest tarping judges would agree that I did a fine enough job of tarping. I mean, they might say not good enough because they're the world's finest tarping judges. And I never claimed to be among the world's finest tarpers. Nevertheless, good job, Eric. Okay. Now we're gonna just stand in the doorway here, smoke a cigarette. And see, now when I open it, there's still a little bit of meowing from over here. Let's probably get that bit flattened out. But what I could simply do instead is cut like that. There we go. That's better. No. Don't do that, I said. All right, well, what else? So I'm going to put this here with this and this. And I'll get a cigarette. Well, I did bring them. Okay, good. For a second, I thought I'd not brought my cigarettes, but then guess what? I did bring them, but they got all smashed in my pocket. Fortunately, there was like only one left. Let's see if it's broken. Hey, it didn't break. Congratulations, Eric. All right, so let's see what ye old Chatteroo has to say as we enjoy this fine Peruvian cigarillo. I think I'll get a little water. I didn't know I meant it literally, but look at this. It's a little water. So let's see what's going on here in the Chatteroo. There's a lot of people here. It's unusual. Thanks to Berghoff. What are you even talking about? Katie asks. I'm talking about life, love, everything you ever thought I'd talk about, and more. I'm talking about tarping. I'm talking about taping tarps. I'm talking about protecting carpets, protecting floors. I'm talking about being responsible. Something maybe you need to learn a little something about. Maybe. Oh, I know what you're saying. If you're so responsible, Eric, why are you being loud at 4:20 in the morning? Okay, you got me there. You got me. I'm deeply ashamed of myself. Tonight, you were correct, the Berghoff. On any normal day, I'd say, are you talking about me? Boy, this lampshade is hideous. I mean, have you ever seen a worse lampshade than this? Look at this horrible, horrible lampshade. In order for you to really appreciate it, I think I have to turn the light off. I guess it doesn't turn off, but we're gonna unplug it. Now you can really appreciate how hideous that lampshade is. Let's go in for a closer look. We've got, I'm turn the light on, so see it better there. So as you see, zoom in a bit. We're gonna just give this a meowing a bit. All right, so let's take a look. Let's take a look at this horrible lampshade. It features 3 primary elements plus some secondary elements, okay? First, it's got this Friar Tuck haircut around the top with this horrible black stuff. Then the primary body of the lampshade is polka dots, which, okay by itself maybe, but then it's got this ridiculous skirt around it that matches not at all. Like, it's a lady wearing a Hawaiian skirt to a funeral. But then lastly, and I want to make sure you don't miss this part. Look closely. Look closely and you're going to see some immaculate bedazzling, okay? That's right. Look at these. Oh my God. So beautiful. Except, of course, they're not. Instead of being beautiful, it's absolutely the single worst lampshade I've ever seen in my life. Obviously, the woman who lived here made it herself. She made it herself, and she had poor skills in making things and bad taste in lampshades. Ergo, that monstrosity. Oh, my pants are unzipped? Well, you could have told me sooner. You trying to look in my zipper or what? God, what was that sound? Is it a monster? I don't know. I guess it was probably a monster. Usually, when things are, they're monsters. I feel bad for the Indian women. Why do you feel bad for the Indian women? Is it because they have to have a dot on their forehead? Is it because they have to let cows walk around wherever they want to? Is this your audition to be a host on this old house? No, this is proof that there's one kind of task that I definitely can do. It's painting. I'm not necessarily good at a lot of household things. I don't feel confident about plumbing work, for example, electrical stuff, but I've painted plenty of houses, plenty of rooms, plenty of whatever, so I'm not stressed about painting this place. I will hammer it out in fairly short order. Obviously, got to get the ceiling, so the good thing is I can just reach right here and do this. It's a little tiring on your arm, so sometimes it's easier with a step ladder, even though you're just a couple inches closer, but we're going to get this whole thing transformed from blue to white. It's going to be as shiny as an angel feather, which is, of course, why I got that color of paint. I mean, if you've been around the channel for a while, you know how much I love the shade of angel feathers. There's a toss-up between angel feather and scrotum. What time is it here? It's 4:25. Whenever I get a DM and it's vile, it's from an Indian or a Pakistani. Yeah, I'll tape off the edges of the windows because I'm going to get along here. But I don't need to tape off the ceiling. The ceiling's going to be white too. And the trim's already, well, I might shape off the trim, or I might try to get, I might use one of the big flat things in a brush, you know. Yeah, I know Indians like to rape a lot. I'm not sure what's going on with that. It's like they aren't Islamic. I normally associate rapiness with Islam, not Hinduism, but you know, maybe it's the Islamic Indians. I think in general, Islam treats women as chattel more than any other religion. So, you know, obviously, to the extent that you expect to see that from a culture, it's going to be an Islamic one, not a Hindu one. Okay, so I guess I'm done here now. Just need to find somewhere to throw this cigarette away. You can go right there for now. That's fine. Now we're going to turn off this light. And we're going to turn off this light. But before I go, I'm going to do some last little thing that's going to be pretty exciting for everybody. And you are going to have the opportunity to watch me do it. It doesn't come around that often, so pay close attention. And I just turn this screwdriver, insert it into the screw. counterclockwise to my left. So loosen these screws, remove them, and eventually remove this light switch plate. Why do we have these things? Because if you didn't have this, it would look too, electrical stuff. You want it to just look nice, a plain white square. Obviously, you don't want to paint these things. And it's frankly a lot easier to take them off than it is to tape them. So if you didn't have a plate, this is what it would look like. And people say, oh no, that's too ugly. I want to have a nice white square. Shut up, you babies, I say to them. Alright, that's the last task. That's the last samurai. The last bag of bango nuts. Okay, we're going to turn off the light in the hallway. We're going to turn off the heater. We're going to turn off this hideous lamp. And then, before you know it, we'll be back home. Now, the main job I have right now is to try somehow to not trip and fall over the dark and dangerous stairs. Let's see if we can manage that. Oh, don't be scared. It's just a little darkness. It's gonna be fine. I'm right here with you. I'll make sure no monsters pop out. You know, when you're at work, you're such a high-powered, high-achieving professional, no one would ever know. They didn't know you as well as I do. Once you get home, you cry just like a little girl. Because you're scared of the dark. You're also scared of the daylight, which makes it pretty difficult for you to go outside. Okay. This is a disaster waiting to happen. I can't see anything as far as where the steps are. I mean, I can make out like this tree over here and so forth, but let's see. This helps. Yeah, this works. I can see where the steps are now. I don't have to guess. Okay, good. All right, now let's get in the car and turn on the lights, and then we'll be able to see again. Okay, let me just set you down here for a second. Take you out of that tripod for a second. You can ride up front with me. I promise I'll drive carefully. Okay. And now it's time for us go home. Maybe we'll have some little breakfast, a little something for breakfast. You know, I could cook us up some sausages. I've got sausages. I could make sausage sandwiches if you'd like. Okay, here we go. Remember, we will be separated momentarily as I make my way from this internet to the next. Hang on tight and you'll be just fine. Wow. That was a real tour de force. A real display of American chutzpah. Kind of beat. Busy day, busy life, busy way, busy wife. Don't forget to close the door, Eric. You stupid fucking whore. That's not a nice poem. I'm not a whore. Who made up that poem? That's a horrible poem. Oh, great. I forgot the tripod and the little brother. Sit you down here for a second. I'll sit you down there, and I'm going to plug in this. Okay. Okay, there. You're plugged in. Now I'll go get the tripod. Really, much of the onerous work of painting is prep, you know. Once you have everything taped off and all these things taken off, you know, the little outlet covers and stuff taken off. Then once you actually start painting, it goes pretty quickly. If you don't prep properly, then the painting process is, you know, greatly slowed. Because instead of, oops, that's not what I meant to do. Instead of sort of painting with a certain amount of freedom, you're constantly trying not to drift, cleaning up drifts, etc. So if you prep properly, that's going to take a while, but once you get started painting, it's going to go a lot faster than it would otherwise. All right, where's the mouse? There's the mouse. I see it over here. Inside of your mom's puss, which is a surprising place to find it. I'm pretty sure her puss was all the way filled up by now, but it's not. I guess there's still room for one more. Whew. I'm here. There are no religion police around here. I'm just saying it's kind of surprising that India is a rapey place because one normally associates that with Islam, you know? Or it's like, in my mind, Islamic culture is built around male insecurity, you know? Which is kind of cool. Like, I feel uh, preserve my fragile male ego at all costs is not an entirely non-intuitive way to go, but I don't think it works very well as a cultural frame, you know? You end up with women who are proud of where they come from and their culture and their faith and stuff like that, and yet can't really defend it in the rest of the world because it's got so much barbarism to it in practice, not in word only. Like Christianity has instances, small cults here and there that express the religion barbarically, but that's the norm for the moderate population in Muslim countries. You know, they think it's fine to put atheists to death for being atheists. They think it's fine to, or imprison them. They think it's fine to put filmmakers to death for making fun of Muhammad. Like, these things are pre-enlightenment kind of notions and obviously not conducive to free and civil modern world. But nevertheless, you know, lots of things suck. Islam's not unique in sucking. And just because people associate with something that sucks doesn't mean we should condemn it. So anyway, you know, obviously the world will never be a utopia until this channel has a viewership of 4 to 5 billion people who tune in every day for guidance on how they currently suck and could suck less. Right. Your rich Islamists, they fly to the U.S., go to titty bars, and get drunk because they're complete fucking hypocrites. You know, they don't think non-Islamic women matter because they think they're all whores, you know. So they're very rapey in other countries. But this is weed, yes. That's just one of the many things this channel does. Holy cow. Yes, I provide tips for successful pooping. But I also condemn the Islamic expression of masculinity as fundamentally toxic, controlling, and pre-enlightenment, you know? You can't have a whole religion and society based on being driven entirely by like male insecurities. Like, we have to cover up all these women because I don't want to have to look at you and feel like sad that I don't have a girl. That's basically what it boils down to. It's a religion and a culture built by and serving incels. It's incelam, you could call it. No, I'm not going to convert to Islam, obviously. I never converted to anything. I just gradually became Christian. And of course, obviously, my version of Christianity is in some ways markedly different from most Christians. For example, I don't believe in the Bible. I think it's stupid, but I'm still a Christian. I'm not going to bow down to Mecca. I'm not going to pray to Mecca. I'm not going to visit Mecca. If I were to visit Mecca, it would only be to give a lecture to all those people about how their religion is misogynistic and they need to check themselves before they wreck themselves, and how free speech rights, individual autonomy obviously trumps their arbitrary version of the sacred. And if they continue to threaten violence when people express themselves, they should well expect to get their asses bombed. Thanks, Goals. Appreciate it. I am giving a lecture here. Oh, there, you mean saying in Mecca. Yeah, I probably wouldn't actually do that in Mecca because, yeah, and that's the problem, right? The fact that I couldn't go to Mecca and give a street side lecture about how dumb Islam is without getting killed is proof of how dumb Islam is. Civilized people don't threaten violence when other people make jokes about their dumbass shit, you know? So when I draw a picture of Muhammad with a shirt on that says, "Poop on my face, please, I'm Muhammad," non barbaric people don't threaten violence. They go, "These provocateurs trying to trigger us by being sacrilegious. I'm going to change the channel." They do things like that, you know, sane things. They don't go blow up a magazine because the magazine fought for freedom of expression over having primacy over their version of the sacred, you know? Not only that, but so many people die at pilgrimage yearly because of the temperatures and stampede. It's not a spiritual experience. Well, I guess it would depend how close stampeding is to your form of meditation. I fear people aren't ready to go back to just not giving a crap about opinions they don't believe in, but you keep it on, man. I'm not saying they shouldn't give a crap. I'm saying it's not okay to threaten violence. You know? It's fine to be offended and be like, fuck those people. Those people suck ass or for making fun of us or whatever. You know, it's appropriate to respond to, say, mockery, critique, etc., in kind with mockery, critique, etc. So if somebody mocks the Prophet Muhammad, the appropriate response is to make a video making fun of Jesus. It's not to try to get that filmmaker extradited to your country so that you can put him to death. You know? We have to prioritize things that actually universalize, like the individual right to autonomy. I'm not saying everyone's religion is right. What I'm saying is that there are universals, namely individual equality before the law, natural rights derived from ownership and property, liabilities, civil and criminal, ensuing from violation of rights, not linked to what the Quran says or whatever. Things need to be logical, right? So, anyway. So, yeah, each person's religion is right to them, and accordingly, it can never justify violence against somebody else because there's no objective way to determine which religion has primacy. If we could do that, then everybody would be the same religion. So, accordingly, we understand that there is a space carved out for faith based thinking, faith based texts, and that has nothing to do with the functioning institutions, habits of a civil society, and that your version of sacred, whatever it may be, must always be secondary to universalizable interests regarding each individual's rights to express themselves, to critique you, to make fun of you, you know? This guy's infatuated with his delusion of being intelligent. I'm infatuated with the delusion, huh? I don't feel particularly infatuated. I'm just, talking on my YouTube channel. Apparently, you think I sound very intelligent, or else you wouldn't have made that critique. But, maybe that's just you. I'm taking very long to say very simple things. I actually don't think the things I'm saying are especially simple. For example, critiquing Islam on its priority of sacred over secular. And I'm giving examples to establish my point of Egypt and their desire to extradite a filmmaker. It's important to give that example both to substantiate what I said and to provide additional clarity for those who understand best by example. I did not take an unusually long time to say that. I thought it was relatively concise. I could perhaps have been more concise, and that probably is better. But, I'm human. I can sometimes be a bit unnecessarily wordy. No, it's not you are talking to 20 idiots on the internet. You aren't holding a TED Talk. I didn't think I was holding a TED Talk. I mean, I know I suspect I'm talking to at least one idiot on the internet, Jack, but I think perhaps your disdain for everybody here and me is reflective of something you've got going on, some kind of projection, some kind of displacement. I don't know. I don't know you for shit, so who knows what you got going on. But it's not normal for somebody to go out of their way to come to someone's YouTube channel and tell them how they should feel bad about themselves and not afford themselves any legitimacy because I don't know why you would do that. You don't even know how much legitimacy I afford myself. You say I'm infatuated with my own delusions of intelligence, but I'm just chilling with my internet friends talking about shit. If you don't like it, it doesn't take that much effort or intelligence to realize, hey, I can close this tab. Maybe try doing that. Well then, Jack, have enough sense to get in out of the rain. Close the tab, go to someplace else that you find less infuriatingly bad. If you just want to sit here and shit on this community, me, what I'm doing, then I will unavoidably hide you because you're just wasting all of our time. Is that clear? Or are you still struggling? Anyhow, shitbag notwithstanding, we had no trick-or-treaters. We did get candy with the intent of giving it out to neighborhood children should they make it to our house. But realistically, I anticipated that even if there's a group of them that does a pretty thorough trick-or-treating, they still probably won't make it all the way back to our house because they got all of Heights Cove and the houses that are closer to Heights Cove on Snyder and Creek and Snyder Ridge, and we're like all the way to the back of the loop. Well, I mean, the thing is, it his behavior was not an instance of not knowing when to pull a punch. His behavior was an instance of spite causing someone to transition from using language to do either communication of information or to convey that to express themselves, and instead using it purely out of spiteful, hatey, jealousy stuff, you know? So his goal is to take me down a notch, to make it so that I'm not just continually talking here, comfortable, obviously happy with myself, believing I'm correct, etc. He wants some kind of crisis of self confidence from me. Of course, I suspect this boils down to one of two possible things. One, he perceives himself as understanding things well, and upon listening to me, realizes to some extent that he doesn't, you know, depending on how smart he is. If he's smart, he may realize pretty well that he doesn't understand things once he listens to me. And so but he's not equipped or isn't in the process of coping with that truth head on, but rather having a very, well, having the reaction of, if I shit on Eric sufficiently, then I will disrupt the quality of his work in a way that will make him seem less intimidating to me. But it's also possible that he's kind of got an ESFP thing going on, that he just doesn't like the idea of people always using language for the purpose of conveying information and being effective at doing that, because he fundamentally views language as being for the purpose of expressing oneself, and it's hitting him right in his polar. You know, that's a possibility too. So I don't know which one is right. What do you guys do in Christmas 25? Do you guys go gather together with family members this Christmas? Ours are in January. For the last 5 years. Some people start in 25 now. Rachel and I don't think are going to do anything on Christmas except sit around the house, probably. Maybe I'll give her a present. I could give her the gift of a good stern lecture. Rachel, you need to listen to me, lady. I'm your controlling, bossy husband. You need to clean and sweep. You need to do the dishes. You need to raise our invisible child. I can't believe you were wasting money watching that TV show, when what you should have been doing is dusting the drapes. How many people think you need to dust your drapes? You stay home and cook and don't exhaust yourself at all. And then when your husband comes home, you greet him with wearing nothing but a smile and a dry martini. Welcome home, hot stuff. It's me, Goals. No, he drinks the dry martini. You're just there to serve it to him and be an attractive decoration until he's ready to, exhaust himself pillaging your femininely goods. We can get like one of those old drape paddles to clean the drapes. A drape paddle, huh? Cleaning the drapes sounds an awful lot like an S&M video. Drinking. We both take BP meds. So you can't drink alcohol? Because your British petroleum meds won't let you. Eric, have you ever had a dry martini? Oh, I've had quite a few in my day. Pretty good. Quite the few. Um, well, maybe tell the doctor, hey, you need to put me on a different medication. I gotta get drunk. You're boring. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, to be honest, I think drinking is boring. So, like, do you have a dinner time where your husband's gonna come home from work and you tell the kids, get ready for dinner, go wash your hands, it's almost done. I've made bean green bassicole and I made some tuna casserole and I made some Mexican frijole casserole. Doping smoke, yeah. Is smoking dope boring? It's not exciting, but what I mean by drinking is boring is when you can't drink successfully, when you're not good at drinking or can't moderate successfully, then instead of being fun, it's you're constantly walking a tightrope act. It's you end up retreating to places where you won't encounter other people because you're scared of your own lack of discretion. I see a lot of tarted people here tonight. Really? So, Eddie Maxwell, it seems odd that you would be able to tell that someone's retarded here in the chat just by looking at them. You must have very heightened retard detection powers. Can you explain what some of the clues that you cue in on are? Some people think I'm retarded, but some people are just jealous. Sometimes I get temporary Down syndrome, usually when I'm feeling positive emotions for Rachel, but my love for her will tend to make me retarded. But sometimes she gets Down syndrome too. No, Mom, I don't want to wear that hat. Do the hand with the voice. That's for deaf people. They talk kind of similar, right? If you want to be deaf, you can have more complicated sentences, but it's still sounds the same, but you're not retarded. You're just that. Drinking spills the beans. In general, I don't think you should drink beans. Just my personal opinion. But if I were at your house, Gold, and I saw you getting a can of pinto beans, opening it and just drinking it down, I'd say, Goals, that is not how you're supposed to consume those things. Then I'd say, oh, God, Eric, don't say that. Just let her do it her way. Who cares? It's not your beans. If she wants to drink her beans, let her. But then what happened is your husband let me in on something that happened before. He told me about how you had to be taken to the hospital because you were choking on so many beans. He tried to pour the whole can of beans down your throat at once. It got lodged there. And a Heimlich maneuver was able to open a little bit of an airway, but you actually had to go to the hospital to get the bulk of the beans removed. Then you and the doctors had tacos. Well, I do say, show media. You miss it? You miss me talking Southern? When you're a Southern man like me, you grow accustomed to the heat of the summer. Now, my wife, Rachel, she ordinary good old Southern woman. She likes to cook them biscuits, cook up that gravy, and take us all to an SEC football game. Dementia TV. So, what makes you think I have dementia? Do you know what that word means? Like, for example, if you were to get diagnosed dementia in somebody, what cues would you look for? I'm curious because, again, I find myself wondering if you're projecting. It's like, there's nothing here that would prompt you to conclude that I had dementia. Certainly, none of the symptoms of it. I don't display any symptoms of it, and it yada yada yada. So, are you maybe somebody who has dementia and has gotten loose on the internet and going around like shaking your fist at people going, "Oh, you got dementia," or what? I'm not sure, Eddie Maxwell. Can someone define the word geriatric for me? Sure, I think it means old and infirm to the extent that one needs assistance with things. Like, you know. Haters get frustrated when they don't succeed the first time, come back and get increasingly venomous and toxic. But the thing is about their efforts is that they're doomed because I'll just keep hiding their stupid ass, you know? They just need to recognize their limits, right? They come here hoping to talk shit, provoke a certain kind of reaction. I school the shit out of them, slap them out of the room, and then hide them. And that leaves them infuriated, and they come back with a different name, and then I hide that one too. And, you know, like in this instance, he got uh, extra sleazy. Geriatrics is a branch of medicine that focuses on the care of older adults. It focuses on the health and well being of individuals as they age, addressing the unique medical, social. Yes. You know, I don't think medicine actually ever focuses on the well being of individuals. Seems to be totally disinterested in that. If someone paid you and Rachel $10 million and a challenge to talk in a southern accent for a month, we record on live TV, would you take the challenge? Of course. It's fine. Even if I was just on TV for a month, it would be motivation enough. Psychological challenges they may face. It doesn't, Eric. It's all about the money. Well, you know what I'd say to those people? All the people in the world who aren't as I think they should be. You see me rolling, you hating, patrolling and trying to catch me riding dirty, trying to catch me riding dirty, trying to catch me riding dirty. So I had to say to them, well, this whole like medical profession thing, I need to go on a tour of all the nation's medical facilities, one after another. Go in there and yell at all the doctors. I want to yell at them and scold them and say, you fucks need to get your shitty heads out of your shit-filled asses. That's what I need to do. It's a good song, right? This Berber bussin', this Berber bussin', Weepaw. A little burrito at 5 in the morning. Never hurt anybody. It's 5:10 a.m. Also known as the Hour of Champions. As long as I could explain to them in my southern accent why I was doing it, it'd be fine. I'm sorry, Delilah, but I can't stop talking to Southern. It's part of a challenge, you see. For me to manifest my Southern self for the entirety of a month, I do declare that's non-unique to burritos, Putty Cat. All food, at least food can come from me, it's pooping. You make it sound like if you eat something other than burritos, you won't have to poop. Trust me, I've tried eating lots of things. You'll always end up having to poop. I told my body, why don't you just use all of the food I put in you instead of wasting some of it by putting it out in form of poop? What's my favorite strain? Well, the strains I chose to grow this year because there were strains that I historically have liked were Jack Herrera, Northern Lights, Gorilla Glue number 4, and Cherry Pie. Additionally, because when I bought those 4 kinds of seeds from the seed store, I earned a free reward of super skunk seeds, so I also planted that. How old is Berg? How old is hope? How old is courage? How old is a human being being human? One man asking all the wrong questions. Do I like hybrids? Well, Gorilla number 4 is a hybrid. I tend to like things that are on the more sativa-y side. Some straight sativas and sometimes hybrids that are sativa heavy. But there might be an indica or two that I'm fond of. Is Durban poison an indica? Because I want to get that as and the next seed I want to get is Durban poison. Highway to the danger zone. Highway to the top. Who's they? Regardless, I don't like where you're going here. Would be funny if you were born on tax day too. Am I clubbing? Not right now. I would say this doesn't qualify as clubbing. It's more something in the range of sitting at home. What you doing Sunday morning? Well, I was thinking about sitting up and sneezing. Maybe do a bit of coughing. Maybe rub my eyes a few times. Gosh, so many things I could do. And God bless you too, Brendan Payne. God bless you and all the people of Shiloh. I like it, obviously, but that doesn't mean I want to have it exclusively. Yes, it does. You have to commit to something 100%. If you say you like it, it has to be your new exclusive passion. So be careful what you say you like. You know what? I like cheesecake. Oh, shit. Now I have to make cheesecake my exclusive new passion. Smoking some bud in the world today takes everything you got. Where's Tiffany? Tiffany, where are you? Tiffany, did I leave you at the other house? Do you guys hear her? I don't hear her. I must have left her at the other house. Otherwise, I could hear her calling back to me by now, I'm sure. Oh well, that's fine. I'll go see her in the morning. Right now, she's probably there, like, yelling about me to Mindy. I like your big brain idea. Is Dia's big brain idea the idea that you should evaluate someone's intelligence by the size of their brain? Because if so, I think you're going to be disappointed. You are going to currently see her in the morning. It is currently morning. Going to see who? Who am I going to see? Eric, what's the longest you ever grew your hair? I had like bangs that were like down to around my meows for a while when I was like 18 or something. You know, it was a phase. I was going through a phase called late adolescence. And I wanted to be stylish. I wanted. Oh, right. I said I would see Tiffany in the morning, and it's currently morning. Okay, well, my morning. For me, morning means the time period after I get up. So for me today, morning might be, I don't know, what's like 10 hours from now? Because I'm probably not going to sleep for another couple hours. 10 hours from now would be 5 to 6, 6 to 7, 7 to 8, 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 1, 2, 3. Be like 3 in the afternoon. I don't drink wine and onion soup, it's just water. You don't drink wine and onion soup. It's just water, tasty water, but still water. Well, I think that's smart, Katie. For one thing, onion soup is not a drink. And for another, you shouldn't mix your wine with onions. It's not going to make a better beverage. It's just going to be weird. I still do have a full head of hair, Putty Cat. It's just that these days it's become invisible. If I need tips for your house, remember you? What kind of tips, what kind of house tips do you give? Would you like to tell me, like, move those windows over there and put a parapet at the top of your house with a isolated room that can only be accessed by the window by climbing up someone's hair. Where did I get this bong? Here in town. I got it for Rachel, I guess, but I kind of stole it from her then. I don't remember. Maybe not. Maybe that. No, that's the other one. This one I had for me. You have those automatic sliding curtain things? You mean these kind of things? They're called plantation shutters. Plantation shutters. I like it too. Her name's Firecrotch. Understandably, right? Because the fire goes right here. As far as I can tell, she's not a specific character from anything. But maybe I'm wrong about that. To me, she just seems like kind of I don't know, like an INFJ American Indian with a bit of kind of like a weird African haircut. Like there's little gold rings around this and stuff, you know. Yeah, I think American Indian is what I'm thinking. But she's an INFJ. That's why she's got these super intense eyes. She's observing, she's listening, she's intuiting about things. My name is Firecrotch. I live a life of observation. I see all and I know the truth about it. My name is Firecrotch. Thanks, Firecrotch. Acacia named her Firecrotch. For many years I lived on the Great Plains of America, going up to the buffalo and saying, "Would you like a bong rip? It's me, Firecrotch." Well, that's an interesting story, Firecrotch. What did the buffalo say? Of course, the buffalo, always friend to the Indian, was happy to receive me and smoke of my stash. Cool story, Firecrotch. Um, I am abstinent. I am not a sexual being. My job as Firecrotch consumes the whole of my life, and I have no time for frivolous personal affairs like sexual intercourse. I'll leave that to the animals in the wilderness. As a civilized and beautiful, elegant young woman, I have no interest in defiling the temple of my purity with the filthiness of penis or vagina. Well, I didn't know you had such strong opinions about it, Firecrotch. Are you sure it's not because your own crotch is nothing but a fire hole? Silence! My bad. I'm sorry. I wasn't supposed to say that. Do you pull the bullhead out like a normal one? What's the bullhead? I don't know what that means. Yes, you have, Diamond. Diamond, you see truly. You see the truth about me. It is an honor to meet me. But this horrible man doesn't seem to think so. I do too, Firecrotch. You casually let me get filthy before cleaning me. Sometimes I fester in the most disgusting of liquids for weeks before this horrible old man gets around to cleaning me. Just look at this bowl. Look at that resin. Oh, this is stuck in my body. Have you no humanity? I'm sorry, Firecrotch. I try to clean you as much as possible. Try, try. That's all I ever hear from you is try. How about do clean me? Clean me well next time. He does such a half-assed job. It's like, oh, clean enough. Not for me. It's not clean enough. For you, maybe, but it's not your body. Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Firecrotch. It's just, I do the best I can. I've been a bong a long time. And usually I get a few minutes of rest now and again. With you, it's bong rip after bong rip, day after day after day. I'm not your whore. Okay, I'm sorry, Firecrotch. I don't think you're a whore. I'm just... Also consider how long he's been doing it and how hard it would affect him, and how hard it would affect him to stop. What, this weed? You know what's interesting about weed is they just came out with a long term study lasting almost like 50 years or something on weed and cognitive decline. And it turns out that not only is there no correlation with weed and increased cognitive decline, there's a correlation between weed smoking and cognitive retention to the rate of, over the course of, say, 40 years, chronic weed smokers retain 1.9 IQ points more than regular people. It's pretty fun, huh? So one could make the argument that, well, no, I need to smoke weed because I'm trying to preserve my cognitive abilities. I don't want to fall into an early cognitive decline, and weed protects your brain. One could make that argument. That's not really why I'm smoking weed. But I always knew it was bullshit that it made you dumb, as they've always said. Because if it actually made a person dumb at anything more than a negligible rate, then I, at some point, start finding myself unable to understand other people or have some kind of empirical cue that shows me that, in fact, I'm getting dumber. But I've never experienced it. I do half-ass jobs on my pieces too. You mean cleaning them? Because, I was like, well, I put a lot of attention into cleaning the bong. As soon as you're done cleaning it, you're going to start smoking out of it. It's going to get filthy again in no time. I didn't vote. Rachel didn't vote. And not according to this study. According to this study, it prevents cognitive decline. And in fact, there not only does it show that there's no correlation between weed smoking and in cognitive decline, it continues to show that even as you increase the quantity and frequency of weed smoking, there's no change, right? So it's like you get, I mean, maybe there's a change in terms of the, I don't know, it didn't go into that much detail. Well, it's just one study, but it was a long-term study of a large population of people, and it has the benefit of actually establishing a baseline, say 40 to 50 years ago, with a project scope of that length, tracking cognitive decline in the populations. So the methodology is sound, and it's the only data we have on the question because it's the only study that's actually undertaken such a long-term question that's completed yet, anyway. He is the master of the rhetoric. Who is the master of the rhetoric? I feel like when I was younger, weed made me sort of dumb, and older makes me smarter and sharper at times. At its best, it makes me relax, right? So it doesn't do a very good job of it, but if I haven't smoked bowls in a while, I'm going to write a book called Insane Things People Say. And I can include that in the book. They're both terrible presents. Booze is better for relaxing than weed in the short term, but it makes you feel more tore up, so in that regard it's contra relaxing in the long term. The thing is, this doesn't exactly make me relax, but it makes me somewhat high, which tends to make me chill out a little bit. You think it's also about smoking the right amount for your body composition and just general what's right for you? What's right for me? What's right for me is truth. What's right for me is beauty and justice. What's right for me is achievement, glory, perseverance, hope, patience, and all the virtues. These are the things that are right for me. I'm glad I didn't start at 9 or 10 like some people. Start smoking weed at 9 or 10? I started when I was 14, I think. Yeah, 14. First time I ever smoked weed was in the parking lot, in the covered parking lot of May Company, where many years later, the cops would call me from there to come get my daughter, whom they caught half naked making out with a boy after the school dance um, in that parking lot where they were not allowed to be because that parking lot has been closed off. And needless to say, my daughter was quite chagrined when she's topless and then all of a sudden a cop comes over and shines a light on them, and calls her dad. And I went and picked her up, And as soon as I saw her, I said, "You filthy whore." I was like, "Come on, let's go." Oh, Delilah. I'm sure this was not a pleasant experience for you. Alcohol is highly addictive. You know, if she was not smoking weed, she was like, macking on her date from the dance. They were playing teenagers in a car. You were a drinker? Me too. I quit drinking 11 years ago. Yeah, the cops interrupted her, called me, and I went and picked her up. And I don't know what happened to the boy. Yeah, well, she felt like, ah, stop shining a light on my naked chest, I'm sure. Oh, congratulations, Theodore Gareb. It was hard to quit. Yeah, it was. It was hard to quit. For the first 7 months or so, I went to a shit ton of AA meetings. After that, I kind of parted ways with AA because I was still smoking weed and taking Adderall and doing it like a drug, and they didn't think I should be allowed to, you know, say I was this long sober or participate in meetings or just generally be a fully functional member of AA. So I basically got kicked out. Booze is the best drug on the planet. You're not wrong. If you don't include the negative consequences of it, you're not wrong. I'm not sure you're right, but you're not wrong. Theodore Garev says, I managed to quit after one night when I decided that enough is enough. You had a particularly bad bender of a night and maybe some near misses and or some embarrassing of the self, and you just couldn't continue on any longer. That's a pretty good description of what happened to me. I started getting to be an even worse drunk than I had been the whole time, and embarrassed myself at a Christmas party, and then, the next day I just felt like complete hungover garbage. And I said, I just can't do this anymore. I'm getting, it's destroying me physically, emotionally, spiritually, in every way. I just want to die. So, that time it finally stuck. I tried going to AA before, but on that occasion, I said to myself going in, your job is to ask them to tell you what to do and then do it. Not to think about it, not to determine what's correct and incorrect, just to think about it. Just to do it. And you were drinking only alone? Huh. Well, by the end of my drinking career, I was generally drinking alone because I was trying to avoid making an ass of myself, embarrassing myself, but it didn't mean I always stayed home. And on that occasion, I went to a family Christmas party, and I wish even now, when I think about it, it gives me the shame shivers. Well, I'm really glad you quit drinking then, Theodore Grab. 5 liters? 5 liters of like alcohol? Surely not that much alcohol. You mean like beer? Beer, I see. Okay. Yeah, I used to drink quite a bit, but I was still a lightweight. Like, if I down a whole pint of like whiskey or something, it's gonna be mostly pass out time. Eric, do you do lives every day? Not absolutely every day, but I'll usually go a stretch of the better part of a couple of weeks doing lives every day. Then I'll take a few days off. Then I'll kind of ease back into regularity with shorter streams. And then I'll start the cycle over again with lives more or less every day for a couple of weeks, which include a lot of very long live streams, like 6 to 8 hours or whatever. This one, 4 hours ago, uh, not especially long, but not not short either. KE never touched weed. Never. And she never drank alcohol nor smoked a cigarette. Well, good for you. Sure. Maybe I'm a little jealous at your pristine lungs and liver. I'm a little bit less concerned about my liver than my lungs, but you know what, KE? Even if I am jealous of you a little bit and your purity and unsullied mind and body with drugs, unsullied with drugs, mind and body. It's annoying anyway because, like, God, Squaresville. Squaresville's making me feel bad about myself. Thanks a lot, Prissy Mick Party Poop. I don't know why, but I'm a natural binger. If I like something, I'll abuse it. Yeah, I'm familiar with that Tador Greb. But I've always identified first and foremost with that song. Might as well face it, you're addicted to love. The lights are on, but no one's home. Your kiss is not your own. You know that song? 'Cause you're a really NTP instead of a fake one. All right, I think I'm going to play a little bit of a short snippet of a wee tender moment. I was painting. I didn't. Well, I wasn't painting, but I was taping down drop cloths, and I completed that task and came back here. I did quite a bit tonight. I made quite a bit of progress. I don't enjoy the smell, and any dependence on anything really kind of feels constraining. What are you talking about? What are you smelling that you don't enjoy the smell of? I would like to be ENTP, but I don't think I am. Why would you want to be ENTP? What do you got? Just shut your mouth. All right, everybody. Let's all throw our hats in the air and run around in circles. You can't eat. I can too. I can sleep sometimes. Maybe just not right now. I need to. Well, you don't have to smoke inside the house, Diamond. I don't smoke in the house. This Berber Busen is marrying a pothead. Eric, are you of Jewish ancestry? No. Show me. He says I can't dance. I'm of Pennsylvania Dutch people. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but it's these people who came from Germany and practiced. It's like the Amish are among those people. If you ever heard of the Amish, you know, they're all Christians. But if I were Jewish, that would be wonderful too. You know, I don't believe in this whole ancestors define who you are thing. Also, I had a friend who was married to someone who smokes, and she says the kisses stink. Well, you know what they stink like? They stink like authenticity. You know what they don't stink like? Judgment. You know what they don't stink like? Sanctimoniousness. You know what they don't stink like? You know, groupism, anti-smoker groupism. Instead, they smell like freedom. They smell like freedom and justice and acceptance. Love a person for who they are, even if they're a smoker. I love you just the way you are. You're always shitting on all my couches. But that's okay, 'cause they are brown. Whoa, and you shit upon my pillow. I love you just the way you are. And don't go changing, or keep on shitting on every single thing I own. Oh, I would not pay do without it. I love you just the way you are. You've got shit now streaming down your inner thigh onto the floor. Oh, don't go changing, don't go ranging. You know you're just a stupid whore. This needs a lot of undercover. Why? Because it's made very strong. We got a drip coffee maker today. Because why? Because I'm hyperventilating. That's why. That's not why. It's an irrelevant thing that I got caught up in concurrently. No doubt causing confusion and perhaps even dismay. Sorry about that. There's some unexpected turbulence. And add a little bit of water to this. This coffee's so strong it'll, dilute it a bit. I remember I quit drinking after I heard the tragic truth from Five Finger Death Punch. What's the tragic truth? How did you get a house? Well, my parents died. I inherited an estate. I sold the house in LA and moved up here and bought this house. That's how I got it. Would you like to see what it looks like? I'll show it to you. Well, if it's light enough outside. If you visit America, can you sleep at my house? We're some distance from that, I think. It's not impossible, but I need to get to know you more. I need to talk to you on video conference and get a sense of, what kind of bullshit, if any, you might be spinning. What kind of ulterior motives, hidden agendas, potential security threat you might pose, etc. How come you have a big house? That's not fair, old coot. Because God said, Eric, I was gonna give some of your good fortune to see Jackson 5. But then I realized what a piece of shit he was, so you can have it all. And that's what happened. And that's one to grow on. Not the only one to grow on, but it's the one for you to grow on right now. How's he reading these chats and not looking at the phone? He has Google Glasses. No, normally I'm watching it on the big screen TV inside. That way I don't have to put on my glasses. When I look at it on the phone, then I need to read with my glasses. Messings, Eric, for you fortune. Oh, blessings, Eric, for you fortune. Thanks. See what else is being said here. That's the only way I'll get a house, inherit my dad's ages from now. I want my dad around as long as possible. My schizophrenic brother's living there now, so I can't live there. Right, well, one of my realities before my parents died was I wasn't operating in a frame of reference that said, I've got quite a limited time left with them. I was operating in a frame of reference that said, I am not morbid, nor am I going to prioritize whatever inheritance I'm going to get over, having my parents in my life. But in reality, my dad really wanted me to prioritize the inheritance and what was going to happen after the fact and to be a team member in the process. He just didn't know how to include me or give up any control. Am I of German descent? Yes. Strauss is my last name. It means ostrich in German. The whole. If we're talking about pardoning Hunter Biden, I think that's perfectly fine. It's like there's zero reason for him to be persecuted, prosecuted, whatever. It's not like he's guilty of victim crimes, as far as I can tell. He just did a bunch of drugs and shit, right? It's not like Diddy. Why do you smoke Marlboros? Yes. Oh. Yeah, people make mistakes. Who are we talking about, though? That argument definitely won't fly for Diddy, right? Well, we all make mistakes. Maybe we should take it easy on Diddy. No. I want to see that fucker fry. He won't, but Yeah, you too. Yeah. He's a fucking super villain from the comic books. He's a super villain from a particularly dark and disturbing comic book. That coffee's good. I still feel pretty energetic. I may indeed end up going back to the other house and getting a little more done. In particular, I guess I'd tape off. I need to bring more tape over there. I was running out of tape there towards the end, so even if I'd wanted to do more taping, I didn't have the materials at hand. Eric has insomnia. Well, I mean, it's not like I'm having trouble sleeping or falling asleep or something. It's that my sleep schedule is very much out of whack, and I will at some point sleep today, and then hopefully I'll sleep a full night's sleep when I do. It's just I'm not going to sleep right now because I'm pretty thwacked out. Pretty thwacked out. Winston's mom is fuming. I love you too, Rachel. My age is holding me back. You just got to tell people, listen, I may be old, but I'm still bold. Good news, Kay. You've got an opportunity to fund Show Media's film. Doesn't that sound exciting? No, I have no grandchildren. My daughter, she's 26, but she has no kids. I only have one kid. She lives in LA. I miss her sometimes, I don't talk to her that much on the phone. She doesn't call me that much. I don't call her that much. We didn't get old by being stupid. That was definitely included in how I got old. I definitely spent chunks of plenty of chunks of time prior to this moment being dumb, doing stupid ass shit, being dumb, prioritizing the wrong things, etc. In some sense, to the extent that age and wisdom go hand in hand, it's because, for me anyway, it's because if there was a mistake that could be made prior to doing something the right way, I made it. You're having your first grandkid now? By June, huh? What kind of grandkid is it? Is it a girl or a boy? Or perhaps you've already decided that it's gender fluid. What if you met your grandkid and the grandkid's parents said to you, "Now, listen, Shelly, our child is gender fluid, okay? I know it's just a newborn, but we want it to choose its own gender whenever it feels it's appropriate. And we want to stress to it that it doesn't have to pick one or the other. It can pick, say, tree as its gender, it'll be fine." That's my gender, by the way, is tree. Rachel's a woman and I'm a tree. Many people said, "That's forbidden love. A woman can't love a tree." And I said, root a week in my shoes. Live a life of a tree for a second. And you'll know that a tree's heart is just as big as yours. And right now, hearing all this hatred, mine is breaking. Anyway, Rachel and I said, damn social convention, damn those righteous indignation people. Now I understand why Eric changed the way he treats me. I don't know what your age is. I have no idea what your age is. Did you say? I didn't notice if you did. I didn't start treating you differently. What am I doing to you? I'm just engaging everybody. I ain't meowing your meow. You're imagine meowing. Oh. Just to resolve any questions at hand here, yes, it is correct that Trump is bad. Okay? So, you might have, it's reasonable for you to think that he was the lesser of the two evils available. But even then, you should feel disgusted at having had to choose one thing. If that was the course you wanted to go, I don't critique that at all. I didn't vote, but I don't critique people who did. I think it's perfectly reasonable for somebody to go, well, Trump's not quite as horrifically, historically awful as Kamala Harris. So I'm reluctantly going to vote for him. That's fine. That's perfectly sensible. For people who go like, hooray, Trump, he's so great. I just don't get that at all. Have we been conditioned such that we have low expectations that are like 12,000 feet below sea level? Why don't we have higher expectations of real candidates who have real solutions and can communicate meaningfully in appropriate ways to the significant and complex questions of policy? Somebody like yours truly. Your next president, Eric Strauss. Which is why I was going to get my teeth fixed and stuff, and I still need to do that, but I'm just going to try a dentist in Merced and hopefully take a different approach, an approach where I can do things kind of one step at a time. If I'm gonna spend $20,000, I'd rather spend $20,000 over the course of a few months in $5,000 increments than I would spend $20,000 right now all at once. I don't know. It definitely doesn't make any difference, but it just makes me feel more comfortable with it or something. I don't know. I guess it's saying if I can get one part of the problem addressed at a time, then at least, like if I get this side here addressed, then at least I'd be able to chew again, because this half of my bottom is fine, still there anyway. And if that just that one thing was relatively affordable compared to 25 grand for the whole top, then potentially I could get that done and put off the next bit for a little while. Anyway, I don't know, just musing about something that's a pain in the ass to think about, this having to get this work done, and the frustrations associated with that process is just itself a frustrating thing that I don't really want to exert my attention to thinking about. I guess I should have said direct my attention to thinking about. Never, never, never will I forget 1-6. I'm not going to forget it either. It's like, you see it everywhere you go. Holding 2 eggs in my hand, and I just go, 1/6 of the eggs. Oh my God, there it is again. Or like, I'll be in a place and there'll be 5 other people, then I'll be like, again, 1 out of 6. What is going on? The universe is sending me some kind of coded message. But everyone is not me. That's true. And you are not everyone. German Jordanian Empire. What do you think, Diamond? You want German to team up with Jordan? You want Germany to team up with Jordan? Like the Jordan in Africa? That's an odd choice. It does. Pretty cat, yeah. Well, sometimes I see 212s. Sometimes I even see 424s. It's crazy. I'll be somewhere and I'll see all these things and be like, this April, 424, April 24th, come to the 4/24 party, where exactly 1/6 of the time, ratios of 1/6 will be manifest. You know what you notice in this country? People forget the actual history of it, if they don't talk about the violence and conniving. I mean, you're not wrong here, Lamb, but from my perspective, a lot of times it's counterproductive getting fixated on what's already happened and can't be undone, especially when dealing with matters of politics and the exercising of political power. It's just, if you start getting fixated on the past, then you have things like what happened between the Trump presidencies, where highly politicized prosecution of him occurred to the detriment of all of our dignity as a free society. People, in a free and civil society, political opponents don't criminally prosecute their opponents after they seize power, right? After they gain power. What makes the government work is that if Congressman Joe is doing things that are unpopular and he's really riling up the other side of the aisle, the remedy is to replace him with someone from your side of the aisle. It's not to prosecute him for crimes because you really don't like him. Ridiculous. Odaiamai is going to be the first lady of Germany? Cool. I mean, just because you're president doesn't mean he's required. What's not required? Having a first lady? I don't think it's required. It's just we've never not had a first lady before. Yeah, pretty good. I'm aware of that. I don't know if you think something I said indicated I wasn't, but other people might not be. What are you meowing about, mournful meows? You think I should go back to the other house while I still have some energy? Is that what you're saying? Okay, very well. Very well. I mean, that's fine if people have to share their tax returns, but does it really matter? Like, how is it relevant to anything? Hi, J.A. Mariel. You sure you could ask some questions? No, that's not proving the party. Ask him questions. Let me give you a couple answers. And then I've got to drive over to the other house in a little wilderness car. So there'll be a short interruption as I go between the Wi-Fi's. Once I get over there, I'll periodically check the chat and I'll be able to read what you say, respond to it while I'm doing physical tasks like painting and or putting down more tarp. What are the electric bills monthly for the other house? Essentially nothing. I got them combined with this bill, so I don't really know. I don't look at it that closely to find out. It's not so much that I'm determined as it is I know that I have to ride momentum while I have it. I feel like, okay, at the moment, I'm up. I'm not going to go to sleep. There's nothing I want to do exactly other than live streaming. And even live streaming will be more entertaining if I do it while getting this thing done. I'm feeling like a wave of productivity and kind of, I guess, a return to what I consider my normal self, who likes to do things. I don't like to just sit around all the time. You were wondering if they were ripping me off? So, was that Ike who said something about Santa Claus? Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Ike saw a black Santa. And he went up to him and said, "You're not Santa. Santa's not black." Black Santa was at Target. Oh, I remember one that I was wondering about for you. It sounds corny to ask, but what is I think, therefore I am? You think, Eric? So, like, what does it mean? Uh, it's a clumsy way of saying the rules about existence are as follows. If you can cite an instance of something, then a class of that thing exists. A set of that thing exists, a set including at least one instance. Accordingly, what he's saying is that being able to articulate the processes of consciousness, particularly words in one's head, aka thinking, provides the instance of being that proves a set of a thing called being exists with at least one member, namely me. Kind of a math thing, but people don't think of it as such because it is rather clumsily rendered. I guess it's just, I mean, did they when he said that, did they have conditional logic rules of existentiality and instantiality or whatever it's called? In other words, did they have quantification theory yet? If they did, then he was just some sort of ham-fisted amateur grasping at truths he intuited but didn't understand. On the other hand, if quantification theory didn't exist yet, then he was still that stuff, but it would be unreasonable to expect him to be otherwise. All right, now we're going to go back over to the other. We need to get the tape is the number one thing we need to bring with us because we've run out of tape over there. Hi, darling.
Hi, handsome.
I'm going back over there now.
Are you going to live stream it?
Yes.
Cool.
I brought my charger. I brought my penis. I'm ready to go.
Can I give you a kiss?
Of course.
I love you. I'll be watching.
I love you too. I'll be streaming. Okay, what? You know, it's daytime now. I really want to get my twanger so I can close the garage door behind me. Where did I leave it is the question. Oh, twang, twang, twangity twang, twang. Where is my twangity twang, twang? Fine. I don't want to spend a lot of time looking for it, so I will just do things the hard way, I guess. Even though I don't like to do things the hard way. I'm going to leave this door unlocked. I might have to poo before I go. I'm going to poo before I go. All right, everybody, you just chill here. Keep an eye on this hallway. If you see any burglars or anything sneaking down the hallway intent on stealing or assaulting or whatever, give me a quick holler, alert me to that fact, and I'll prepare to use my karate. How much karate do I have? How much karate do you got? Or more accurately, how would you like me to measure the quantity of karate that I have? In years of practice? 1,000 lifetimes. In belt color? As black as the darkest black hole. Black belt level 100,000. My nearest competitor is black belt level 8. Oh, you want me to measure the amount of karate I have in terms of deadliness? Each of my fists is an atomic bomb, a nuclear bomb, somewhere in the range of 75 megatons. So Tsar Bomba style. If I were to use the full force of my karate, I could chop a continent in half with my karate chop. causing massive earthquakes and magma to pour forth from the gaping chasm of a fault that I create with the fist of fury. There, now are you satisfied that you understand how much karate I have? I have as much karate as there is room for improvement in Jimmy Fallon's television show. So, basically infinite. I really don't like Jimmy Fallon. He seems to be made of nothing but forced joviality. Forced joviality and kind of professional looking over his shoulder. It's taken him a long time, but he's starting to realize that it's not working. That's my take on it. He doesn't quite know what to do with it because I think the thing that's not working, it never really worked, but is less and less tolerable, is his constant Jimmy Fallon laughing. We get it. You want a happy, entertaining vibe. And you want to convey to everybody that you're just, this is so hilarious what you're saying. But it's just overwrought, done too much, and instead of encouraging others to join in the jovial atmosphere with their own laughter, it's just wholly off-putting. So, clearly Jimmy Fallon needs to make an appointment with me, have a video conference. He can book a personality type thing, but if he can use me as a life coach, and I can explain to him where and why he fails and how he needs to knock it the fuck off.
Tell
Yeah.
him. Someone's got him.
Exactly. Look, Jimmy Fallon, you need to either revamp your whole shtick or retire. It was never a good shtick to begin with. You're like breaking a couple of cardinal comedy rules with your approach and your schmarmy Jimmy Fallonness. Anyway, Jimmy Fallon, my point to you is I need a lot less of this Jimmy Fallon and a lot more of somebody who's honest and authentic and, whose mood and response to something is derived from his actual experience rather than simply a ham-fisted attempt to shape the perceptions of others. If it weren't so ham-fisted, it wouldn't bother me, Nothing inherently wrong with shaping the perceptions of others. But when you do it that clumsily, the only way you're shaping people's perceptions is making them cringe. But whatever. I think it would be an interesting show if he were to invite me on to explain all this to him on the show. He could call it a very special episode and take it seriously. You know, maybe we could make it a double decker and bring my psychiatrist on as a guest, and I could scold them each in turn and tell them what's wrong with them, and they can demonstrate an advanced level of accountability by choosing to engage in this activity with me. Essentially, they can prove themselves reformed to me, more or less. I still probably won't like Jimmy Fallon. I won't like his shtick or his work, but if he can at least address a couple of the most glaring and annoying flaws, then, you know, he might work his way toward mid. Now, listen here, Jimmy Fallon. You have fallen to a level of deep disrepute. Your failure as a host, as a comedian, as a person, well, we have had enough. And I'm going to replace you with just about any other host I could find. Pick me, says Eric. Not gonna pick you, you horrible old man. Oh. Security, get this horrible old man out of here. But, I want to host a talk show. We do not care what you want, horrible old man. Bring in the pigeons. Tie all of these pigeons to this old man until they fly him away into the sky. But, I don't want to be tied to pigeons. And that's my one act play entitled, I Don't Want to Be Tied to Pigeons. Who can blame them? So I completed my pooping. Now I'm just going to do a little bit of urination. And then we'll be good to go. Before we get in the buggy, check to make sure you've got a hat, jacket, maybe a scarf if it's a little chilly out there. And ensure that you have brought with you any personal belongings, a purse, a phone, wallet, things like that. Please don't leave them here at this house because, you know, we don't want to have lost items left behind that we then have to deal with. So make sure you grab all your stuff. And additionally, if you can sign these liability releases, these are releases that say you won't hold us liable for any injuries incurred, including maiming, death, torture, non-consensual drugging, compelled participation in Morning Star fighting leagues, the seizure of your first and or second born as needed. You release us to have access to all of your personal information and to sell it to whomever we like for whatever reason. You also authorize us to seize all of your firearms and to salt the earth around your home at our discretion. Thank you for signing these release forms. Appreciate it. Good job. Thank you. Just hand that over here. Good. Great. Wonderful. Oh, and also do sign the addendum page, which says you will not hold us liable should you die in any attempt to jump the Grand Canyon with a horse. We are not liable for that, okay? Yes, we may force you to attempt it, but that doesn't make us responsible for the outcome. My pee is as yellow as the yellowest yellow. Trevor, I'm not watching you eat right now. I am going to take a trash bag in to the kitty litter trash can so I can, well, I remember because it's missing one, and I'd like to put the I'd like to put the kitty litter into the trash. I mean the poop into the trash can. I can't do that when there's not a trash bag in there, obviously. So I'm gonna open this up. I'm gonna put this over here. Oh. God, I hate cleaning the cat litter. It's the grossest job. Fine. Get it done. Like, how much poop can these cats make? Jesus Christ. I hate myself all of the time now. When I think about me, I hate myself. Oh, okay, yeah. All right, there we go. That's better. Now I'm going to put a little bit more cat litter in there. Seems a little low. I could sweep up all that stuff around the ground there, but you know, fuck up. What, you didn't tell me to do that? I shouldn't tell you to fuck up. Oh, my bad. I thought it was you who were saying that. It was me that said that? Yeah, to me, fuck off. All right. Got my phone. It goes right here. I've got this. It goes back here. Now I need the tape. Don't forget the tape. Okay, so we got another roll of tape right here. I will put that over the gear shift. Now, we're going to bring this car out of the garage. And I'm going to walk back into the house, come in through the house, close the garage door, and then come back out to the little wilderness car. Why? Because I cannot find the twanger. What is the twanger? It's the button you push to make the garage door go up and down. The button that's not attached to the wall. like the heart of an Arctic winter. You know what I'm saying? Hey, is it right there? Is that it? Maybe it is right there. That would be convenient. That'd be convenient if it's right there. Let's look. Now we'll bring this with us, and then when we come back, I just push the button and the door will open. Isn't it ironic? Don't you think? It's like rain on your wedding day. It's a free ride when you already paid. It's good advice that you just didn't take. And who would have thought it figures? Okay, now we're going up the wrong direction. That's where we're going. Alright, now we're gonna go. We will disconnect briefly. I'll see you at the other house. Don't get too alarmed. Hello? God? Are you there? It's me, Margaret. Okay, it's not Margaret, it's me. It's Eric. And you aren't God, to be honest. You're pretty important, but not quite that important. And I'm not really greeting you right now as they're reaching out in prayer. It's all a lie. It's all a huge, shameless, disrespectful lie. At least there's a little sunshine now, so I can safely walk up the steps without killing myself. Something we gotta deal with. Not that one, dummy. This one. Good. All right. Now we're gonna just come in here. First thing we're gonna do is step on this light here. Give us a little bit of light. Oh, I left the tripod in the car. I have to go back and get it. And get that light. Let's turn on this hall light and turn on the heater because it's kind of chilly in here. Put it about 70. Did I not bring my glasses? God damn it. I don't have any cigarettes. I don't have any glasses. Oh, Eric. You are about as on top of your shit as somebody who is not on top of their shit. Won't you just stop smelling my baby, please? I'm sick of it. And I imagine my baby is sick of it as well. I haven't actually consulted my baby about it, but I'm positing, and as my baby's mother, I should know. So, I think I'm going to have to go back to get cigarettes, and I don't have to go back right this second. And my glasses. I'm not going to go back right this second, but I am going to have to go back to get my cigarettes and glasses at some point. In the meantime, let's discuss a sensitive subject called irregularity. You go first. When's the last time you enjoyed a good, hearty, healthy bowel movement? Was it today? If not, there's something terribly, terribly wrong with you. All right, so at the very least, I have to go to the car and get the tripod. Let's go do that. You guys can watch the whole process. So I'll put you up here, just like Mia. I'm going to turn this camera around. I think you're going to be pretty excited by this. You're going to get to see me walking in the darkness. What are you guys waiting for? You're gonna sit out here on the porch all morning? I have to invite you in? Just follow me when I come inside, obviously. All right. Let's put the camera here where we can all enjoy a wide angle view of all of the exciting festivities in store. I think I'm going to start right there on that wall with painting. And I'm going to attempt to do this using the power of perseverance. So let's take a look at what we got. I'll bring it over here to show you in a second. That's a tape in the car? Whatever. Whatever, McGovern. Alright, so I've got, start off with these things. I've got this, you know, these things. No, I did bring the tape over there. But I need to rinse this out. Because this has a bunch of dust inside of it. So let's go do a little rinsing, shall we? Who here likes rinsing things? Anybody? Anybody? Anybody either a professional or hobbyist rinser? No? No rinsers with us today? Well, then I am sure you won't know the following interesting fact about rinsers. You know that the first verified and documented rinsing didn't occur until 1903, when a woman named Mary Carsington had a dish that had a little bit of food on it, and instead of washing it up, getting full washing, she just gave it a quick rinse. You know, she herself was amazed at how much easier this was, and pretty soon the secret spread like wildfire. And housewives, husbands, children, even priests and scientists began rinsing everywhere. And we continue to do so to this day. She actually got the Nobel Prize for rinsing. All right, let's take this over here. with the knowledge that we're going to put paint inside of this. Now, if we wanted to, I guess we could put it inside this. We don't need to do that though. That's it. That's the same level of thing as this. Okay, so we'll bring this over here. I don't need this or this here, so I'm going to put these over here. I do need to drink some more water because I'm dehydrated like I've been lost in the desert for 6 weeks. So I'm going to take this little water and down the whole thing. Alright, good job hydrating. And then we're going to just throw this away in this little trash can here. I needed to bring a big trash can over, but in the meantime, we'll make do. This, I need to move out of here because I keep bumping into it and it's annoying me. Alright, let's turn this party into the application of an angel's feather. Currently, I call this color that we have something like dead man's buttocks. It's kind of like a corpse, but this color is the after. You know, before, dead buttocks gray. The after, beautiful white of an angel's feather. So this is our tray that we are going to pour the paint into. This is our roller, which we will use to, scoop up the paint. This goes in here, like now. Here we go. This we'll put in there in a second. This is the key to this jug of paint. And this is a stirrer. So before I even open this, I'm going to give it a brief reshake. I'm going to open it with this key. So going around here, scooping a little bit in different places until the whole lid comes free. Now you will note that on the inside of the top of the lid you've got some paint. I already got a drip. My goal is to, as always, when you're dealing with a gallon of paint, the goal is to have as few drips as possible. Now, we're not going to get the paint off of the lid right now, so we'll just leave that unmolested. And then here, we're going to pour smoothly but quickly so that we have as minimal amount of paint dripping on the side as possible. We can pour this whole thing in here, really. Seems to fit. And we will need not just this whole gallon, but the other whole gallon we have, and we'll no doubt have to go back to the store for an additional gallon or two. I decided not to get it all at once, but we will have to get it all eventually. Alright, so where am I going to start? I'm going to start in spots where I don't have to worry about, say, baseboard, this stuff, whatever. I'm gonna do some parts where I don't need to do additional taping first, and then I'll do additional taping. So the real question is, where's your best viewing angle? Where should I put the grandstands? Here we go. We'll start with this wall over here. put this lid back on, there's still a little paint in here which we'll get out with a brush later. And as far as this side goes, we're gonna get this paint cleaned up with this so that it doesn't start getting on things and getting all over the place. All right, now I'm gonna put this back over here. Actually, I'll put this down. Yeah, I'll put this here on top of this old pan. And then, probably a good idea to bring this a little closer to this wall over here. This whole table, you know. So I can do it without spilling anything. Okay, pretty good. Now I'm gonna take this jacket off because I don't want to get any paint on it. And I'm gonna get this, well, it's not really necessary for now. So now it's time to get this paint on the roller with a rolling kind of an action. There's not really any place to scrape this off on, right? Because the pan is so full. That's okay, I'm just gonna go like this and come over here and immediately start getting paint on the wall. We've got a lot of wall to cover, so there's no point in being all delicate about things. Just get things rolling and have made a lot of progress before you know it. There we go. Got a little drippity drops. Okay, we're just gonna play ice cream cone save, you know. And get it on the wall where it can do its important job of transforming this space into an angel's feather. All right, remember, you want to get paint on the wall. You don't want to continue to try to roll when most of the paint is off of the roller. So, don't keep rolling, like pushing down hard to make it put more paint on the wall. Just get more paint on the roller. These are tips and tricks about painting from Eric. Oh, sure, I may not be the world's greatest painter. I'm not a professional painter, but I've done quite a bit of painting. It doesn't really matter which direction you go with a roller like this. There's no grain to it as with a brush. You can just kind of meander around, you know. I'll have to go up there and get this edge with a brush at some point here, but we'll get the low-hanging fruit first. Gonna get a little bit more paint on the roller. I'm gonna avoid drips as much as possible, even though we have the tarp down, because you know, I don't want to get it all over my shoes and stuff, ideally. And as you see, once you've done the prep work, progress goes pretty fast on a painting job like this. You'll have a room done before you know it. So, just gonna add some more paint here. Give the old drippity drop, the old droppity drib. Tell it it's fat and give it a crib. pull up my pantalones. As always, I continue to be a victim of high hip syndrome, a disease that afflicts millions of Americans that I don't doubt, but that nobody really knows about. Something that we really genuinely need to raise awareness about. A lot of people are out there probably like, why is that person's pants always falling down? What's wrong with them? I tell you what's wrong with us. We have high hip syndrome. It's not our fault, and we aren't alone. Thank God. If I had to deal with this disability alone, I don't know what I'd do. All right, making progress like Rogers and Hammerstein. Okay, and we got a little scoopity scop paint. I'm just gonna get it all over the walls here. Let's do that. Go right at the edge here. I did put tape over those things, but I still like to avoid painting them if possible. That's just as a redundant paint prevention method. Good, good. You're finally obeying my evil plan. Don't you mean I'm following your evil plan? Shut up, you diction Nazi. A bit more paint on here. That's what this wet stuff is going on the wall. Oh, you thought it would come? It doesn't come. That's gross. I wouldn't put cum all over my walls. It's also insulting to angels. You're basically saying angel feathers look like cum. And you're not wrong, but it's kind of rude to say. I have to deal with this little edge with a brush so that I don't. Actually, I don't. This is going to be white too. All right, get a little more paint on this, and we'll be nearing completion of one wall already. In very short order, I think you'd agree. Again, once you have done all the prep. Okay, and okay. We are off to what I would call a respectable start. Making some pretty good progress here. We get kind of a mini put here. like this, and then just for right here. What we're doing the mini put. All right. All right. Progress with a capital PRO. Let me get another water. I'm so thirsty. We still don't have any cigarettes, so I'm gonna try to get more of this paint on the walls. The next time I take a break, we'll go back home and get my cigarettes. What am I looking for here? Oh yeah, charger. Charger. And I do not have it. Well, you know what Bob Marley always said, no charger, no cry. No charger, no cry. Just cause your phone will run out of electricity. Meow, 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 meow. Where am I going with this right now? I think I'll go some ceiling first before moving over to the windowsill wall, because I kind of want to do some taping before I do that. So let's go ceiling first. Okay, that's a good start. Put this here for a second. All right, here we go. Nice roller full of paint. We're gonna do the drippity drops as per the droppity droops. And it's like now. And then we're gonna come right up here. We're just gonna start painting. Like we were born to do this. Oh my God, I found my calling. Get on there. Okay. Okay. It seems to have been undercoated in a couple spots, so then I go over it again here, which should help. Okay. Okay. Get that like this. Get this part. This part. I'm gonna get this part. I'm gonna try to get in there as best we can. This has been painted already. Might as well paint it again. Try to get the edges as best we can here. That's good enough. We've got the front of this door to paint. Get a little more paint going here. Drippity drop, droppity drew. Get off of me and I'll get off of you. Oops. A little spraggly. Oopsie spraggly. You're going overboard with the spraggles, bro. What are you doing? Chill out, bro. I'll despraggle in a second. It's too late to despraggle. You already spraggled everywhere. I did not spraggle everywhere. I just spraggled a few places. Why don't you get off my back, bro? What are you, the cops? Oh, filthy, filthy, filthy. I need to clean that off now. Oh, I'm sorry, you couldn't even see all the exciting action. I'll remedy that once I clean this off a little bit. I don't want all this dirt getting into the paint. Alright, let's turn our attention over here. We'll see what we see. What we're going to see is we've got a door, a man, and a dream. I'm going to do the inside of this door too. So let's do that now. Okay. I'm gonna need to hit this a little bit with a brush at some point, but that's for later on. For now, we're done with the inside of this door. But we can get over here, tubes. No, not on that. Here. Just right up there. Make it nice and clean. Like a clean machine. Maintained by Jean with its lovely sheen. Okay? Think all of that stuff and it'll be clear what you must do, Padawan. You need to go get me a bagel. That's the gist of it. Don't question, just do. Alright, so obviously I got this thing in here, kind of painty. I'm okay with that. It's inside this door. If I get the whole thing painty, it won't seem so noticeable. I don't want on the silver part of this. Let me clean that part off. All right. Cleaning off that with this. Okay, good. And good. And good. And good. All right, we're doing well. Let's get enough for now on the inside of this door. We work on ceiling. We could start over here some. We do some of that. Let's go ahead and do that. Try to get as much done, as much of this pan empty as possible before we have to go back to the other house for a couple of key items, including cigarettes and the charger.